All right, I believe we are live. Welcome, everybody. Really excited to be here with you today. October LSAT scores are coming out in about 30 minutes. So I wanted to join a little bit early for all of you today to just get a sense of where you're at, how I could best support you when you're taking the LSAT. If you're taking the LSAT in January, February, April, June, maybe you're even taking it in November in just a couple of weeks. Whatever the case may be, I'm going to be here to support you to prepare for your first LSAT take or your LSAT retake, whatever the case may be. So, if you know when you're taking the LSAT, just do me a favor and drop in the chat right now a J for January, an F for February, maybe an A for April, a JUN for June. And if you don't know when you're taking it, you could, of course, just put a big old question mark. That's totally fine too. It's okay to not know when you're taking the LSAT. It's really just a matter of getting a gauge of where you're at so I can support you as best I possibly can. So again, J for January, F for February, A for April, JUN for June, or a big question mark for I don't know when I'm taking it, and that's okay as well. So I see Eighth Hokage is saying November, and a Victoria is saying J for January. Very cool. Awesome. So we got a couple of folks taking it coming up. So of course, the November LSAT is about 2 weeks away at this point. The January LSAT's about 11 weeks away. February gives us 15 weeks. So to put it in short, we've got a couple weeks till November. We've got 2.5 till January, 3.5 till February. We've got Christopher Caesar saying January as well. So one thing I want to caution you is that a lot of folks will talk about, the importance of applying early. There's a lot of mythology out there around this whole idea that you've got to apply early. If you're not applying by November at the latest, you are too late for this cycle. I want to caution you against the hysteria and the worry around all of that, because the truth is that, of course, all else being equal, it's better to apply earlier than later. But the truth is that all else is not equal, because if you were to take the LSAT in November and you got, say, a 165, but you could give yourself an additional 2 months and go for January instead, maybe you're getting 5 points higher, getting a 170. And so it's a lot better to apply a little bit later with a higher score than earlier with a lower score. And if you feel that an additional month beyond January into February could help you score even higher, then it's well worth giving yourself that additional time. We've got Chris saying here, I might have to retake it. Results coming out today at 9 a.m. So yeah, we'll see what happens in about 30 minutes or so. We'll have a better sense of when you're going to be taking it, if you'll be retaking it beyond your October LSAT take. Of course, only 2 weeks more between now and the November LSAT might not be enough time for you to achieve your fullest potential. But of course, it's not too late to go for the January LSAT or the February LSAT and still apply to law school this cycle. Of course, if we're pushing back beyond February into April, then I'd say if you're looking at April, you're looking at June, you might be better off just applying the very beginning of next cycle, because then we start to get a little bit late. But January and February are both totally fine. Of course, November is totally fine as well. Now, you might have heard a bit about this cycle and the increased number of test takers. And so if you are applying to law school this cycle, know that this year is different. More people are applying and the seats are not multiplying to keep up. Applications are up about 30% year over year, meaning that we've got way more people applying for the same number of seats. And so the things that used to work are not going to be enough this cycle. You can't wing it. The core idea I want to share with you is that the LSAT is your leverage. Your GPA is pretty fixed at this point. Your resume is pretty fixed as well. But your LSAT score can radically move the needle in terms of what is possible for you. It can turn a maybe into a yes. It can turn a yes into a scholarship. And I don't want you to conflate your LSAT score with your worth as a human being or for your intelligence. The LSAT is simply a powerful signal that admissions offices use to protect their class profile, to protect their medians. I mean, I want you to think for a moment about the person reading your file. They've got a big stack of papers in front of them, or more likely, a screen full of tabs. They skim your personal statement to get a sense of you. They glance at your GPA. Then they land on your LSAT. And now the frame is set. If the numbers are strong, they hunt for reasons to say yes. But if the numbers are shaky, they hunt for reasons to say no. It's the same person, it's the same file, but a different frame. So our job is to control the frame. That's why we are here. Now, there are a lot of myths around LSAT preparation. The first big myth is I've got to study 8 hours a day. No, you don't. You just need focused reps you can do consistently, quality over quantity. 10 perfect minutes on the right skill set beats 4 hours of doing random questions. The second big myth is I've got to master everything before I introduce timing. First, you need accuracy on the core concepts, then gently introducing timing. If you rush to full-timed exams before building the foundation, it's like you're running a marathon in flip-flops. The third big myth is that I'm just a bad test taker. You might have bad systems, you might have a bad preparation process, but you can change your prep system. Now let's talk about why this law school admission cycle is so competitive. Why are so many more people applying this year over last year? Law school admissions, law school in general, is counter-cyclical. Basically, when the economy gets weird, applications go up. When people see their friends getting laid off, they start thinking about more stable careers. And when legal content, political content is everywhere on social media, people get curious about how they might be able to be part of changing the system. We saw these phenomenon before, right? We saw this back in 2008 during the financial crisis. The economy got terrible. People applied to grad school in droves. In 2020, we had another presidential election. We had the pandemic, of course. People applied to law school to wait out the bad economy. And now, this year, with concerns around artificial intelligence disrupting everything, still lots of political chaos and turmoil, people get curious about changing the system from within. There's a lot of noise out there in politics, a lot of noise out there in social media, and a lot of fear-mongering around the increased number of LSAT takers and people applying to law school. And that just means you need a sharper signal to cut through all the noise. And your LSAT is that signal. So here is the mindset I want you to adopt today. Stop asking, how do I learn everything? And start asking, what are the few moves that will move my LSAT score this month? Now, high LSAT scorers are actually boring. They repeat the right things over and over. They write down short notes during their review processes. They have rules and systems for when to slow down, when to speed up, when to flag and skip, and when to guess. They measure and they adjust over and over and over again. They do not chase the latest hack that went viral on Reddit. They build habits. So I'm going to give you 3 high leverage LSAT prep habits right now, and you can try them out today. The first habit is to read for the structure, not for the content. In logical reasoning, and especially on reading comp, you're not reading a novel. You are mapping a skeleton. So I want you to try this out. After each paragraph in LSAT reading comp, write down a 10-word headline. 10 words or fewer, that's it. Then write down one short note. What role did that paragraph play? Was it background? Was it an argument? Was it a counter premise, an example, or a conclusion? In logical reasoning, you can label P for premise, C for conclusion, and G for the gap. You can even say it out loud: premise, gap, conclusion. If you do only this for a week, your accuracy will rise because your brain stops chasing details that do not matter. Your second habit: fix the last 5 in logical reasoning. Those last questions feel harder, in part because your attention is low and timing has gotten a bit tight. So your solution is to create a cushion, a buffer, a time bank. For the first 10 questions, focus on nailing them as quickly as possible. Simple accuracy, Don't get fancy. Trust your gut. Then for questions 11 through 20, when the difficulty starts to rise a little bit, you use a mini checkpoint every 3 questions. If you're solving them in roughly 90 seconds per question, you're good. But if time's gotten tight and you're down to only 45 seconds, you're rushing a little bit too much. Now, when you get to questions 21 through 25, label the question stem in 5 seconds, meaning you ID the question type and you decide fast. Fight only when you see a pattern you like. Otherwise, mark it, flag it, move on, circle back later. You will stop bleeding points from panic alone. The third habit I want to share with you: review like a lawyer, not like a student. Students ask, why is A wrong and why is B right? But lawyers ask, what rule did I miss and what will I write on paper to catch it next time around? After each miss, you write down a 1-line rule you will apply in the future. That is your key takeaway or insight from your review process. Then you write down the early signal or indicator that would have told you that earlier. Next time you see the signal, you know what to do. This is called a transfer, and it's how you convert a mistake into points. Now, I want to make this practical because most people will hear this and do nothing and their scores don't change. They stay low as a result. So let's make it actionable, practical, concrete. Tonight, I want you to do a 20-minute study session. Not 2 hours, just 20 minutes. Pick 3 old logical reasoning arguments. Ignore the choices. For each one, label P for premise, G for gap, C for conclusion. Then name the pattern, the reasoning underlying the argument. Could be causation, could be comparison, could be conditional, could be a scope shift, or percentage versus number. That is it. Or alternatively, you pick one old reading comp passage. You write down a 10-word headline after each paragraph. Then you write down one role word. Is it background, support, objection, resolution, or conclusion? Stop. Don't do anything else. If you do that for just a week, I guarantee you will feel calmer. You will see the same patterns showing up again and again. This test will stop looking like an amorphous fog or blob or something impossible to understand. Now let's talk time. Many of you are in school, you work, you have family obligations. You don't need a full-time study schedule. You just need a minimum effective dose to achieve steady forward progress. So here is a simple weekly plan that works on 7 hours. 3 sessions of 20 minutes on logical reasoning structure drills, 1 session of 30 minutes on reading comp headlines and roles, and 1 2-section lab day. That's about 70 to 80 minutes. You do logical reasoning plus reading comp or reading comp plus logical reasoning. Then you write down 3 1-line rules that came out of your review. That's it. Just the right reps repeated. And if you've got more time, that's great. Add a second 2-section lab. Add a speed ladder for 1 logical reasoning section. But don't just do random studying to feel like you're doing something. Keep the structure tight. Know the intention of your study session before you even begin. Now, we've got a comment here from Maria. She's saying, I've studied so long, I could teach the LSAT and still not get the score I want. Totally hear you on that, Maria. What that says to me is that you've got a basic familiarity with regard to the fundamentals. You know the different sections, the different question types, but it may be that this is all theoretical. We've got to take the theory and make it practical. And that often comes down to introducing timing. It's not enough to get the questions right. You've got to get them right under test day conditions, considering timing, pacing, endurance, full-length exams. And so I want you to stop drilling questions by type, stop reading the textbooks, stop watching the course lesson videos, and transition into timed work. That might start with doing just 1 individual timed section to work on your pacing, or it might involve doing 1 full-length exam. And you might be scared of doing full-length exams or doing timed work, but I want you to get over that fear. And the best way to submerge yourself in the pool, to get into the water, is to just jump in. Don't dip your toe in the water and say, it's cold. You got to just jump in, get over it, It'll sting or hurt for a couple seconds, then you'll get past the shock and you'll be able to do another timed section or another timed exam. And if you've got double time accommodations, 70-minute sections, then that means it's even more important for you to introduce timing because endurance will be a bigger factor. Double time, extra time is a double-edged sword because on the one hand, it gives you more time, which you might feel that you desperately need, but it also makes test day way longer. So I want you to introduce the timing sooner rather than later. That is especially important if you're taking the LSAT in November, January, or February. If you're taking it in April or June and you've got more time, totally fine. You can slow it down a bit and do some more foundational work, but in the interim, in the meantime, do more timed work. Now, I know some folks are just joining here. Welcome for those of you who are just coming in. Do me a favor if you can and share with me when you're taking the LSAT. Put down N for November, J for January, F for February, or A for April. If you don't know when you're taking it, just put a question mark. It's okay to not know. Everybody's got to start somewhere, and that way I can tailor the conversation accordingly given your time frame. Now, regardless of when you're taking the LSAT, whether you're doing timed work or not, you will hit plateaus. Everybody does. A plateau does not mean that you failed. It means your current inputs have maxed out, and so you adjust. If your accuracy is stuck, slow down and write down more on paper. If your timing is stuck, add a pacing drill. If your reading comp is stuck, stop trying to remember details and practice headlines and rules for a week, one change at a time. Measure it for 7 days, then decide. Now we've got some folks sharing when they're taking the LSAT in the comments. We have Drito putting down the letter I. Not sure what that means. Maybe that was an attempt at a question mark, but someone's typing on their phone. Not sure about that. Hamid saying February. Awesome. 3.5 months to get there. We've got Espicino 3, question mark, Cynthia, question mark. And so it's okay to not know. I do recommend that you choose a test date and orient yourself around that. It gives you some accountability, gives you some urgency, lights the fire under you a little bit. If you don't have a target test date, if you're not registered, then you might just keep pushing it back and back and back. And then you end up postponing from this cycle to next cycle. And I want you to apply to law school. I want you to become an attorney. I want you to not become a lifelong LSAT learner, but rather just take this test, move on, and get on with your life. Unlike me, still doing this 20 years later, but it's okay. I love it. Now, let me give you a few red flags to avoid when it comes to your LSAT prep. The first big red flag is doing random questions with no theme. You learn nothing and you feel tired. You've got to build the foundation first, and I want you to have an intention for when you're taking the LSAT. The second red flag is jumping to full-timed exams every single week when your accuracy is still below 80% on drills. Accuracy first, then pacing, then endurance. The third red flag is reviewing answers by reading explanations, but not writing down your own rule, your own takeaway, your own signal or indicator. If you can't write the rule in one line, you did not fully learn it. I also want you to get the review, to get the analysis out of your own head and start articulating your own thought process to somebody else. That could be a coach, a tutor, a study buddy. It could be your dog for all I care, your toddler, it doesn't matter, but you've got to articulate it because it's too easy to do it all in your head, say to yourself, I get it now, and then move on when you don't truly understand it. And if you don't have anybody you can talk to about the LSAT, if people are sick of hearing you talk about it, you can book a free LSAT tutoring lesson with me personally. I am happy to talk through your thought process with you. You can book a free LSAT tutoring lesson with me at unpluggedprep.com/start. I want to help out as many folks as I can for as long as I can. Now, there are some positive indicators, some green flags in contrast to the red flags. Green flag number 1, you can say out loud which logical reasoning question types cost you the most points last week. You know because you've been tracking them in your mistake journal or error log. Green flag positive indicator number 2, your notes are short. You've got concise 10-word headlines. You've got one-line rules or takeaways. You're not writing down essays, you're writing down triggers. Green flag number 3, you can describe your strategy for the last 5 questions in logical reasoning in just one sentence. For example, I'm going to label the stem fast, fight the ones with patterns I know, and flag and move on the fuzzy questions I'm not sure about. Now, here is another practical tip I want to share with you today. I want you to build tiny rituals. Before each section, take one deep breath. After question number 5, do a quick time check. After question 10, a short micro reset. If you do this every time, your brain knows the process and your stress will go down as a result. Now we've got a question from Esposito asking, I graduate in spring 2027. I'm studying for the LSAT. When should I plan on taking it? So if you're graduating in spring 2027, I'm guessing maybe you want to go to law school in fall of 2027. You've got plenty of time. There is no reason for you to be in a hurry. You can take the LSAT really anytime in the next year even and still apply to start law school in fall 2027. Take it when you're feeling ready. Take it when you are in a good place study-wise, meaning that you have a general understanding of the LSAT and you are scoring at or around your goal score. Totally fine. We've got a question here from the 8th Hokage asking, I've been scoring an average of 167 on practice tests. I have a problem on individuals where my first section I get around -6. After a section, my scores go up to -3. Any advice to score more consistently? So my first question here would be, how many practice tests have you taken? Because fluctuations and inconsistency are oftentimes a result of a small data set. Your data set is not large enough, and so you're getting these wild fluctuations as a result. It could also be a consequence of the time of day you're taking the LSATs. Are you fatigued? Are you sleep deprived? Are you distracted? Is there noise in the background? All of that can play a role. And so the fact that your first section's -6 and then after that you go down up to -3, that tells me that it's maybe more a matter of just getting warmed up. In other words, you are feeling a little bit foggy or fatigued when you start the exam, and you've got to do a few questions prior, maybe a passage, maybe a couple of logical reasoning questions. That'll get you in the groove, and then you'll be able to do -3 for every section. Apologies, I misunderstood that question initially because I was distracted. But yes, if your sections are fluctuating too much and your early section is worse accuracy, you just need to get warmed up prior. If your later sections, in contrast, were dropping and you're fatigued, if your endurance is a factor, then what that means as a result is you need to do more full-length exams so that you're not dropping on section 4 just because it's section 4. And by the way, as a pro tip, if you want to build up your endurance even more, then I would suggest that you do some 5-section exams so that 4 sections will seem relatively easier in comparison. So I hope that one helps. Got a question from RSS. How many instructors are part of the LSAT Unplugged team? And so while I'm the face of LSAT Unplugged, we've got a great team of instructors behind the scenes. They've all scored in the top 1% on their own official LSATs. And at this point, we have a couple dozen instructors on the team who can accommodate different schedules, different time frames, regardless of when you want to meet with a coach one-on-one and what your time zone is. We have coaches all over North America and some internationally as well. Hogan just saying, I've taken 3 practice tests. What is the best way to warm up? And thank you for all your help. So 3 practice tests, not nearly a large enough sample size. I recommend at least 10 full exams before test day so that test day itself will feel like just another run through. And if anyone leaving comments or anybody watching wants to talk through their situation, I would recommend booking a free LSAT tutoring lesson with me at unpluggedprep.com/start. Link below the video on YouTube, link in my bio on Instagram. And as a follow-up for Hokage, best way to warm up, I would say do a reading comp passage you've seen before and know and like, where it's going to be a gimme, a couple of logical reasoning questions that you've seen before as well. The idea here being not necessarily to test yourself, but rather to just get your brain a little bit warmed up. So the first questions you're doing are not the ones that truly count. Now, a question regarding how do you know if you are improving? The first thing I want you to think about is your accuracy on focused drills. You do 10 questions based on a particular method of reasoning, and you track the results. The second metric is the time you spend per question on the last 5 in logical reasoning. You want to buy time earlier so that you can spend it later. Now, the third metric is the quality of your review outputs. Are you writing clear one-line rules and signals? If so, your future self will thank you. If not, I recommend highly that you start writing those clear one-line rules and signals, those key takeaways, so that you have some insight into what you've got to be doing going forward. Basically, you have this mistake journal or error log containing all of your previous takeaways or insights, and you can review those prior to doing your next full-length exam. Now, let's talk motivation, because some days you're not going to feel like studying. That's okay. Just do a 5-minute drill. Just start. Let the momentum build, because 5 minutes can turn into 15 minutes. And if not, that's fine, but you still showed up, you stayed in motion, you didn't break the chain of consistent studying every single day. And you can maintain your identity as someone who does the work. Now, I want to address anxiety for a moment. Feeling anxious before a timed set is totally normal. Before you start, inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, exhale for 6. Do 2 rounds of this. Then say to yourself, my job is to ID the premise, the gap, and the conclusion. That is your anchor. When your mind wanders, when you're spiraling, when you're stressed during a timed logical reasoning section, you circle back to the breath and you circle back to your intention or your focus, your mantra of identifying premise, gap, and conclusion. I want you to also stop counting on luck and saying, I hope I get lucky. I hope I get an easy passage, or I hope I get reading comp first, or I hope I get logical reasoning first, or I hope the experimental is logical reasoning, or I hope it's reading comp. Luck is not a strategy. You will earn your score with the right habits. You are not behind. You are exactly on time to make a real change before your target LSAT, whenever you are taking it, whether it's November, January, February, April, or beyond. And when we work with students in our coaching programs, the biggest shift is not a secret tactic. It's making the right work so easy that they actually do it. We structure personal study plans for our students. We set up consistent weekly coaching sessions. We have live semi-private small group sessions 4 nights a week for regular check-ins. That is what keeps progress real. And we got a question from Maria asking, do we ever offer pro bono tutoring for someone who might need just a few sessions? So we can't offer pro bono tutoring indefinitely for everybody because we all have our own bills to pay, and great LSAT coaches don't come cheap. But as a way to give back to the community, I am offering free LSAT tutoring lessons to everybody out there watching this, literally everybody out there. I will do that for as long as I can until my calendar fills up. You can book a free LSAT tutoring lesson with me personally at unpluggedprep.com/start. That is for real, not a joke. I want to help out as many folks as I can. Now, I want to map out a bit more about what I'm going to do with you guys today. We're going to be doing open Q&A with a lot of students inside the LSAT Unplugged program. I will show you some quick accuracy wins you can use today. Then we're going to map out 4 clear paths for the next couple months, depending on whether you are a gunner shooting for T14s, whether you are retaking the LSAT, whether you are looking for scholarship money, or whether you are getting started early and you're not even sure when you're taking the LSAT. Then we're going to walk through some scholarship math so that you can see how 1 more point on the LSAT can be worth real money. And finally, you'll know exactly how to get a personalized study plan if you want us to help you build it. Now, before we move on, I want you to make a small promise to yourself that you will do 1 focused LSAT drill tonight. You will write 1 rule from your review. You will track 1 metric this week, and that is it. 3 small promises. If you keep those promises, you will be ahead of most people by next week, provided that you start tonight. Now, Marie is saying our October LSAT scores just posted. That's right. We're just about to hit 9 a.m. And so we've got LSAC releasing LSAT scores now. So you can check your email, check your inbox, see if your score came back. If it did, just drop your comments in the chat with what you got. I can help you talk through some next steps for your potential retake if you're retaking, or if you're not retaking, that's also awesome. Congrats to those of you who hit your goals and are moving on from this. But if you want support for a retake in November, January, February, or beyond, great. I want to help out as many folks as I possibly can. I see the chat moderator said to stop spamming caps. You can ignore that. It's not a concern at all. I know that you're just excited about that. Totally fine. We've got a question here from John. John is saying, I tend to lose 2 to 5 in reading comp Often, I lose most of mine within the same section that I struggle with. And in reviewing, I feel I could see choosing the same wrong answers. My misses are sometimes easier ones. So you're losing a couple points in reading comp, most in the same section, I'm guessing the passage that you struggle with. And even after review, you would see yourself making the same mistake again. Am I understanding that correctly? I see that you're saying, John, I really want to get close to -0 or -1 eventually, but I don't feel any closer to figuring out how to lock down my problem questions in reading comp. So I guess one thought I have here is around, are there certain passage topics or certain question types that give you particular issues? So in other words, in reading comp, you've got natural science, social science, humanities, and law. Are you noticing any patterns in the topics or the questions that you're struggling with? That's my first thought here. So you're saying yes. Can you share what those patterns are? And I could better advise you potentially. The first thing I'll say around topics is that the topic should not matter. People get overly focused on topics when what you should really focus on is the structure or the skeleton. I have one YouTube video that went viral about reading comp recently a few months ago, and it was around the common skeletons or structures in reading comp passages. This is independent of the topic or the content. We want to look at, for example, rather than natural science, social science, humanities, or law, I want you to think about, are there particular skeletons like old followed by new, or viewpoint A, viewpoint B, and a resolution or combination of those two factors? Or you have, in other words, you have like thesis, antithesis, and then a synthesis or combination of those two topics. So I want you to understand and familiarize yourself with the common reading comp passage structures. And then once you do that, you can then bucket or relate those topics or structure, those skeletons to the passage that you are seeing in front of yourself. Does that help at all, John? And then if you could, can you share a particular, say, common question type that gives you trouble? I'm going to close the blind because the sun keeps shining in here. Hopefully that'll help with some of the lighting fluctuation here. Okay, so John, you're saying that sometimes you struggle with sociology type questions. You're trying to figure out what types of questions in those passages it varies. Okay, so sociology, so you are saying content. Okay, so the sociology topic you don't like. As a very simple rule of thumb, you could just try familiarizing yourself with more sociology style content. There are 400 released LSAT reading comp passages out there. Most people have only done a small handful of those. And so my first recommendation is read more of those sociology topic passages. You have prep tests 101 to 158 in the new LSAC format within your LawHub account. Most people are not even going to do a significant percentage of those. So as an exercise, as a drill, you could do a bunch of those old passages, just reading them, just reading those passages, just familiarizing yourself with the content to make it a bit more familiar. And then you look at the general types of questions associated, like global, general, like main idea, primary purpose, passage organization, best type, topic, title, tone, author's opinion. Then you move on to the detailed questions like line references specifically or paragraph references specifically, and finally the more inferential. So I want you to start by familiarizing yourself with those topics, the sociology, and then secondly, the question types, and note some pattern in what you're getting wrong and why, because you will see patterns if you track them properly. If you track your mistakes, you will see trends. Keep a Google Sheet or a Google Doc of some kind to document your mistakes, and then you will see over time which ones show up more often. Then you can focus on those specifically. Now, you're going to be hearing a lot more from me tonight about the LSAT, about test day preparation whenever you're taking it. And so I wanted to share a bit of background on my own personal LSAT story. And my story is not glamorous. I started off at a 152. I was frustrated, I was slow, and I thought maybe I'm just not a test person. I tried to brute force it, taking exam after exam after exam, but my scores stayed low for far too long. They just would not go up. Then I changed how I studied. I stopped looking for all the tricks on the forums, and I started building a system that I could repeat on my worst study days. And that system took me from a 152 to a 175 on my own official LSAT. And that jump wasn't luck. It was 3 boring things done well and done consistently. The first was to read for structure, like I was recommending for John. You look for the pattern underlying the passage, underlying the argument. You look for the method of reasoning. You look for the skeleton. Then you fix the same couple of patterns that keep tripping you up. You note which topics, which skeletons, which structures give you the most trouble so you can avoid falling for those mistakes the next time around. Then you review like you are a lawyer. You write down the rule that you miss and the signal you're going to use next time around. I did this again and again and again. It took me an entire year, and at least half of that was a total waste of time. If I had studied properly from the beginning, I could have gotten it done in just a couple of months because the LSAT's a test of pattern recognition. If you can spot the tricks and traps, you can avoid them. And so after I got my score back, after I got my 175, my friends started asking me for help because I was a poli-sci major. A lot of my fellow poli-sci majors were also applying to law school, and so I started helping them out. They would buy me dinner, we'd go over questions together, and then friends of friends started asking, and it grew and grew from there. And since then, since 2005, I've worked with thousands of students, college seniors, career changers, parents, international students, engineers, poets, you name it, people with different backgrounds, but the same underlying problems. And those same problems have the same fix. You build a clear plan, you do short, focused reps, and real review. I've since built a framework to make this process repeatable. I call it the LASER approach. LASER is an acronym standing for Learning, Accuracy, Sections, Exams, and Review. And it is the cornerstone of my LSAT courses and my one-on-one coaching programs. The way it works is that we help you build the foundation in the different sections and the different question types to start. Then accuracy, we drill questions by type so that you can better understand the proper perspective from which to view each section and each question type. Then we have S for sections, doing individual timed 35-minute sittings to focus on your time management and your pacing. We have E for exams and endurance, doing full-length timed sittings. And finally, R for review. We use a simple framework so that mistakes become key takeaways and rules, because every section that you get wrong, every question you get wrong, is an opportunity to learn something new. And until you get to the root cause of what you're getting wrong and why, you may end up making the same mistake again. We use a framework for this called the Socratic review method. And we're not asking, why is A right, why was B wrong? We ask, what belief was wrong? What signal did I miss? And what will I write down next time around so I can catch that mistake and not fall for it? This is just short key takeaways written down in a key notebook or error log or Google Sheet, doesn't matter. But when you do this, future you gets smarter and you're basically paying it forward. And over time, I began to see the same patterns across thousands of students. People tend to over-drill random questions and underinvest in their review process. People panic about timing because they never built accuracy to begin with. And people burn out because their plan is to do everything instead of doing the right things. So I turned these lessons into tools, day-by-day study plan for you to fit your life. So let me give you a quick timeline of my career, my journey, so that this becomes a bit more concrete. My first couple of years teaching the LSAT, I did only one-on-one coaching full-time, literally hundreds of hours listening to how students think. I would keep detailed notes after every single session, what worked, what didn't, what was repeatable. Then I started teaching small group classes to pressure test the methods. If a tactic only worked for one person, I would throw it out. But if it worked for 10 different people with different backgrounds, I would keep it. And then I started writing books of explanations. I wrote literally explanations for over 1,000 logical reasoning questions. I wrote them for reading comprehension as well. I standardized the Socratic review method, and I put every drill into levels based on ability so people could move from easy to hard with confidence. Then I built a team of coaches who all got top scores on their own official LSATs and trained them in the same methods. Collected feedback every single week, and if something breaks, we fix it fast. If a new pattern shows up in the recent LSAT because they evolve over time, we add it to the library within days after the release of that exam. And across the years, we've kept the same principles. Short sessions win, we write things down, accuracy before speed, and systems over vibes. We also train for endurance because it's not enough to get the questions right, you got to get them right under test day conditions. And proof matters, so I want to share with you some real outcomes. I've removed the names for anonymity, but the results are typical when people actually follow the plan. Of course, this is not a promise or a guarantee. Your results may vary, but I share this with you to show you what's possible when you follow the plan. We had a student stuck at 151 go to 176 in just a few months by fixing the last 5 in logical reasoning, mapping reading comp with 10-word headlines, and doing weekly 2-section labs. We had a retaker add 7 points to their score in just 1 month by cutting random problem sets, doing targeted 10-minute drills, and adopting the 1 reason rule for changed answers. We also had a student aiming for scholarships increase their score 5 points, leading to $60,000 in merit aid by pairing their score gains with strong essays and a clear ROI email to the school. Now, let me share a few failure stories, because that's where the real learning is. The first failure. Early on, I would tell students to take a full-timed exam every week, no matter what. Some students improved, but some stalled because they practiced fatigue and sloppy habits. So we changed it. Now we use section training first, then full practice tests with endurance protocols layered in. Scores might jump a little bit later, but they jump higher. The second failure. I used to assign long review write-ups with pages and pages of notes. It felt productive, but it actually wasted time. Now, we just make them more concise. We give you a 1-line rule to write down and 1 signal for each question that you miss. It's fast and it works. The third failure. I used to think that more hours meant more results. But busy people doing 7 structured hours a week will beat students doing 20 random hours a week every single time. So we design study plans for the smallest realistic week first. If you can't do it in a busy week, it's a bad plan. I also learned to be ruthless about what not to do. You don't want to highlight reading comp like it's a novel. You don't want to memorize every single flaw name. You learn the patterns and the tells. I also don't want you to push timing ladders until accuracy hits 85 to 90% on your drills. Accuracy first, then pacing, then endurance. We also have students making this common mistake. Am I cutting out for everybody? I see one person saying I'm cutting out. Someone else leave a comment just letting me know if my audio is coming through okay. Want to make sure y'all can hear me, not just talking to an empty room. Okay. Yes. Does that yes mean you can hear me okay? Awesome. I'll keep going. If I'm not hearable, if you can't hear me, then please let me know. Otherwise, I'll continue. Okay. So students have this habit of changing answers from right to wrong. And so when you are changing your answers, I want you to have a clear reason for why you're changing them. Notice if you tend to change more often from right to wrong or from wrong to right. If you track your mistakes, you will see the patterns in the consequences of your habits, and you will know what to do going forward. Now, I want you to know who I am in the room when it's hard. In my coaching, I'm calm, I'm direct, I'm boring in the best way. I like checklists, I like timers, I like ending sessions with 3 written rules you can use today. I like tiny little wins, incremental ones, stacked over weeks, rather than just shooting for the moon. And I will push you to stop doing things that feel productive but don't actually move your score. And as Artis alluded to earlier, we've got a great team. I'm not doing this alone. We've got a whole team of coaches who all scored 170 or above on their own official LSATs and are proficient and trained in my methods like the Socratic review method, helping you pinpoint your weak areas and helping you find more efficient approaches. Now, we like to explain things boiled down in plain English. We meet to compare notes, refine drills, and update the course library. The goal is simple. If a new student walks in tomorrow with your exact problem, The fix is already written down and ready. So what does this mean for you today? It means the tactics I'm about to teach you have been pressure tested across thousands of attempts. They're built for real life. They work when you're tired, they work when your schedule's messy, and they work when you've tried other programs and you feel stuck. This also means I'm going to be honest. If you want a hack, you're in the wrong place. But if you want systems, I've got plenty of those. The systems are simple. They're not necessarily easy, though. You might feel awkward at first. Your score might go down before it goes up because adopting a new habit can be awkward. But then over time, it becomes routine and you lift above your previous baseline. Now, one more thing about belief. I started off at a 152, so I know what it's like to doubt yourself. I also know what it feels like to walk out of a test center knowing you did everything you could. That feeling is available to you. It is possible. It comes from a clear plan, consistent reps, and clean review, not luck. And just to put a bow on this, we tell our students a simple rule. Make your plan so clear that you could follow it on your worst day. If you can do that, you win the cycle. So now that you know you can trust the plan, let's start off and build your first big win. I'm going to open it up to some Q&A. We've got Bobby joining on the line here. So I'm going to welcome Bobby in, our first caller. Welcome, Bobby. How's it going?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm good, Bobby. How are you?
I'm doing great. Really enjoying the program so far.
Awesome. Glad to hear. So if you could, just for context, please share your current score, your goal score, and when you're taking the LSAT.
Okay, so my current score right now after taking the first diagnostic with you guys was a 146. And right now my goal score is to achieve a 170. And right now with my tutor, we've started off with probably the lowest hanging fruit, which is just reading comprehension. And then for logic and reasoning, really hammering must be true questions. And then necessary and sufficient assumption questions. And then after that, we'll probably be building a strategy from there once kind of get a hold on those questions. So far the plan first week has gone really well. I've actually noticed like a slight improvement in just my drills. Accuracy is way better where it used to be like, a 6 out of 10 on my drills or just individualized question drills. Now it's more like 7 to 8 out of 10 on a more consistent basis. Now that I have a real process to follow through, unlike before where I didn't really have a process. It was really just kind of you guys kind of have a phrase where it's just like working through it or hammering through it. That was kind of my process, and it makes the test really tiring. Every question feels like, you're lifting like 315 pounds off your chest. So
sweet. Well, I'm glad it's all going well so far. Is there a particular struggle or pain point that you're experiencing right now I could help you out with?
Yeah, I guess a particular struggle, I guess, just from taking the first diagnostic, because it was a while, even though I did take the test in September, and I was like a 151, and it was my first test in a while. I guess would say is just how to manage timing. I know there's a couple of strategies. Some people like to start like at the very end of each section and work backwards. I tend to find that I like to start at the beginning, and then if a question is I find it's taking too long, I'll move on. But I noticed that strategy doesn't really work because how long is too long, I guess, is my main kind of not gripe, but flaw when it comes to approaching the test.
Got it. Okay. So you said starting at the end, like at the end of the section?
Yeah, the end of the like question 25, like starting at the hardest, and then working back down. Was a strategy I heard about. I haven't given it a try yet, and I was actually kind of curious what your thoughts were on that.
Totally. Okay. So logical reasoning questions are in a general order of difficulty, meaning they get harder as the section goes on. So I would never recommend starting at the end because all questions are worth the same, and you don't want to risk getting bogged down in the harder ones and then never get to the easier ones as a result. because everything's worth the same. So my thought is, let's lock up the easy points first. Build your momentum, build your morale. Then you'll get to the tougher ones after you're a bit more warmed up. That's my initial thought for you. But don't start at the end, because you're fighting harder for the exact same points. Every question is worth one raw score point. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. That's kind of good to understand. I know in the moment, like, you kind of forget that like each question's the same, so you kind of get locked into one for too long, and you forget to like just move on to the next one.
Just flat. If you encounter a roadblock or an obstacle, if you're stuck, you flag it, skip it, move on, come back later. You were also mentioning how long should you spend. For the first 10, I recommend about 10 minutes. So 1 minute per question for the easier ones. You have an average of 1:24 or so per question, but some are harder than others. So easier ones, a minute. That then gives you a time bank for the tougher ones that truly need it. But that way you can devote more than 1:24 for the harder questions, with the security of knowing that you can actually afford to spend that time because you've already locked up the easier points.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And then I guess I had another question about, I remember watching one of your videos about people that kind of score above the 175s. And you mentioned how like they look at a question and they like the process is so fast that they answer it like within like 30 seconds. Like, is there a trick to getting there, or is it just practice, just repetition of getting used to the structure and recognizing the flaw in the argument?
Yeah, so the LSAT's a test of pattern recognition. And what that means is that when you see a new question, if you can automatically relate it back to other questions with that same underlying method of reasoning or that same skeleton, then you can solve it faster because you're not navigating or thinking through that format for the first time. Kind of like different genres of film. Like you have crime, you have romance, you have adventure, you have action, you have comedy, you have horror. And so when you see a new film, if you could bucket it within one of those genres, you're going to understand the typical patterns or archetypes of that genre. But if you've never seen a horror film before, then you suddenly see one for the first time, you're like, what is this? You're not familiar with the flow. Like, don't go into that dark alleyway, right? Don't go into that dark basement. Like, you know what's going to happen. You've seen that film before. Same thing in logical reasoning. If you're familiar with correlation, causation, necessary, sufficient confusion, ad hominem, circular reasoning, for example, then when you see an argument commit that flaw, you are already familiar with it and can better spot it with a pre-phrase and then better spot it in the choices as well.
Got it. And then my other question is about diagramming. That's something I'm fairly new to. I guess when I take my next practice test, which I have it up in about a week or so, would you recommend trying the diagram even with the time constraints of the practice test, or should I start in like a smaller environment per se, like 10 questions in like 10 minutes or like 15 minutes of trying to of a specific question type and trying and learning the diagram under that time constraint? Or should I just start with the test and kind of rip the Band-Aid off?
So I don't think you shared this before. What's your target test date?
My target test date is February.
February. So you've got time. And so what that means is that you can afford to do some things less efficiently for now, just to build the familiarity and the patterns. And so I think diagramming is okay. I don't want you to diagram forever. There are very few questions I would diagram, maybe some sufficient assumptions, some parallels, some inference, but that's it. I wouldn't ever diagram it in strength and weaken necessary assumption, for example. But as an exercise, especially untimed, diagramming is fine, but over time, I'm going to want you to move away from it wherever possible.
Okay.
It's time consuming. And it's oftentimes not even
it just ends up being too time consuming. So yeah. It's better to just paraphrase, I guess, is one of the, or
well, paraphrase in your scratch paper, like physically with notes, or just in your head?
Just in your head.
Yeah. Yeah. So in your head, as you interpret, I think paraphrasing is a natural way to show your understanding.
Got it.
Like you're just basically putting it in your own words, right? So you're proving that you've truly got it.
Got it. And then I guess now for reading comprehension, it was kind of weird when I first kind of started looking at the LSAT. It was actually my strongest section because I'd been exposed to that similar type of reading before, but it's been my hardest section to improve upon. Mostly because I didn't really have a system for how to break down the stimulus of the writing. I would say my question would be, is that when I go back and review the review process of a test, like where should I start for reading comprehension when I get a question wrong? Like where should I start? Should I start back of, oh, I didn't understand the passage, or did I not understand the question? Where do I start?
Yeah, good question. So I would start with finding what is the specific text in the passage that supports the correct answer choice. And then look at your process that led you to miss that key line reference. So what was it about your initial approach in terms of your time allocation or your process that led you to neglect that key line? And
Okay.
it's especially important for any of those general global questions like main idea, primary purpose, passage organization, title, tone, author's opinion. Those are foundational. Those should be your gimmies. And so if you miss those, it is essential that you understand why you missed those. Because if you don't get the main idea, you don't get anything. It's like not knowing the genre of the film that you're watching. Like thinking
Right.
it's horror when it's romance or vice versa. Big error there, right? So we need to understand fundamentally what is the skeleton of the passage? What is the author's opinion? If they could only articulate it in one key line or one key sentence, what would that be? You start there. That's the fundamental. Then we could also look at your time allocation. How do you devote time between the passage and the questions? I generally recommend spending 2.5 to 3 minutes on your initial read of the passage so that you have enough time for the questions associated. So you might want to time those particulars as well.
Okay.
And
then I guess
go ahead.
kind of a last piggyback question to that is it possible as you answer the question? So like I rarely get the main point question wrong at the start. Like that is the question I get the right most consistently is what is the main purpose of this passage? Is it possible that as you answer the questions that like I find myself, I understand the passage a little bit better as I go through each question. So like by question like 5, I'll be like, oh, like I get it a little bit better now. Is it worth going back to maybe like once you kind of finish the last few questions, going back and maybe correcting some of the questions you might have got wrong at maybe questions 2, 3, or 4 once you've understood the text a little bit better, or is that not worth it, not enough time?
Great question. So it is normal and natural that your understanding of the passage would improve as you devote more time to it, as you get deeper into it. But that's not to say I would recommend that you start redoing earlier questions just to double check yourself. But there is a way around all of this, which is that you do the questions in a particular order. So you do your general global questions first, like the main idea ones. Then you do the detail-oriented ones. And finally, you save the inferential ones for last. That way, you are going from easy to hard within a passage, building your understanding in layers. Like I said, main idea is fundamental, right? Then detail questions prompt you to go back to specific lines. So you do those next. And finally, the inferential, those are going to be tougher. You save those for last, and those require a bit more reading between the lines, and they require that deeper understanding. In other words, I wouldn't start with an inferential question. I would start with the main idea.
Right. Understood. Okay, got it. And then just to clarify, like probably not a great idea to go back and re-answer questions. It's probably better to just move on and go to the next section.
Let's see. I mean, if there was a question that you really didn't get and you were guessing and just kind of praying and hoping, then yeah, I would flag that one and come back to it. Okay. But my default would not be to suddenly re-examine everything.
Got it. Okay, that totally makes sense. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much for your time, Steve.
Of course, Bobby. But before we sign off, one last comment on the paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is great as an exercise, as a drill to articulate your understanding of the passage or the argument untimed during your review. But during the exam itself, rather than simply paraphrasing, I would also consider like more structural breakdown. Like, what's the conclusion? What's the evidence? What's the gap? Start there in that particular order: conclusion, evidence, gap. Because that beyond just paraphrasing to me is more like, it tends to be more content focused, whereas conclusion, evidence, gap is more of an argument structural breakdown. So consider that when you're working through logical reasoning timed.
Okay. Yeah, because that sounds a little bit faster, because I understand you can't remember everything in every little piece. So understanding the conclusion, how it connects, was probably the most efficient way. Yeah.
Yep. Awesome, Bobby. It was a pleasure. Thanks for joining.
Of course. Thank you.
Of course. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So we've got some other questions here. We've got, Hamid asking, I want to be enrolled in one of your classes, but can't decide which program I should choose. Need your team's help on it. I've already sent them emails in this regards. Okay. So thanks for your question. Hamid, I'm glad that you're excited and considering joining one of our programs. If you send us an email, we will get back to you as soon as possible. We're a bit swamped today with the LSAT score release, but we want to help out as many folks as I can. You can also book that free LSAT tutoring lesson with me at unpluggedprep.com/start. If my calendar is slammed already, that's okay. I will get back to as many folks as I can who were not able to book. Just send the team an email and we'll help you out and try to squeeze you in here and there. Obviously, I can't do too many calls today because I'm here on the live with all of you, but I will open things up more for tonight and for next week as well. Am I recording this session and can we access it later, asks Sean. Yes, so this is streaming live on YouTube and both Instagram. And so Instagram, I think, doesn't save the recordings, but YouTube does. And so hopefully you're watching on YouTube. The same link you're watching on live will also contain that same recording after the fact. And so you could access it there if you want to rewatch or catch up on anything. Dorito's saying, booked my slot for Monday. Awesome. Well, I look forward to meeting with you then. Anyone else who wants to book, of course, you can do so. The link is in the description on YouTube and in my bio on Instagram. And I want to meet with as many folks as I possibly can in the coming days and weeks. Now, let's talk about the 4 kinds of LSAT students watching this right now. And I'm not talking about November, January, February, and April. I'm talking about students who have different training plans and different reasons for taking the LSAT. Because once you know which type of student you are, everything gets easier. You will stop wasting time on the wrong kinds of drills. You'll stop second guessing yourself and you'll start getting traction. So the 4 kinds of avatars are the T14 gunner, the retaker, the scholarship hunter, and the smart starter. One of these types will describe you perfectly, even if you don't know it yet. And so I want to share with you what to do and how to approach this if you are one of these given types. And so the T14 gunner is the competitive type. You've already put in serious work. You're sitting somewhere in the mid to high 160s, maybe the low 170s, and you want to go to the top law schools and ideally get top scholarships to match. But the thing is, you hit this weird wall where you're doing everything right, but your score just won't move. You'll say things like, I know the material, but I keep dropping points late in this section. Now, here's what usually goes wrong. The problem could be that you are grinding through too many full practice tests, or you're trying to go faster instead of going more accurate, and you're treating reading comp like a memory test instead of a structured test. So this is your 1-week plan if you are a gunner. For logical reasoning, you spend 15 minutes per day on the last 5 questions of each section. You label the question stem in just 5 seconds, and if you don't immediately recognize the pattern, you flag it, you skip it, and you come back to it later. And your goal here is to train for pattern recognition rather than endurance. For reading comp, you're doing 1 passage a day, a 10-word headline for each paragraph, and then you answer only the main point and author attitude questions first. For endurance, you do 1 2-section lab this week, a logical reasoning and a reading comp section back to back, and your metrics you track. Your accuracy in the last 5 in logical reasoning, those are the hardest questions. For your reading comp headlines, they should be under 10 words. And your cushion after question 10, you want to be at least a couple minutes ahead of schedule because remember, you're doing those first 10 questions in only 10 to 12 minutes. If you are a retaker, especially if you got your score back today, it wasn't what you wanted, but you're not quitting, you're looking ahead to November, January, February, and beyond, and you know exactly where things went wrong, you can name the section that fell apart, and your PT scores were higher than your official score. So here's how we fix the gap. Retakers usually want to jump right back into full exams, and they keep replaying the bad test day in their heads. But instead, we start with an error autopsy. You pull out your last 2 practice tests. For each one, you write down what belief was wrong, what signal did I miss, and what rule will I use next time around. Then you do 10-minute target drills. You focus on your worst 2 logical reasoning question types. Could be flaw, could be necessary assumption, could be inference. If you're not sure, I would start with the most common types because those are going to be higher leverage. They'll give you more bang for your buck than focusing on the rare ones like evaluate the argument that hardly ever come up. Then we look at your 2 section labs again, 1 logical reasoning, 1 reading comp, and we apply the 1 reason rule. You can only switch your answer if you have 1 clear written reason. You're not switching just based on your gut check. And you want to track your right to wrong switches versus your wrong to right switches. And your accuracy on those 10-minute drills should be at least 80 to 90%. Now, if you are hunting for scholarships, if you want merit aid, you want leverage, you want to score above the medians of the schools to which you're applying. And most people looking for scholarships spread themselves too thin, and they wait till after they get their scores back before they write their application essays. And to make it even worse, they don't negotiate. So for your LSAT score plan, I want you to pick 2 weak areas that have high ROI, like necessary assumption, inference, and flaw. You drill those specifically. Then for your application essays, you write 1 paragraph of your personal statement's core story and 1 paragraph of your YX essay. You're not overthinking here, you're just getting words on the page. Then we have your ROI plan. You make a simple table listing 3 target schools. You look at your current LSAT score relative to your target score, and you look at that school's LSAT median. That should be your fuel, your motivation to increase your score, because if you can get above the median, then you put yourself in the running for that scholarship money. Now, you want to track your accuracy in your 2 focus areas in logical reasoning. You want to look at how quickly you can create that RC headline and your scholarship delta. You want to look at how much money you will unlock by hitting your target score. Now, let's talk about the smart starters, people who are starting off early, looking for the highest possible score, and they're not in a rush. If you're new to the process or you're rebuilding your score starting off below 160, this is you. You might feel like you're behind. You might even feel like you're intimidated, but don't, because you actually have the biggest advantage. You have not yet built any wrong habits. So here's what not to do. You're not going to do full-length practice tests. You're not going to study 5 hours a day. You need structure. You need calm. You need consistency. Your 1-week plan starts with building a foundation. 20 minutes a day on your structure in logical reasoning. You look at 3 old questions, ignoring the answer choices. You just label the premise, the gap, and the conclusion. You stop there. For reading comp, you do 1 passage a day. You write down a 10-word headline per paragraph. Then you write down 1 sentence describing each paragraph's role. That's it. For timing, you do 1 light ladder of just the first 10 questions in logical reasoning with plenty of time. You focus on accuracy and decision-making calmly. You track your accuracy in your drills, the length of your RC headlines, shorter is better, and your confidence level after question 10 on a scale of 1 to 10. If you stick to that, your score will skyrocket over time. And when we work with new students, this is always the most fun phase because everything improves quickly. And you start to think to yourself, yeah, I can actually do this. Now let's talk about how to get you scholarship money, how to increase your score, and how to build a plan of attack. Because I know that you're not here for more random LSAT tips. You're here for a system, something that actually works from start to finish. And that's what this roadmap today is going to give you. There are 4 phases in this roadmap, and each one builds on the last. Each one has a clear goal. The first is diagnosis and accuracy. This is where we start by stopping the bleeding. Every day, you spend about 45 to 60 minutes max. You drill 1 weak area, you time 1 mini set, and you do a short Socratic review to write 1 line per miss. What belief was wrong? What signal did I miss? And what rule will I use next time? That is it. It's short, it's sharp, and it's simple. By the end of week 2, you know exactly what you're getting wrong and why. Then we move into phase 2, pacing and rhythm. We start layering in timing once your accuracy is solid. You do single RC passages with light time pressure, roughly 9-10 minutes. You do short drill ladders of 10 questions in 10 minutes for the first 10 in logical reasoning. And by the end of week 4, the goal is that your pacing feels steady. You don't feel like you're racing the clock anymore, and you actually have a cushion. Then phase 3, endurance and the last 5 in logical reasoning, because that's where fatigue tends to set in and where your points disappear. So now you're running those 2-section labs, 1 logical reasoning, 1 reading count back to back. You drill your last 5 protocol, and you do resets between sections. Then finally, phase 4 is test week and game day. This is when you taper down. You're not cramming, you're just reinforcing. No new methods, no big changes. This is not the time to experiment. You're just repeating the system on rinse and repeat. Now, once your scores come back, there are only 3 possibilities. First, you hit or you beat your target. That's awesome. Congrats. We shift gears to your applications and negotiating scholarships, where you're using your LSAT score as leverage. Or maybe you're close to your goal, but not quite there. Maybe 1 section cost you a couple points, and that's where we build you a retake plan and tighten things up. Or you fell far short of your goal, which happens. And so we regroup, we readjust, and we go at it again with better data. Now, let's talk about how to structure your studying going forward and what to do with regard to your beliefs around all of this, because we've got to clean out all the mental junk before we stack in more tactics. Because if your beliefs are off, if you don't think you can do this, your plan doesn't matter. You will sabotage yourself and you'll forget to study. You'll take random practice tests because you're anxious, and then you'll say, see, it doesn't work. The first belief is, I'm not a test person. I want you to reframe this as you are a skills person. You can train and build skills. So for the next 7 days, if this is you, you do a 5-minute structure drill before anything else. You take 3 logical reasoning stimuli and you label the premise, the gap, and the conclusion, and then you stop. That 5 minutes proves you can build a skill daily without motivation. In other words, you build the habit regardless of whether you feel like doing it or not. You do it anyway because this is who you are. Just like you don't feel like brushing your teeth, so you do it. You do it because it's a habit. You don't shower because you feel like showering. You do it because it's just what you do. Same thing with the LSAT. There might be a belief that you need to have 3 to 4 hours free to study with no interruptions. I want you to reframe with the idea that short sessions win, long sessions are a bonus. You put 3 20-minute blocks on your calendar this week. That becomes 1 hour in total. It's not a lot, but it's enough. The third belief, I have to learn everything before timing. I want you to reframe this as accuracy first, timing second, in small ladders. On your next logical reasoning section, you give yourself a first 10 cushion. You move calmly, you skip unclear items in 15 seconds, and you buy another 30 to 60 seconds for each of the last 5 questions. The fourth belief, if I read more explanations, I'll improve. But the thing is, reading is not reviewing. Writing is reviewing. So after each miss, write down 2 short lines. First, the rule that you will use next time, and the signal that will tip you off earlier. If you can't write both, you didn't learn it. Sorry, the camera went back out. Looks like I'm back now. Sorry about that. If it happens again, please let me know. Thank you for that. Now let's talk about why most study plans fail. The first reason is that you have randomness masquerading as work. You open up LawHub, you pick random questions, and you grind until your eyes blur and you call it studying. The fix here is that every session needs both a theme and a target. The theme could be logical reasoning structure on conditional logic. If that's the case for you, you do 10 questions, you label premise, gap, and conclusion with one written rule. If you can't say it, you're not yet ready to start. The second reason is timing too early. People jump into full practice tests with shaky accuracy. They practice being fast, but they're also wrong. The fix here is accuracy before speed. I want you to hit 85 to 90% on drills first, then add timing, and finally build up that time bank for the tougher questions later that truly need it. The third big reason study plans fail is that reading explanations is not review. It feels productive, but it's not. The fix is to write 2 lines per miss. First, the rule that you will use next time, and the signal that would have warned you. Because if it's not written, it's not real. The fourth one is that people are treating reading comp passages like novels. They highlight everything, but they remember nothing. The fix here is headlines and roles. After each paragraph, you write a short headline and one word role like background, claim, counter, example, or conclusion, and you answer the main point and author's attitude questions first. Looks like the camera is still good. Again, if it goes out, please let me know. Now, I want to give you a micro win right now. This whole thing is pretty fast. You set a timer on your phone, takes only 20 minutes. You do a 10-minute logical reasoning structure drill, a 7-minute reading comp mapping drill, and a 3-minute review that makes you better today. That's it. 10 minutes for logical reasoning, 7 minutes for reading comp, and a 3-minute review after the fact. Your goal here is simple. You want to train your brain to see the skeleton of arguments fast. You pick 3 old logical reasoning questions you've already done. You label premise, gap, and conclusion. Then you name the pattern you see: causation, comparison, conditional, scope shift, percentage versus number, representativeness, or part to whole. You label it, you name it, and you stop. You don't look at the choices. Then for reading comp mapping, you pick one passage you've already done. After each one, you write the 10-word headline and a 1-word role. The roles are simple: background, claim, counter, example, or conclusion. That is your whole vocabulary here. Then you answer only main point and author's attitude. That's it, because they force you to understand the entire passage, not to get lost in random facts. Then finally, 3-minute review. You pick 2 moments from what you just did, one from logical reasoning and one from reading comp, and you write down only the rule that you will use next time and the signal that would tip you off earlier. That is it. 2 short lines. Now, you've heard me say this a few times. Scores move when you have a simple plan and you actually follow it. Some of you will take what I've taught and you'll run with it, and that's great. And some of you want help building that plan, which is also great. And so if you would like my help, you can book a free LSAT tutoring lesson with me personally. In that session, we do 3 things: clean, fast, and practical. First, we audit. We look at where your points are leaking, not vague, but specific. Then we build out a plan for you around your goals and your schedule. And finally, we give you a couple of quick rules for your review so it actually sticks going forward. It's not a lecture, it's not a bunch of resources, and it's not a 4-hour marathon. It's one focused, free tutoring lesson to fix your next steps. This is for you if you want a 170 or above, or you want real scholarship money. If you can commit 5-10 hours a week consistently. If you are willing to write down rules after you study. If that sounds like you, you're going to get a lot out of the session, and you can book it with me for free at unpluggedprep.com/start. I'll be happy to help you out. And what happens next after that? If you would like, you can take the plan and do it yourself. That's totally fine. And if you want my help implementing it on a consistent daily and weekly basis, I'll show you how we do that as well. Either way, the session itself is designed to be valuable on its own. And so if you're on the fence, ask yourself 3 questions. Do I know my top 2 error patterns? Do I have a plan I can follow on a bad week? Do I know what changes if I plateau next week? If you can't answer all 3 of those, the free session is going to help you. Now, some common questions. Do I need a certain score first? No, you don't. We've helped people starting off in the 120s, the 130s, and the 140s, all the way to those starting off in the 170s looking to score even higher. The plan obviously looks different depending on where you're at. If your schedule is chaotic, what happens then? Totally fine. We'll then design for the smallest time you can allot per week to begin with. What if I'm a retaker and I'm embarrassed? It's okay because you already know what test day feels like. And so we'll work with that. Now, before your session, I want you to come in ideally knowing 2 of your weakest logical reasoning question types or reading comp type that you struggle with. Write down when you can study this week and be honest about it. That's it. Just 5 minutes of prep will make the session 10 times better. Now, here's what I'm probably going to tell you during the session, so there are no surprises. Short sessions win, accuracy before speed, and rule and signal per miss or it didn't count. In other words, you want to get key takeaways from your review process. Now, if you're not ready to book that session, totally fine. Instead, I want you to run that 20-minute block I mentioned earlier, where we do 10 minutes for logical reasoning, 7 for reading comp, and 3 for review. Now, if you do book that session, come ready. I'll respect your time, and I'll give you a plan. Your only job afterwards is to execute the boring parts, the parts that actually move your score. Now, if you're taking the January or February LSAT, this is when things get real. You've been studying for weeks, maybe months, but your score just won't move. You keep hitting that same number and you start to wonder, am I doing something wrong? Is it even possible to jump this late in the game? Maybe you're stuck on a plateau, the same one that thousands of students hit every year. That's why I created the LSAT Bootcamp. It is an intensive one-on-one LSAT coaching experience designed to raise your score by 10 to 25 points or more in just a few months. The LSAT Bootcamp is not a course with a bunch of videos you'll never finish. It's not a bunch of practice tests and wishful thinking. It's live, personalized training, the fastest path from frustration to results. And here's the way the bootcamp works. You meet with your coach 3 times a week, one-on-one, scheduled around your life. Then you have 4 live, semi-private sessions per week where you can drill, you can review, and you can ask questions in real time. Real questions that you're facing. Every single day, you've got a custom study plan built from your data, not a template. You're going to know exactly what to study, what to review, and how to fix your next weak spot with as little as 45 to 60 minutes a day, but every minute still counts. This bootcamp is engineered for speed and precision. You see measurable score movement fast, sometimes in as little as 2 weeks. For example, we had Zach go from 151 to 176 in just 1 month. We had Judy improve 10 points while working full time. Now, of course, not a promise or a guarantee. Your results may vary, but I share those stories to show you what is possible when you put in the work, you stop guessing, and you start executing. Because these students followed a system that actually adapts to them instead of leaving them to figure it out alone. Now, most LSAT programs fail because they're passive. You buy the login, you watch a few videos, and you're on your own with no accountability, no personalized feedback, and no plan that adjusts when you hit a wall. But the LSAT Bootcamp flips that completely. You get real coaches watching your data in real time. You get custom drills tailored to your exact weaknesses, and you get instant feedback after every session. Constant iteration until your results are predictable. We use the Socratic review method to help you understand every mistake, not just memorize the right answer. And by week 2, you're going to start to feel it, that shift from panic to control. Now, right now, your prep might feel like a treadmill, moving fast but going nowhere. You're burning energy without seeing results. And the bootcamp changes that. It gives you direction, accountability, and real wins you can feel in your score. By week 3, you're going to know, I'm not hoping anymore, I'm improving. That's what this program is built for. Momentum, not confusion. And if you commit to the plan, if you attend your sessions, follow the schedule, and do the work, you're going to raise your score by at least 10 points. And if not, we work with you for free until you do. That is our score improvement guarantee. If you show up and you put in the work, you win, period. It's that simple. And this is for you if you're taking the LSAT in January or February specifically. If you want to start with the bootcamp and go for April instead, we can support you with a customized extension. It's for you if you studied, but your score is not moving. If you're aiming for 170 or above, or you want serious scholarship leverage. And if you want personal guidance, not another self-paced course. By the end of the bootcamp, you will know how to handle logical reasoning and reading comp with total structure. You will know how to pace every section with confidence and control. And you will know how to review like a pro using the Socratic review method. And you will walk into test day feeling calm, focused, and ready. You will go from guessing your score to predicting it, from hoping you improve to knowing that you will. That's what the bootcamp delivers. It is certainty. Now, if you are serious about law school, if you want scholarships, top-tier admissions, if you want to change the trajectory of your career, then you cannot afford to waste another week plateauing. The bootcamp gives you the structure, the accountability, and the coaching to make your jump before the January or February LSATs. 3 private coaching sessions every single week. 4 semi-private coaching sessions every single week. A custom daily study plan, Socratic review, and our higher score guarantee. That is how you win the LSAT when time is running out. So if you're interested, you can go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp right now, claim your spot, and we will build your breakthrough together. Now, no matter how many videos you've watched or practice tests you've done, you will never outstudy confusion. You can only outcoach it. And that's why the bootcamp is built around personal, private, one-on-one coaching, the most powerful part of the entire system. It's not some once a month check-in or group Q&A. You meet 3 times every single week, private one-on-one with a top scoring LSAT coach who knows how to get you unstuck fast. We call it your personal LSAT accelerator because every session pushes you forward. Every session is short, focused, and surgical. The first session is your diagnosis and your fix. We start with your real data, your last section, your timestamps, your error patterns, and your coach spots the leaks immediately. Then together, we rebuild your process for the next round. In the second session, it's execution and feedback, where you test the fix. Your coach watches for timing, any hesitations, or sloppy gaps in your logic. You get live correction, not after you miss 5 more questions, but in the moment. Then the third session is simulation and confidence, where we put it under pressure. Time sections, live analysis, and a mindset check. You leave knowing your next step and exactly what to practice tomorrow. And the reason this works is that most LSAT prep is static. You study alone, you guess what went wrong, and you hope your next LSAT is better. But that wastes weeks. And the one-on-one coaching replaces guesswork with real feedback loops. Every week, you get a private LSAT coach professional reviewing your results line by line. You get real-time corrections before bad habits harden. And you get constant micro adjustments based on your timing and your accuracy data, and a living study plan that evolves with you. That's why the bootcamp students progress in weeks, not months. You'll know exactly why you missed that strengthening question. You'll know why your RC accuracy dropped after passage 3, and you'll know how to fix all of it. Now, this is intensive, but it's supportive. You show up with your work that you've done since your last meeting, and your coach comes with the map. No judgment, no saying, you should already know this by now, but just precision. So a session might sound like this. For example, okay, so you see this necessary assumption question, you're predicting the right idea, but you're missing the conditional shift. Let's rebuild it in 90 seconds. Or you are rereading paragraph 2 because you never labeled the author's role. Let's write the headline right now, boom, clarity. You leave each session feeling lighter because confusion turns into actionable steps. Now, every coach in the bootcamp scored 170 or above, and they've been through the trenches themselves. They've seen every plateau, every timing collapse, every person who was stuck at 162 and losing hope, and they know exactly how to reverse it. And they take your progress personally. And it's going to be one-on-one. So you're not one of 100 faces in a classroom. You are their project. And there's something powerful about not being alone in this anymore. You've got someone by your side tracking your metrics, spotting patterns, making sure you never waste a week. So you stop feeling like you're wandering around in the dark and you start feeling guided, and the anxiety melts away. By week 2, you're going to feel like you're not just studying, but you're training with a coach. And the reason we do it this way is because feedback delays kill progress. If you spend 3 days wondering why you missed something, you've already built a bad habit. Our goal is 0 lag time between mistakes and mastery. That's why you meet with a coach 3 times a week, tightening your process while it's still fresh. And remember, we've got our higher score guarantee. If you show up, follow the plan, and implement the feedback, you will raise your score by at least 10 points. If not, you get a full refund, or we keep working with you until you do. And it's not passive. It's not where we just do it all of the work for you. We can't take the LSAT for you, of course. So we've got to give you the confidence, the clarity, and the skill to perform when it truly matters. And so we meet with you 3 times a week, private one-on-one, personal attention, real accountability, and measured growth. This is where everything changes. And it's why we built for you a personal daily study plan, because you don't have time for random studying when you're taking the LSAT in January or February, less than 4 months away, or even less than 3 months away. You've got to have a daily plan that tells you exactly what to do every single day, and it adjusts when your results change. That's why inside the bootcamp, we give you a living day-by-day plan. It's not a PDF schedule that goes stale after a week. It's a living, breathing roadmap that updates based on your performance. We built it this way because most students try to follow a schedule. They print out something from Reddit, they miss a day, and suddenly the whole thing falls apart. But our plan is different. It updates every single week after your one-on-ones. It uses your timing data, your accuracy, and your fatigue patterns, and it literally evolves with you. And every day is short, focused, and specific, usually about 45 to 60 minutes in total. The first step is a targeted drill, 15, 20 minutes on one weak spot, maybe flaws in logical reasoning, or mapping one reading count passage. Then we have timed application, applying it under pressure. Third, Socratic review, 15, 20 minutes, reviewing mistakes using our 1 reason rule. You write 1 line per miss. What signal did I ignore, and how will I fix it next time? That's it. 3 clear blocks, 1 powerful hour. And you get more done in that hour than most students get done in 3. And after each week, your coach looks at your data, your accuracy, your pacing, and your stress levels. And then the plan shifts. More flaws, or fewer RC passages, or extra drills. It's responsive to how you progress. So think of it like training cycles. First few weeks, you have accuracy. Second few weeks, you have pacing. Then you have endurance. Everything adjusts to hit your test day peak by test day. So for example, Monday might involve 5 flaw questions at an easy pace, 1 mini ladder timed, and quick review. Tuesday, you might do 1 reading count passage timed, where you label the author's role for each paragraph and you review each answer. Wednesday, you have an optional 2-section lab in logical reasoning or reading comp, then 2 lines in your mistake journal. Thursday, you have light precision work, 10 mixed questions, slowly and carefully. And finally, you take a break and take a day off, or you do a short 3-section block. Now, there are 3 golden rules I want to share with you. First, you label before you answer. You always mark the structure first, the conclusion, the support, or the author's role. Second, the 1 reason rule. You can only choose or eliminate an answer for 1 clear reason. If you can't explain it in a second sentence, you haven't earned the right to choose that. And third, if you don't Socratic review, it didn't happen. Every miss needs 1 written fix. That is how learning sticks. Also, rest is important. We build days off into our plan for a reason. Write into your calendar. Some days are 10-minute drills, but the final week, we taper down so you hit test day fresh, calm, and confident. And if you plateau, if your score stalls, we don't panic, we pivot. We cut volume by 30 to 40%, and we refocus on accuracy and clarity. We fix the exact pattern holding you back. so that you can feel the momentum again. Now, question here, how it syncs with coaching. Your coach is not guessing. They are reading your plan data, what you finished, how your times moved, which errors repeated. Then they tune the next week's plan so it fits you perfectly. You do, you measure, you adjust, and you improve. That is the loop. Now, how does this impact how you feel as a result of joining the bootcamp? The first week, you got relief because you stopped guessing. In the second week, you start feeling momentum because you win questions you used to miss. Then you feel predictability where you can literally feel yourself improving. And finally, by week 5, you're feeling control because you know exactly what score you're going to get before you take the test. And this whole thing is measurable. There's no guesswork because we can see how you're performing based on your practice tests. We can see what you did, how you improved, and what changed. If you follow the plan and your score doesn't jump at least 10 points, either you get a full refund or we keep working with you for free until it does. There's no risk, so there's no excuses. Now let's talk about one of the most underrated parts of the bootcamp, the semi-private coaching sessions. Every Monday through Thursday night, we host live small group coaching sessions on Zoom. They're totally optional, totally interactive, and every single one is recorded so that you can rewatch it later or catch up as you miss it. So I want you to think of these as your nightly LSAT power hours. They're a space to reinforce what you're learning in your one-on-ones, apply it under pressure, and get live feedback in real time. Each session's about 1 hour, because we know you're tired after work or school or family, and you're learning alongside other serious students chasing for a 170 plus or higher. These are not big anonymous webinars where you're typing in a chat box. They're small, focused, interactive workshops led by our 170 plus scoring coaches, the same people running your private one-on-one sessions. Each one has a theme of either logical reasoning or reading comp, and we focus on clarity, repetition, and pressure testing. You see how other students think, where they stumble, and how they recover. That's how you pick up insights you would never get studying alone. And the reason it works is that there's something powerful about watching other high-achieving students get coached live, because you realize, oh, I'm not the only one who misses those inference questions, or I make that exact pacing mistake too. The semi-private coaching sessions create momentum. They turn the bootcamp into a rhythm, private coaching by day, community reinforcement by night. And because they're optional, there is zero pressure. Some students are gunners, they attend all 4 each week, and I love them. Others are busy and they just drop in when they need extra reps or motivation, and that's okay too. And every single one is recorded and uploaded to your portal. So if you can't attend live, you still get all the insights and the takeaways. And students love this because it lets them rewatch tough question explanations later. You can pause and apply the same drills to your own material, and you can catch up without falling behind. And it's not a lecture, it's a conversation. You'll hear your coach say things like, okay, stop. Who can tell me the author's main point here? Or let's slow down and walk through why that strengthened answer actually weakens the argument. And students can jump in on the mic or type in the chat, whatever you prefer. Cameras on, cameras off, it's okay. Everybody is engaged. It's fast-paced, but it's supportive. So you leave energized, sharper, motivated, and confident, and you end the night thinking, I actually get it now. And I know that LSAT prep can feel isolating. You're studying alone, you're doubting yourself, second-guessing every section. And these nightly sessions, 4 nights a week, they break through that isolation because you have a community of others all chasing the same goal, all highly driven. You might have different backgrounds, but you have the same mission. You want 170 plus and scholarship leverage. And that community energy matters. When someone else finally breaks through a question type that used to stump them, you feel that same win. And here's how it all connects. Your one-on-ones, you pinpoint your weaknesses and you fix them. Your day-by-day plan is where you apply the fixes solo. In your semi-private sessions, you reinforce things under live conditions. And your Socratic review, you lock it all in. And that loop repeats every single week until your score becomes predictable. We've had students tell us, those night sessions were my game changer. I couldn't believe how fast I started thinking once I practiced under live pressure. Another student said, I would miss a night, then rewatch the recording at lunch the next day, and it still felt live. The breakdowns were that clear. That's what these sessions do. They multiply your progress and compress your timeline. It's 4 nights a week, all optional, all recorded, all designed to help you walk into test day feeling ready, not rattled. So by the time you've done a few weeks of these, the LSAT doesn't feel unpredictable anymore. You see the patterns, you think clearer, and you stay calm under pressure. They give you confidence through consistency. And so if you ever feel stuck, tired, unsure what to do next, you can jump into a session. And that's what makes the bootcamp different. It's not just private coaching. It's a full ecosystem of live support. Now let's talk about Socratic review. Most people review the LSAT by checking the answer key and moving on. But in the bootcamp, we use Socratic review. It's a simple, disciplined way to turn every mistake into a permanent upgrade. It's how you stop repeating errors and start compounding points. It's about interrogating your process until it's airtight. You ask questions, you force a clear one-sentence reason, and you record the fix and apply it tomorrow. That is the loop. So for every question that you get wrong or have difficulty with, you ask these questions. For example, what did the argument or passage actually say? What did I think it said? What was my prediction, if any? Why is the right answer right in one sentence? And why is my answer wrong in one sentence? And if you cannot answer in one sentence, you don't truly own it yet. Now let's talk about the one reason rule applied to review. For every single choice, I want you to force a single clear reason. For example, choice B introduces a new claim not supported in the conclusion. D requires a stronger assumption than the author makes. And E restates evidence, so it's not the main point. It should be short, it should be sharp, and obvious to future you. Now, for logical reasoning, we start off by naming the skeleton. What's the conclusion? What's the support? What's the gap? Then we name the question type. Is it inference, flaw, or necessary assumption? Then step 3, we re-answer with rules. If it's necessary assumption, we test with negation. If it's strengthened, we connect cause to effect or we bridge the gap. If it's weakened, we attack the link, not the premise. Then step 4, we give a one-sentence verdict on each answer. Why it's right, why it's wrong, one sentence each, that's it. And step 5, we log the fix. For example, I skipped the conclusion, reading felt aimless. Going forward, I'm going to say the conclusion first before I read the choices. And that last line goes live to your decision log. Tomorrow's plan will use it. Now for reading comp, it's the same underlying logic. Step 1, we rebuild your map. We give a headline for the whole passage. Then we have a role for each paragraph. Background, problem, new approach, evidence, or the author's opinion. Step 2, we re-answer with structure rather than memory. In other words, we're tying each question to a specific line, the role of the paragraph, or the author's opinion. If you can't do that, you're just guessing. Then step 3, we give a one-sentence verdict on the answers. For example, B misreads the author's opinion. The tone was too strong. Or C captures paragraph 2's function, and it introduces the competing theory. Or E is a detail swap from paragraph 3. Then step 4, we log the fix. For example, there was no headline after paragraph 2, so we stop and label roles before answering. And if you have timing problems, Socratic review fixes those also, because timing issues are rarely about speed. They are about decisions. In review, you know when you slow down and why. For example, I paused because I didn't lock the conclusion, or I reread because I never labeled the author's role, or I spiraled on the choices because I had no prediction. Then you write down the counter cue you will use next time. For example, I will find the conclusion first, or I will predict before I go to the choices. Then you execute the cue before you start reading. Now question, how long should this take? It takes less time than you would think. Maybe 15, 20 minutes after a short set, or 30 to 40 minutes after a longer section. Depth is greater than breadth. And so if you're writing a novel, you're kind of missing the main point here. Keep it concise, keep it actionable. And this will feel slow at first, and you'll want to skip steps. I encourage you not to, because it will build and compound over time. By week 2, you will start predicting the answers. By week 3, you will feel calmer midway through the section, and you'll catch yourself saying, wait, one reason only, I've got to label it first. And that is the voice of a high scorer. And by the way, don't just review wrong answers, review the right ones where you got lucky, but it could have gone the other way. Even for those, ask the 5 review questions anyway and make it repeatable. And by the way, folks who are trying to book, if you don't see openings, please email the team and we'll be happy to help you out. The calendar might have gotten a bit filled up, but we will open up more slots as there is demand for those slots. Now let's talk through some common traps and the fixes for them. The first trap is reading explanations before thinking. I don't want you to use explanations as a crutch. I want you to force your 5 answers first, then check afterwards. In other words, navigate for yourself first, review yourself first, then and only then review explanations if you're stuck. Another big mistake, reviewing everything equally. I want you to instead prioritize recurring patterns. Final trap, skipping review when you're tired. The fix here is do a 10-minute micro review. Doing some review is better than doing no review at all. Even a little bit, if it can get you one key takeaway or one insight, it makes doing the work worth it. Because the point of exams, the point of questions is not to test yourself, it's to learn from your mistakes so that you can avoid making those same mistakes next time around. The point is not just to measure yourself. The point is to learn. But if you don't review, you can't learn. Now, beyond, I'll say this, beyond the questions, beyond the coaching, beyond the live sessions, we've also got our on-demand course because breakthroughs don't always happen on a coaching call. Sometimes they happen at 11 p.m. when everyone else has gone to bed and you're stuck and you need an answer now. That's why the bootcamp includes our on-demand library. It's open 24/7, indexed, searchable, and packed with fast, practical explanations you can use immediately. The way it works is you type exactly what's bothering you. For example, necessary assumption, negation test, or reading comp author's attitude. You search it, you get a video, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It's densely packed, it's clear, and it's actionable. You watch it, you do one quick rep, and you write down one line in your mistake journal, and you're done in 10, 20 minutes max. It gives you short, core mini classes on logical reasoning, short structured demos on reading comp, pacing tools, timestamps, last 5 protocol, between section routines, and Socratic review walkthroughs, so you can turn misses into permanent wins. And it includes every single semi-private session from Monday through Thursday, all optional, all recorded. So if you miss a session, you can catch up tomorrow. If you loved a breakdown, you can watch it at lunch. If you need a 2-minute refresher before a coaching call, it's there for you. You'll see playback controls. So faster when you're reviewing, slower when you're internalizing. You can watch while you're out on the go and still learn. So let's say, for example, late at night, you keep mixing up necessary and sufficient conditions. You watch a negation test demo. You try out 2 items. You write negate choice. If the argument collapses, it was necessary. And you go to breadcom. During your lunch break, if your reading comp mapping feels fuzzy, you watch headline and roles for 7 minutes. You do one passage. You write role first, then detail, and you're back to work. Or let's say it's test week and your anxiety is spiking. You watch the 2 breath reset and the last 5 protocol. 3 minutes, you're centered again. It gives you relief because you're not guessing anymore. It gives you agency because you can fix problems right away. And it gives you momentum because small wins stack. Tomorrow is easier because tonight was clear. Now, a common trap with these videos is people want to watch clip after clip after clip. I want you to take the theory and apply it. So you watch a video, you then implement it. Watch another video, then implement the lesson there also. Also, don't randomly wander through the archives. Keep it personal, keep it direct, keep it actionable. Watch a video, then apply what you learned. Also, don't save everything for later. It's useless if you don't actually watch it. We give you the resources, but it's on you to execute. And don't be passively rewatching. When you watch the video, pause it, do the work, do the question, predict, then play. Make it active. Part of following the plan to get to your result is actually taking the library and implementing it to close your gaps. So you look for, what is my problem? What will I try next? And what did I learn in one sentence after the fact? That is your loop. So Michael's taking it in January. Michael, so you got 2.5 months, plenty of time to benefit from the bootcamp. That gives you roughly 11 weeks, plenty of time to take what you learned here and apply. The bootcamp is built specifically with the January and February LSATs in mind. November is a bit soon. If you're taking it in just 2 weeks, I'd say watch my YouTube videos. I have a free LSAT course with test day prep advice on YouTube. But for those of you taking in January or February, there's more time to make more of an impact, which is why we designed the bootcamp around the January and February LSATs specifically. Now, I have some bonuses for you when you join the bootcamp today, because the bootcamp already gives you everything you need to hit your target score. But I know that even smart, hardworking students get stuck after they join. So we built a bonus stack designed to cover those moments. Each one has a clear value and a clear purpose. And you're getting all of this when you join today during the live. If you join the bootcamp today, you get 4 additional coaching hours. You also get 4 essay revisions for your applications. And you get retake insurance. I'll walk you through each bonus and why it matters. The first bonus is the 4 extra coaching hours. 4 extra one-on-one sessions with your coach on top of your already 3 times a week till your exam. Think of these as your break glass in case of emergency sessions. You can use them anytime. For example, if you need a mid-bootcamp reset if life throws curveballs. If you need a plateau breaker when your score gets stuck 2 points below your target. If you need a test week tune-up to fix your final jitters or pacing issues. Or if you need a deep autopsy after a weird practice test. And these hours matter because they remove the problem of waiting till next week. When you're stuck, you don't need to wait. You just book one of your bonus hours, you fix the issue, and you keep going. The second bonus, 4 essay revisions. Because raising your LSAT score is only one part of the equation. The other part is your story. LSAT is the biggest factor, which is why we focus there. But essays matter. They can make the difference. And so this bonus gives you 4 rounds of real essay feedback. This is not for grammar fixes or spell check, but strategy level edits on your personal statement, your diversity statement, your addendum, your resume, or your why this school essay. Each round is done by someone who knows law school admissions, not a random proofreader. You get line-by-line edits, clarity notes, and structural feedback. We flag what's vague, what's powerful, and what needs to go. And this can save you thousands of dollars in merit aid because your essays finally match the quality of your score. If you combine strong essays with your new LSAT score, that's when scholarships multiply. Now, the third bonus is retake insurance, because sometimes test day just doesn't go as planned. Maybe you got sick. Maybe the proctor glitched. Maybe your nerves spiked. Or maybe your score just doesn't reflect your prep. That's where retake insurance comes in. If you need to retake your LSAT after your target test date, we will redo your entire study plan for free. We build your day-by-day plan around your new target test date at no extra cost. That way, you are not starting from scratch. You're not paying again. You are continuing with the smarter plan based on what we learned the first time. And that is included for free if you need it. And the biggest benefit of this one is not financial, it's psychological. Because once you know you have a built-in retake plan, your pressure around test day drops instantly. Because while the LSAT as a whole is incredibly important, no one test date will make or break you because you can always retake. And now you've got a plan for that retake if you need it. And the reason these bonuses exist is because everyone solves a real problem students have. If you hit a plateau, you can use your bonus LSAT coaching hours. If you don't know if your essays are strong enough, you use your essay edits. If you think you might need to retake, you use your retake insurance and you get a brand new retake plan. We don't just help you start strong, we make sure that you finish strong no matter what curveballs will come your way. And when you join the LSAT Bootcamp today, during the live stream, you're getting 4 extra coaching hours, 4 essay revisions, and retake insurance, all for free. And these bonuses are not random. They are protection against burnout, against uncertainty, and against bad test days. They make your progress stuck-proof. Now, I have a promise for you. If you follow the plan and your LSAT score doesn't improve at least 10 points, we make it right. You can choose either a full refund or we keep working for you for free. We work with you for free until you hit your target. No runaround, no gotchas. And we're not asking for perfection. We're asking you to participate fully. That means you show up to your coaching, your one-on-ones, and your semi-privates. You follow the daily plan. You log your work. and you take your official test. If you do this, you're covered. And improvement means if you start below 160, we guarantee at least a 10-point increase. If you start at 160 or above, we guarantee at least a 170 from your diagnostic or your verified recent average. Either way, the direction is up and it's measurable. And if you don't improve, first step, we audit together. We look at your attendance, your logs, your drills, and your section data. And secondly, you can choose either a full refund or you keep working with us for free until you hit your target. And if you keep working with us, we will rebuild your plan. And we can offer this because the inputs create the outputs. When you show up, you run the reps, you write down simple rules, your scores move. Our job is to remove the guesswork, and your job is to participate. That's a fair deal. That's why we guarantee it. Now, let's do something a little bit different right now. I want you to close your eyes for 10 seconds. Picture the morning your score posts. You refresh the screen and you see the number. And for the first time in months, your shoulders drop. You can exhale. That version of you, the future you, it already exists. You're calm, you're proud, and you know where you're going to law school. You've already emailed your parents and told them. And you already know which scholarships you're going to negotiate. Now open your eyes and be honest. Is the path you're on today going to create that moment, or is it just keeping you busy? Because busy is not progress. You already know that. More videos, more random practice tests, more scrolling through Reddit. That's not a plan. That's noise. If you want that kind of score report morning, the one where the number finally matches the work you've put in, you need clarity, you need coaching, and a system you can run today. And that's exactly why I built this LSAT bootcamp. 3 private one-on-ones a week, 4 optional recorded semi-private live sessions Monday through Thursday, a living day-by-day plan that tells you exactly what to do, Socratic review so you can stop repeating mistakes, and an on-demand library for those 11 p.m. questions that won't let you sleep. And because I know what happens after you join, I added the bonus stack: 4 extra coaching hours, 4 essay edits, and retake insurance where, if you need to retake beyond your target test date, we redo your entire study plan for free. So you're not left guessing and you're carried forward. Now let's talk to future you for a second. Future you is not special. They're not naturally a test person. They're just you with a process. They show up for 3 sessions a week with a coach who knows their patterns, private one-on-one. You do 1 hour a day with a plan built from your own data. You stop treating reading comp like a memory contest and start reading for a structure and roles. You protect your energy early so you can spend it on those last 5 questions. You write down 1 rule and 1 signal after every session, and it compounds quietly, predictably, until the morning the score posts. You don't need more willpower, you need less uncertainty. So right now, you have 2 choices. Door 1, you keep doing what you've been doing. Random, lonely, high anxiety studying, where success depends on a perfect day. Or door number 2, you join, get the plan, get the coaching, get the bonuses, and you let yourself be led. And I know the voice in your head. Maybe I should wait till I'm ready. Maybe after this next practice test. Maybe after I finish this playlist. But let me help you with that. No one feels ready on the day they decide to change. You feel ready after you decide, when the plan is in your hands and the first win shows up. So if you're sitting there thinking, I want that kind of score report morning, here's the simplest path. You join the LSAT Bootcamp today. We send your intake. We schedule your first one-on-one. You open a living plan with tomorrow's 45 to 60-minute block already written for you. You do the micro win. 10 minutes of logical reasoning structure, 7 minutes of reading comp mapping, 3 minutes of lawyer review, and you feel the momentum. This is not some mass market course. We cap seats so coaching stays personal. That means those bonuses, the 4 extra coaching hours, the essay edits, and the retake insurance with a full plan rebuild if you retake are only guaranteed if you join today. And I want to address one more fear. What if I try and I don't improve? That's why we have the score improvement guarantee. If you follow the plan and you don't improve, you choose either a full refund or we work with you for free until you hit your target. That way you are protected. Now you've got clarity. A day-by-day plan you open tomorrow, no guessing. You get coaching. 3 private sessions a week, plus 4 optional semi-private sessions, all optional, all recorded, so you're never alone. And finally, you get certainty, the guarantee and the bonus stack. If you slip, we've got you. If you got to retake, we rebuild your plan and we keep going. That is the system: clarity, coaching, and certainty. So you can keep postponing the version of you who refreshes that score report and smiles, or you can make that future real. When we work with students, the biggest shifts happen in the first 2 weeks, not because they magically got smarter, but because confusion disappeared. They knew what to do every single day. They had a coach, they had receipts, and progress felt inevitable. I want that for you. Not in a month, not in a year, but now. So if you're the kind of person who's waiting for a sign, this is it. You've listened, you've taken notes, you know the phases: diagnosis and accuracy, pacing and rhythm, endurance and the last 5, taper and game day. All that's missing is your saying yes. So go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp, join today, lock in the bonuses, and your first week's plan is in your inbox today. And when you get that welcome email, when your first one-on-one hits the calendar, I want you to say this out loud: I'm not waiting for a perfect day, I'm building a perfect system. So close your eyes one more time, see the score post, see the email you send, and see the scholarship number you negotiate because your score is undeniable. That is a plan with support. And that is what we do here. If you join the bootcamp, we will build your plan first. We'll coach you 3 times a week, every single week. We'll fix what breaks. And if you need more time, we will redo your plan for you. The future you is already thanking you, so let's go meet them. lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp, and you can join now. Now we have our next caller, Nick, joining the line. Get my headphones in so I can actually hear him. He was here and he dropped off for a second, so I'll wait for him to rejoin. Nick, when you're ready, you can join back. And by the way, for folks who were trying to book but didn't see any open slots, if you email us, we will be able to find a way to fit you in. I will squeeze in some extra time. I'm going to be pretty tired after today's live stream because we are going all day. But if I can, I will try to meet with you tonight, tomorrow, this weekend. I'll try to carve out some time. I have some young kids, so weekends are a little bit hectic for me, but I will make the time. If you are committed, I will commit to you and find a way to squeeze in the time to work with you. I'm a lawyer girl says that makes sense to me too. Definitely need this. Awesome. I'm a lawyer girl. If you want my support, we've got you in the bootcamp, lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. We will be happy to help you out. Nick, when you're back, just type in the chat or rejoin the call and I'll be glad to meet with you and help you out here. Now let's switch gears for a second because we talked about the emotional side, but let's talk about the logical side, because smart people don't just buy hope, they buy math. So let's break this down like lawyers: evidence, ROI, risk, and reward. The real question is, what is the return on investment for joining the bootcamp? First, we have to think of the cost of doing nothing, because every cycle I meet students who wait. They say, let me just self-study for another month, or I'll see how my next test goes. Then the cycle closes and they retake a year later. And that costs a couple hundred for an LSAT retake, another 6, maybe 12 months of prep and stress, and the big one, tens of thousands of dollars in lost scholarships. So let's say your LSAT score goes from a 159 to a 169. That's roughly $30,000 to $50,000 more in scholarship offers at most schools. And if you can hit 172 or above, that could jump to $75,000 or more across 3 years of law school. So even if this program only got you part of the way, say a 5-10 point increase, you're talking about a 10x or 20x financial return. That's just simple math. Then there's the cost of doing it wrong. Inefficient studying. If you spend an extra 2 months using the wrong method, you're not just losing time, you're burning opportunity, because every month of delay pushes your LSAT window later, your application later, and your scholarship offers lower. When we work with students, the average retaker's biggest regret isn't I didn't study enough, it's I studied the wrong way for way too long. And the bootcamp fixes that because you get a living day-by-day plan, updating weekly based on your data. So you stop wasting hours and you start seeing results within days. Now, with the bootcamp, you're not just buying videos, you're buying a complete system. 3 private coaching sessions every single week, 4 semi-private sessions every week. They're live, but they're all optional and recorded. You get that living day-by-day plan that adjusts based on your results, Socratic review method to permanently fix your errors, and the on-demand library so you can learn at midnight if you need to, plus thousands of dollars in bonuses, 4 extra coaching hours, 4 essay revisions, and retake insurance, meaning if you need to retake the LSAT again beyond your target date, we redo your entire plan for free. Pretty cool, right? That is thousands in bonuses on top of your bootcamp membership. For perspective, that's more than the cost of most self-paced courses, and ours actually includes private coaching. And of course, anytime you invest in yourself, there is a risk, but the difference here is that we take that risk away. We give you a higher score guarantee. If you follow the plan and your score doesn't improve at least 10 points, you can choose either a full refund or we support you for free until you hit your goal. So what's your actual downside? You're already spending time, you're already putting in effort, and you're putting in money, but you get it back if it doesn't work. That is as close to zero risk as it gets. So let's say you're deciding purely on ROI. Say you invest in the bootcamp. Scenario A, you raise your score by 10 points. That's worth roughly $30,000 in scholarships, a 6x return. Scenario B, you raise your score by 15 points. That's worth around $50,000 to $75,000 at mid to top tier schools. That's a 10x or even 15x return. Scenario C, you retake, we rebuild your plan, you hit your target, and you still get the same ROI because you didn't have to pay again. You used your retake insurance. No matter which scenario you pick, the math wins out. Now, people ask, why can you even offer a guarantee like this? It's because we track the data. After 20 years of coaching, we know that when students follow the plan, short daily sessions, decision logs, Socratic reviews, scores go up every single time. We know the system works. To be clear, I cannot offer a promise or a guarantee of any particular results, but the math shows this is what typically happens. The only variable is participation. And we can't study for you, we can't take it for you, but we can help you with it through coaching and accountability. That's why we can confidently say, if you follow the plan and you don't improve, we will support you until you do. So let's recap the logic here like a lawyer closing an argument. Premise: the bootcamp gets you a personalized plan, coaching, and accountability. Evidence: students who follow the plan in the bootcamp typically see 10 to 25 point score increases and 5 to 6 figure scholarship ROI. The guarantee: you improve at least 10 points or you don't pay. And if you need a retake, we rebuild your plan for free. Conclusion: there is no rational downside, meaning, therefore, you should join the bootcamp if you're taking the LSAT in January or February. You either get the result you want or you get a full refund. So here is the simplest next step. You go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. Link shown on the camera, description below the video, or my bio on Instagram. You lock in your bonuses today during the live while seats are still open, and you start your plan tonight. When you open your inbox tonight or tomorrow, you will see your first one-on-one session scheduled, your custom day-by-day plan, your bootcamp welcome kit, and access to every live and recorded session right away. You can literally start fixing your study approach tomorrow morning. And remember, this is backed by the score improvement guarantee. If your score does not improve at least 10 points, you get a full refund or continued support for free until it does. So you can spend months second guessing whether you can do this alone, or you can spend the next few weeks proving you can do it with a plan that's already built for you. The math is simple. The risk is zero. The upside is life-changing. So if you'd like my support, you can join the bootcamp and we can build your plan today. lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. Now, by the way, to step back for a second, I've done this for 20 years now, and I can tell you, students who act early always end up calmer, sharper, and better prepared. The ones who sit on the fence end up pushing back their tests again and again and again. And to be clear, if you postpone your LSAT, if you withdraw, law schools will never even know that you were signed up for it, but there is a downside to waiting another year. It's another year in the status quo versus another year working as an attorney, making an attorney's salary, because presumably, of course, you're probably investing in law school to get some kind of return. You want to increase your earning power. For example, you want to work as an attorney. And so if we can help you knock it out this cycle, if you could take it in January or February, send in your applications, start law school in about 10 months from now, it's well worth just knocking it out once and for all and getting it done. So if I can help you to be part of that, I want to support you however I can. So let's take a breath and put everything on one page so your choice is simple. You want a predictable LSAT score, scholarship leverage, and a plan you can run today. The bootcamp gives you private coaching, semi-private coaching, a living daily study plan, stuck proof bonuses, and a guarantee that removes the downside. And so if you've been waiting for the moment to decide, this is it. A quick recap. What is inside the LSAT bootcamp? You get 3 private coaching sessions every single week with a top scoring coach who knows your patterns and fixes them fast. You get semi-private coaching 4 nights a week, Monday through Thursday, all optional, all recorded to reinforce the skills under light pressure. You get a living day-by-day plan, 45 to 60-minute blocks that update weekly from your data with no guesswork. You get strategy labs with real-time drills for logical reasoning and reading comp to practice under time and build composure. You also get Socratic review sessions to turn every miss into one rule and one signal so gains stick. And you get an on-demand library, indexed, searchable, available 24/7, 365, answers at 11 p.m., clarity by 11:10 p.m. So you get clarity, you get coaching, and you get consistency. And you get bonuses worth thousands of dollars when you join today. You get 4 bonus hours of one-on-one coaching to use to break through plateaus, tune up during test week, or a mid-bootcamp reset. You get 4 essay revisions with real strategy and line edits on your personal statement, your YX essay, diversity statement addendum, or your resume, so your score converts to money. You also get retake insurance. So if you've got to retake beyond your target test date, we will redo your entire plan for free. Same coach, new day-by-day plan, updated drills and labs. And we offer a guarantee to remove your downside. If you follow the plan and your score doesn't improve at least 10 points, you don't pay. You can choose a full refund, or we keep working with you for free until you hit your target. The reason this works is because inputs create outputs. Short, focused daily reps, plus live feedback, plus a plan that adapts, leads to predictable improvement. And if you join today, while I'm still live, you get all those bonuses. After those bonuses fill, after the slots fill, the stack of bonuses closes for this cohort. And if you're thinking, I'll just wait, ask yourself, what changes between now and tomorrow besides losing the bonuses? Now let's talk about who this is for. If you are a gunner, if you're in the mid to high 160s and you're dropping points later, this gives you precision, focus on the last 5 in logical reasoning, structural reading comp adjustments, and 2-section labs. If you're a retaker, we give you an error autopsy, 10-minute drills, and the 1 reason rule. If you are aiming for scholarships, we help you work on both your LSAT and your essays in parallel to help you negotiate later. And if you are new or you're rebuilding under 160, we start with the structure first, calm drilling ladders, and 0 marathons. Different people, same system, same result, control. So let's say you want to join. You go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp and you grab a seat. You get your onboarding form and a calendar link to book with your coach. You receive your first week's living day-by-day study plan. Your coach reviews your data and you start your 3 one-on-ones this week. You can join the semi-private small group sessions 4 nights a week, Monday through Thursday, or live, or you can catch the recordings. Now, let's say you're too busy. You build the plan around 45 to 60-minute blocks and 5 20-minute minimums on hard days because short sessions win. You are not too busy to study for the LSAT if you're making it happen in January or February. You might be wondering, what if I'm not a test person? You are a skills person. Tests measure trainable skills. The plan trains them. If you're wondering, what if I freeze on test day? We rehearse the pre-section ritual, timestamp checks, and last 5 in LR protocol weekly because composure is a skill. If you're worried, what if I need to retake? Retake insurance covers you. We redo your plan around the new date for free. If you're worried, what if it doesn't work? We have our score improvement guarantee. You get a full refund or continued support for free until it does work. No downside. The upside compounds. So today, you're getting the full LSAT bootcamp system plus thousands of dollars in bonuses, 4 extra private coaching hours, 4 essay revisions, and retake insurance with a full plan rebuild if you retake, all for free, backed by the higher score guarantee. If you follow the plan and your score doesn't improve, you don't pay. You don't pay. Simple as that. So it's your choice to make. Do you want to study alone and keep guessing? Or do you want to be led by a plan and a coach with insurance? If it's the latter, the simplest next step is the only step. You go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp and join now. You lock in the bonuses worth thousands of dollars. We build your plan today. You run your first block tonight, and your coach meets you this week. You don't need a perfect day to change your score. You just need a proven system and the decision to start. A simple plan, daily wins, means a predictable score. So choose your seat, January or February, lock in your bonuses, and let us lead you the rest of the way. lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. You can join now. Now, hopefully you've been watching and listening. I've been going for a couple hours now. You've listened, you've taken notes. Now there's one thing left to do. Decide what kind of story you want to tell about this moment, because 1 year from now, you'll look back on today and you'll say, I'm so glad I did, or I wish I had. That's it. That is the fork in the road. And I want to remind you why this even matters. The LSAT is not just a test. It is a lever. It decides whether you pay for law school or law school pays for you. It's the difference between getting in and getting in with leverage. And it's the moment most people quit too early because they didn't have a system. You are not one of those people anymore. You've seen the system, you know what works. And by the way, when we work with students, I see a pattern. There's always that one day, that one tiny moment where everything changes. Not because they learned a new trick, but because they chose to stop winging it. They stopped saying, I'll figure it out, and they started saying, I'll follow the plan. That's the moment their score started rising. So if the voice in your head right now sounds like maybe later or I'll wait till the next test, let me translate that. That is fear disguised as logic, because there is never a perfect time to start. You will always be busy. You'll always have something coming up. And yet, the people who hit 170 plus, they didn't wait until life calmed down. They started while it was busy. They built momentum inside the chaos. That is the mindset that wins. So let's zoom out. Think about what this score unlocks. The confidence to open your LSAT score report without dread. The ability to email a T14 law school with scholarship negotiation and know that you have leverage. The freedom to say no to debt you don't need. The moment you tell your parents or friends, I did it. That is not a number. That is a transformation. So here's what happens when you join today. You go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. You pick your bootcamp option. You get your intake form and your welcome email. You meet your coach and you start your first private one-on-one this weekend. You get your living day-by-day plan. So tomorrow you open your phone, see your 45-minute block, and you know exactly what to do. You join those semi-private small group sessions Monday through Thursday, live, but they're optional, recorded, and they're going to fire up your energy. Then you have your bonuses to use when you need them. The 4 extra coaching hours, the 4 essay revisions, and retake insurance that covers you if you need a plan rebuild. And from there, it's simple. Small reps, daily wins, predictable score. Now, I want to say something a little bit personal here. When I started teaching the LSAT, I never imagined it would turn into this. Thousands of students, full-time coaches on my team, a national audience. But every time I get a message that says, I hit my goal score or I negotiated an extra $30,000, I remember why I do this. It's not about the number. It's about what the number lets you believe about yourself again, that you're capable, that you can do hard things, that you can build a life where you don't settle. That's what this bootcamp is really about. So if you've ever thought to yourself, I'm not a test person, this is the moment you stop saying that. Because the LSAT doesn't care about who you were, only what you practice. And you've got the plan now, the coaches, the system, the safety net. So there's no reason to wait. And one last thing here, a belief reframe I tell every student before they join. If you've ever felt like you weren't making progress fast enough, that's not failure. That's data. And you don't fix that by quitting. You fix it by adjusting. By having someone look at your process and say, here's the one tweak that changes everything. That's what this bootcamp does. It turns confusion into momentum. So right now you have 2 choices. Option 1, you close this tab, you keep studying the same way, and sure, you'll get some progress, but it might be slow, inconsistent, or frustrating. Option 2, you join the bootcamp. You lock in your thousands in bonuses. You get your first one-on-one session this weekend, and you follow a system that's built on data, not luck. One of these paths leads to another month of guessing. The other leads to your breakthrough. Pick the one your future self will thank you for. So let's make it official. Go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp and join the LSAT bootcamp. Join this cohort for January or February. Lock in your bonuses. We will build your plan for you first. We'll coach you 3 times a week, every single week, private one-on-one. We'll redo your plan for you if you need to retake, and we'll stay with you until you hit your goal. That is my promise. That's the mission, and I would be honored to be part of your story. So let's go win this thing together. lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. You can join now. Now, I'll say the concern you're probably thinking, then I'll give you the straight answer. If it's your concern, it's not along with me, write down the line and then move forward. The first concern I'll typically hear, I'm too busy right now. But the thing is, you don't need perfect days. You need a 45 to 60-minute block and 5 20-minute minimums on tough days. Short sessions win. That's how the bootcamp is designed. Second question, what if I have to miss the live sessions? What if I can't join all of them? All the semi-private sessions are recorded. Third question, I'm not a test person. That's okay, but you are still a skills person, and tests measure trainable skills. We train them every single day. Structure, pacing, and review. Fourth question, what if I've already tried another course? That's great, you've already done volume. But now we're going to add precision. Private one-on-one coaching, a living plan, and Socratic review so you stop repeating mistakes. Question number 5, what if I've got to retake after my target? That's retake insurance. We redo your entire plan around the new test date for free with a new day-by-day plan. Question number 6, does this help with scholarships or just scores? The truth is both. You will raise your score, and as a bonus, you get 4 essay revisions for free to take your story and convert it into money. Question number 7, what if I start below 150? Totally fine. Everybody's got to start somewhere, right? We give you structure first and build the foundation first before graduating into full-length timed exams. Accuracy before pacing. Question number 8, what if I'm already in the high 160s or even the low 170s? Totally fine. You're a gunner. We love gunners too. We'll focus on harder questions, the last 5 in logical reasoning, reading count structures, and endurance. That turns 170 plus or 175 plus into admissions and scholarship leverage for T14. Question number 9, I freeze under time. Totally fine. We give you warm-ups. We rehearse a pre-section ritual and timestamp checks every single week because composure is a skill that we can train. Question number 10, I review forever and still don't improve. That's because reading is not actually reviewing. We use Socratic review as our method. 1 rule and 1 signal per miss for 10 minutes, not a full hour. Question number 11, what exactly do I get on day 1? During your onboarding, during your intake, we learn a bit more about you to match you with your coach. We don't just check schedule availability, although that is necessary, it's not sufficient. So we look at your schedule, your learning style, personality fit, weak areas, current score, goal score, to match you with your best coach for you. If you join today, Friday, you could have your first session tomorrow, this weekend, if you're ready. If not, you could start Sunday or Monday, whenever you'd like. We will build for you your personal living day-by-day study plan, and you will have immediate access to the on-demand library, and they'll be able to join the semi-private sessions Monday through Thursday, starting next week. If you can't make them, it's okay. They're all optional, and they're all recorded. Question 12, how many coaching sessions? You get 3 private one-on-ones per week, plus 4 optional night sessions, all optional, all recorded. And you get 4 extra bonus coaching private hours, one-on-one, to break through plateaus or fine-tune during test week as well. Question 13, what if life goes sideways? What if I'm too busy? What if a personal emergency comes up? You still have your minimum effective day, just 5 to 20 minutes. You're still on the plan, following that minimum. That's it. That's all you need to keep your momentum going forward. Question 14, what was that guarantee again? Follow the plan, hit your goal of at least 10-point increase, or you don't pay. In other words, if your score doesn't improve at least 10 points and you follow the plan, you get a full refund or free continued support until you hit your goal. Question 15, Will this work if I'm anxious? If I have anxiety? We script your reset routine and practice it live. 2 breaths, 1 cue to get you back in control. Question 16. Do I need to be perfect? No, of course not, because nobody is. Consistency beats intensity. You show up, you put in the reps, write down 1 rule and 1 signal during your Socratic review. That's it. We only look for improvements over your previous self. Don't look for perfection and don't look to be better than anybody else. Compare yourself to your previous self and make steady forward progress. Question 17. What if I'm international or have accommodations? Many students have both of those conditions or one or the other, totally fine. We can adjust your plan accordingly to your timing rules, your situation, your geography. We can always make it work. Question 18. Can this be flexible around school or work? Yes, it's built on your calendar. We look at your timing blocks. We fit the system around all of that. And question 19, why now? Because every week that you wait costs leverage. We've got 11 weeks till January, 15 weeks till February. Every week is precious. We've also got the holidays coming up, and so we've got to build around that as well. But if we start now, we compound the wins and we can negotiate scholarships earlier. We give you short daily reps, live coaching, a plan that adapts, and a guarantee that removes any downside. And so if that's what you want, the next step, go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. Grab your seat. We'll build your plan today. You'll run your first 20-minute block tonight, and I'll see you in your first one-on-one this week. So now we have our next caller joining us. Olga, nice to see you. Olga, you're live. Welcome.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. I was looking forward to it. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Of course, happy to help. For context, if you could share your goal score, your current score, and when you're taking the LSAT.
Yeah, so my goal score is like, let's say 163 maybe. I only started your program like a few weeks ago, and I am taking my LSAT in November. So there is like actually a few things that I wanted to touch base on with you. I think I need like a little pep talk maybe. And I just want to say, like last month when you had this all day streaming, I was watching all day, and that's how I ended up in the program, because I literally like listened to you all day, and I listened to your like podcast, and I watch your channel. You know, you just like you produce so much of a content. So thank you for that. It is great. So, you know, I put myself in a very restrained like time frame, I would say. Like 2 months ago, I wasn't even familiar with the LSAT format at all. And I am in your bootcamp program, which is great. And I love the content, and I like this. There's like an abundance of content. So I love that. But I am a little stuck on 149, and I only took 3 full tests total in my journey. And I have days where when I'm doing excellent, and then I have very, very bad day. Let's say like in the small group classes, and I get every single question wrong. And I don't know what it is happening to me really. So just
All
wanted to
right.
see
No, thank
what
you
you
for that.
think.
Yeah, of course. Happy to help. So we've got a couple of weeks till your test in November. We're looking to go from 149 to 163. One thing that jumps out to me, Olga, is that you've only taken 3 practice tests. Not a lot, right? We've got a couple weeks. Could you do 1 or 2 more exams per week over the next few weeks?
Yeah, sure. I will probably have to do one on Saturday and then one on Sunday, because that's when I have the most time. So it like day after day, probably. But I can try work around it. I can try work around it. I was planning to have some time off, but you know, actually when I started with you, before I got the plan, I kind of felt that I have plenty of time during the day. And yes, some days I have plenty of time. And then the next day I have zero time. And it's very inconsistent. It's not on me, but it is inconsistent, I've noticed. And sometimes I am falling a little behind on the task, and then I make up, as soon as I can, let's say like the next day or day after another,
It's okay.
So
It's okay.
it's been a little, not perfect on that.
That's fine. I mean, listen, the plans are more important for the level of specificity regarding what to do than the particular day-by-day breakdown. But I wouldn't want you taking timed exams on consecutive days because it's just too much. You want to be able to take an exam and review it shortly afterwards, either same day or following day. But 2 timed sittings on back-to-back days is too much. I would say maybe do one Saturday, review it later that day, and the following day, Sunday. And then for additional timed work, could you do 2 sections back-to-back during the week on a given day?
Yes.
Okay, good. I mean, it wouldn't be a full
Absolutely.
exam.
Yeah,
If you could
I
fit a
could.
full exam during the week, that's great. But it's more important to at least get some endurance and timing training. But I don't want you to burn out with your exam coming up so soon.
Right. Okay. And also I've noticed that I don't have like a one specific weaker area. It's like it's just kind of random, I would say, and but it could be also related to the little time that I really had experience with LSAT. So I cannot like point out like one specific type of question in logical reasoning that is more difficult to me, or one that is always my favorite. That like I don't have that. I feel like it's very random. I'm not worried about reading comp. I think I'm good on that, but the logical reasoning, and I also discovered I'm not very logical person, like naturally. I'm pretty abstract person, so it is kind of in the way too.
Okay, listen, I mean, the LSAT plays on all our natural human biases and tendency to fall for flaws. It's really just pattern recognition. And so I've made all the same mistakes as everybody else, confusing necessary sufficient, for example. It comes with exposure. And when you're at a 149, I would say focus on the highest leverage areas. If you're feeling stronger on reading comp, we could focus more on logical reasoning, since that's 2/3 of the test anyway. Any gains you make there are doubled across the 2 sections. And so tell me how you feel about these 3 types: necessary assumption, inference, and flaw in LR.
So I think that I felt better on necessary and sufficient at first. And I had like a moment, oh, wow, I see the difference. Like I know the difference between a stronger language when I'm looking for like, stronger versus weaker language. And then somehow like recently I'm kind of messing it up again. So I probably need a little more focus on that. Inference, I think it's okay. Flaw, it depends really. Like we had some flaw questions in the class this week, and there was one of these moments when I was shocked that I got so many wrongs, and I was getting them, not all, but most of them right before. So this is something that is very like hard to understand to me. Like if I got it before, like why I'm not getting it now. It's very like different than I usually am. Like I consider myself a pretty good scholar, and like anything else that I ever tried to achieve like academically, I did. And LSAT is just this weird, different experience. Like nothing really prepares you for that, I think.
Yeah, it's different. It's different. It's not memorization or cramming. It's not knowledge. It's skills. It's skills and exposure to the patterns and just putting in the reps to get that exposure. And so when you're telling me inference is okay-ish, but the others not so much, tells me there's big opportunity there. How many hours a week are you
You
putting
think
in?
so I am Monday to Thursday. Well, actually, no, not Monday, but Tuesday to Thursday, I have either 2 hours or 1 hour at night or small study group. I have my tutoring twice a week for 90 minutes. And then I do around 2 hours on my own on the weekdays, and on weekends I am just, as much as I can, I just do. Like sometimes, I have good day and I will do like 6 hours, and sometimes I have just like, I don't know, like worst day, and I would do practice test or watch some videos or just take like some, single sections, and I do a little less. Yeah. So
Okay.
that is a little inconsistent, and I've noticed that I thought it would be a little more manageable than it is really.
It sounds like you might need a little bit more time. It feels like the schedule's a little
Hmm.
inconsistent, maybe. I mean, could you squeeze in another hour a day?
I am trying, and I'm gonna keep trying, do my best. Um, Absolutely, yes, yes. That's like super important to me. Like it's I've taken this on, and I don't wanna just I'm gonna do my best. But what worries me is that even though, and the longer I am in the program and the longer I am familiar with the content, it's like I'm seeing people, taking very, 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 very long periods of time to prepare. And I'm just this person who just started, and I just didn't realize how big it was really. So it's very humbling experience as well. But yeah, I'm gonna try to squeeze more time, and I am trying like every day to be honest. But it's just some days I have like this downtime at work, and it could be 5 hours, and then like next day I have zero. You know. But what worries me a little bit is that, and that's new to me too. It's like I don't see like significant progress. So I'm just like wondering, I'm not doubting. Like I know I am able to, but I'm just like I would love to see something, and I feel like this even like a little difference would give me like wings, and I would probably just keep doing better. And now I'm not, and I'm like, I don't like this. It is frustrating a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, my thoughts are number one, because your LSAT's coming up in only 2 weeks, do everything you can to squeeze in
Uh-huh.
some more time. Wake up a little bit earlier, carve out another 30, 60 minutes here and there per day. No 0 days. It's crunch time now. Take a full exam every single week
Mm-hmm.
on Saturdays, review it later that day and the following day. During the week, if you can't fit in a full exam for a 2.5 hour sitting, do 2 sections back to back one
Mm-hmm.
day, 2 sections back to back the following day. That'll at least give you some more pacing and endurance work. Specifically, drill necessary assumption and flaw on the side, since those are two of the three most common types that are still giving you some trouble.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just gonna ask you like, yeah, because you asked before this three types of questions, so I just wanted to make sure I wrote it
Yeah.
down. Okay, okay. So there is no magic secret trick that you could share with me in this desperate situation.
You've got access to all the
No.
tricks and secrets inside the program. I mean, the real thing is just, I think, putting in the time. I think that putting in more
Mm-hmm.
time. You mentioned how it's more than you bargained for, right? Which I think is the case for so many of us. The LSAT's more than we initially expected. It's unlike anything we've done before. You can conquer it, you can learn it, but you've
Mm-hmm.
got to give it the respect that it deserves, and that's partially just putting in the time, putting in the work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I will keep doing my best, of course. And thank you so much. And I just want to emphasize like one more time, like this, um, like I really like I heard so much really valid advices from you, like just from the free content that you share. But I just love the program and what you put there. Like this, I don't know when did you even like this is like so many that I even didn't get to yet. It's like so many materials, and this is awesome. Really, like this is great that you're doing that, and like you are making this difference in so many people's lives. I just wanted you to remember that because it's very natural for you, I guess. You just have it, you just got it, but like really, you have this very, very kind, approach to people, and it's like it's really it's great to have you.
I really appreciate that, Olga, and I'm glad you're finding it helpful. If you want, email us and the team will send you some specific lessons on those types that we talked about, just to help you get over that hump and make that final push for your test.
And the last thing I want to say, I have a private tutor from your program, and he is a rock star, So I just wanted you to know that too. He is just like the best. He's a genius, like, yeah, and helping me a lot. I would love to have like a class with him every day, but yeah, I know it's not possible, but yeah, he's great.
I'm glad the sessions with him are helping. Keep at it. You got this. You're in the final stretch now. Just keep pushing.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Of course, Olga. Keep in touch. Anything that you need, reach out. Like I said, email the team and they'll send you some links to lessons on those topics, the flaw and the necessary assumption. All right. Have a good one.
Will do. Will do. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so I see a couple of you were asking about the schedule. So yes, the bootcamp runs through the January and February LSATs specifically. A bunch of people just locked in their seats for that particular window. On the checkout page, you can choose either January or February, whichever one better fits your timeline. And so every time we run one of these, someone jumps from the 150s into the 160s at least before the next LSAT. And so that's going to be a few of you here also. Now, one last thing, I want joining to feel effortless, no mystery, no friction. Here's exactly what happens when you join step by step and why it matters to join today. You open a new tab in your browser, you type in lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. You'll see LSAT Bootcamp at the top and you'll see the different options. You could pick the one that fits your timeline. If you're aiming for either January or February LSAT, either, of course, choose the one that lines up with your particular test date. If you're not sure which one you're taking, you can choose the January one. We can always move you forward into February if you need it. Then you click join, you fill in your name, your email, payment details. That reserves your seat and locks in all your bonuses. Again, you get 4 extra coaching hours, private one-on-one. When you join today during the live, you get 4 essay revisions, personal statement, optional essays, addenda, resume, diversity statement, whatever. And you also get retake insurance, meaning if you've got to retake beyond your target date, we redo your day-by-day study plan for free. And when your confirmation hits, your bonuses are added to your account. You will see them in your portal. Right after you join, you get a short onboarding form. We ask you about your recent practice test range, your target schools, your target test date, and your top 2 pain points. I want you to fill it out now while you're focused on this, because that's how we build your living day-by-day plan tonight. You get an onboarding call with the student success team. After that call, you get your coach's calendar link, and you can pick 3 times that work for you over the next week. If you're juggling work or classes, you can choose evening slots or weekends. That's fine. We work with all different time zones all over the world. Then you add the event to your calendar immediately. You treat it like a college class. You show up, and that's how you win. Then we're going to build for you your living day-by-day plan. We'll build up the first week to start with. It's going to give you 45 to 60-minute daily study blocks, which drills to run, what to write in your error log. You'll also see the links to the Monday through Thursday semi-private coaching sessions. They're live over Zoom, but they're also optional. They're recorded. If you miss one, you can always watch the replay later. Then today, I want you to get started already. Don't even wait. Do your first 20-minute study block now, 10 minutes on logical reasoning structure, 7 minutes on reading comp headlines and roles, 3 minutes Socratic review, 1 rule and 1 signal, meaning in other words, 1 key takeaway. And seats for the bootcamp are capped, so coaching stays personal. We're giving the bonuses only if you join during the live stream now while we're still live here on YouTube and Instagram. When those seats are gone, the stack closes. So if you're thinking, I'm going to wait a week, I want you to ask yourself, will anything actually be easier next week? Or will you be just 1 week later for the score that you want? And if the page glitches, it happens, hit refresh. And if your credit card flags the charge, you can just call your bank and say, this is actually me, I'm joining a course, then try again. Worst case, email help@lsatunplugged.com and we'll hold your seat for 24 hours. Now we've got our next caller joining, Drew. Welcome, Drew. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you doing?
I'm good, Drew. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
thanks for joining. So for context, if you could just share your current score, your goal score, and when you're taking the LSAT.
So I took the LSAT in August for the first time with administered at a testing site, and I got a 151. I wasn't necessarily, enthused about that score because I had been PTing in, the high 150s. So I figured that I would definitely need to take it again. So I'm taking the LSAT in November this time, and I'm really hoping for, around a 160 to get into, the schools that I would like to go to.
Okay, got it. So we're looking for roughly a 10-point increase by your LSAT in about 2 weeks. And what's your biggest struggle or pain point that you're experiencing right now?
Definitely reading comprehension. I've been with you guys at LSAT Unplugged for about 2 weeks now, or 3 weeks, and I've had a fantastic time with my tutor doing logical reasoning, practicing, and I've been able to get, yesterday I got a section with 24 out of 26 for the first time, and that was pretty exciting. And my, reading comprehension scores are kind of all over the place, depending on the passages. So.
Okay, would you say your issue with reading comp is timing or accuracy or both? What would you say is the biggest struggle you're facing with reading comp?
I would say timing's probably the biggest issue.
Okay, so running out of time?
Mm-hmm. But I do also think that there's, other things in reading comprehension that are more difficult than logical reasoning. Just studying for, it's a lot harder to study for, I feel like. More just practice oriented.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it takes longer because the passages are longer, right?
Yeah.
Are there certain topics that give you more trouble than others in reading comp?
Definitely scientific passages give me much more trouble than, other types. I think the history is one of the easier topics for me to understand. The history topics, and the science is probably the most difficult. And I also enjoy the economics ones. Those
Okay.
not bad because yeah.
Okay, so that's your background. Okay, so the science topics give you more trouble, and then you're running out of time. How long do you spend on science passages, allocating time between the passage and the questions?
I guess I don't have a set amount of time. I try to read my passages in 5 minutes, and depending on how many questions there are, it ranges from like 5 to 7 questions per section. So it's hard to say like an exact number that I allocate, but.
Okay, so you're spending 5 minutes just reading the passage.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have standard timing or extra time accommodations?
I do not have timing accommodations.
Okay, so this might be part of the issue, right? So if you have an average of 8 minutes and 45 seconds to both read the passage and answer the questions, 8:45 minus 5 gives you only 3:45 remaining.
Yeah.
To solve roughly 7 questions.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like it'd be part of my issue then.
Yes, I mean, that means you've got about 30 seconds a question.
Yeah.
So even just to read, that basically means you can read the question and you need to immediately know the answer with no processing time in order to just solve them in the time allotted. So my first thought here is, what if we radically cut back the time that you spend on your initial read to increase the time that you have per question?
Okay.
So my thought is, let's limit your initial read, regardless of topic, to only 3 minutes max. That way you have closer to a minute per question.
Okay.
So 8:45 minus 3 gives us 5:45 remaining. I'll round it to 6. That means you've got 6 minutes for about 6 questions.
Yeah, that definitely seems much more reasonable. I think I definitely do think I was spending too much time on the passages. I would honestly, a lot of the times, if I was having a difficult time with the section in general, a lot of the time I miss the last passage, and I don't even get to answer the question.
Missing it entirely, yeah.
Yeah. Or I mean, I go through and pick something, but I'm not actually, spending my time to.
I mean, that's a real issue, because if you're guessing randomly on 7 questions, that's chances are you're going to get like only 1 or 2 of them right at most. Means you're losing 5 or 6 raw score points off the bat.
Yeah.
5 or 6 raw score points out of roughly 75, 76. And then you're not going to get perfect on everything else, of course. So that's putting a ceiling on how high you can go.
Yeah.
Have you ever targeted science passages specifically?
No. I think my biggest thing with that is that, I have like a LawHub, and I do all of my testing through there, and there's no way to. I didn't know. Maybe there is a way, but I don't know that there is a way to separate, between question type or passage type.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say two things. One is that, I mean, your LSAT's coming up in only 2 weeks. And so I'm not necessarily saying that at this late date, you should be targeting science specifically. You might just want to do them in the context they show up during your practice tests. But
Yeah.
every LSAT reading comp section will have one natural science, one social science, one humanities, and one law. And so on the days or the sittings that you're not doing full exams, you could just dive into an old passage and scan an old RC section and scan through to flip until you hit a science one. Just do it.
Okay.
That would be maybe more untimed, but the idea is just to give yourself more exposure to build more familiarity and comfort with those kinds of topics.
Yeah, I definitely think that's definitely a good idea, and I'll probably look into that. I haven't, doing the RC is not my favorite thing to do.
I know. That's why you need to.
Yeah.
That's where the greatest opportunity lies, is what you like and do the worst on. You like the least and do the worst on, right? So for the next few weeks, instead of doing whatever you would normally do for leisure, like, some people will watch Netflix, some people read the news, just read reading comp passages instead. Like for the next 2 weeks only. After the LSAT, you can switch back to whatever, but in the short term, just get more science RC passages under your belt. Because there's 400 of them released, and 100 of those are going to be science.
Yeah.
So you've got plenty to work off of.
Yeah, I've done been going through a lot of the old practice tests, and I'm happy that I saved a lot of them for now. Whenever I studied for the August test, I tried to save as many as I could just in case, and I think that's worked out well.
Good. Yeah. I mean, but the old ones you can burn. Like if you have 101 to 158, most people are never going to get to 101 to 120, like the older 20. Then there's the additional practice section and the drill section in LawHub. And so feel free to exploit all of that, because it's worthless after your exam. And you could save some new exams for a hypothetical retake. I'm not saying to burn all the new ones, but the old ones are expendable. So I'm saying, just even if you just read them, like you would read a magazine article or a news article, at least you're getting more convoluted, dense science topic wording into your brain.
Yeah. And I have gone through all the drills.
Good.
I've ran out of those, because those are nice, because you don't have to actually set up for the full exam to do them. Because a lot of the time whenever I do a full-time section, I just go to a full test, take the section, and then exit out of it. So, it's better to get that.
Good. How many practice tests have you done?
I'm at about 16.
Oh, good. Okay. So you've done a bunch.
Yeah.
And how many will you be doing over the next few weeks?
Over the next few weeks. So I took 2 this week, or I took 2 last week, 2 this week. I'm just taking 2 every week. I think that's in my study plan for, it only says 1 a week, but me and my tutor have decided, that it may be better to do a little bit more practice tests, just, since I have had the time to do them. It's, it's worth spending it,
I support that. I think that's good. If you can fit it in, why not? As long as you have the time to review.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's mainly what I go over with my tutors, reviewing these. And I think it's been great, especially for logical reasoning. I mean, I went from getting, 15 to 17 right to getting, from 19 to 22 right. So it's much better. It's just my scores are really dependent on my reading comprehension passages.
Yeah.
I'll go from, 14 right on a section to getting 22 right on a section on RC. It's a very wide range.
Well, you've gotten a big lift in in logical reasoning, which is awesome. We just got to match that with a lift in reading comp. So yeah, on the days that you're not doing full exams, I would say just focus on the natural science reading comp passages in isolation. As a drill, you could read them and solve only the main idea global type questions.
Okay.
You could also try rewriting those in simpler language as an exercise, or extracting or articulating only the main idea, pre-phrasing it in your own words, and then comparing that against LSAC's articulation of the main idea.
Okay.
In other words, I'm suggesting that you take the oldest natural science passages and look at them or analyze them on a high level.
Okay.
And you could, of
And
course, do them too, but this is another way to approach the problem.
Yeah, it is nice that, LSAC has those explanations for a lot of the questions. They'll walk you through it for the drill sets at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not for everything, but for the drill sets, it's good that they're adding those.
Yeah. Would you recommend redoing some drill sets that I maybe already did just to get those explanations and to go through them again?
If you find their explanations helpful, a lot of people tend to find their written explanations kind of convoluted, but if you're finding them helpful, then yeah, by all means, I find their explanations nice because you see how they articulate their own thoughts. This is coming from the people who make the exam. And so there is some value there to get at their perspective in terms of how they analyze their own questions. I don't know that it's useful in like a step-by-step tactical approach perspective, but from a reasoning perspective, it's helpful.
Okay.
That's how I see it, at least.
Yeah, just, seeing how the test is made and seeing what they're wanting, for their answers, it's nice to be able to see that. So, yeah. And I had a couple questions I wanted to ask. I didn't know if we have time, but I was just curious about the admissions process. And
yeah, shoot.
So I've been looking for, law schools, particularly ones that are good in antitrust, like just across the country. I definitely would like to stay within my state. So, I know about the schools in my state and that, but I didn't know how many law schools would you recommend to apply to? And then I guess my question would be, how do you know if it's worth it to apply to a law school? So like if you're below their median, my GPA is very low, but it was due to some dual enrollment that I took in high school. It tanked my GPA. My university GPA is a 3.7, and my combined GPA is a 3.3. So I was just curious about how you think about that, depending on my LSAT score. How do I know if it's, worth $150 and potentially writing 3 essays to apply to a college?
Yeah, good question. So the essays you should, so my camera turned off there. I'm going to hit it back on. All right, I think we're back. Okay, so from the essays perspective specifically, you should be able to reuse a lot of your essays. So from an effort perspective, that shouldn't take a ton of additional time.
Okay.
You should be able to rework some of your other essays into these essays as well. The application fee, when you compare the $150 for an application fee to the cost of law school itself, it's really infinitesimal. It's a drop in the bucket. You can also write to law schools and ask them to waive the application fee. Some of them will, if that's causes some undue hardship or difficulty,
okay,
or would make the difference in you applying or not. Ultimately, they like getting the fees, but they don't need them, of course. And in terms of number of schools, I typically say more is better if you can take on the logistical work involved. Because my camera's going up, and I'll keep talking anyway. Because ultimately, it gives you scholarship negotiation leverage to have more schools.
I see.
So I think it's worth. I think it's worth applying to more schools if you can. That's my 2 cents on it.
Okay.
It gives you that way, even a school that you're not super in love with that you wouldn't necessarily attend, it's good to apply there so that you can go to another school and say, hey, school X offered me this amount. Can you beat that?
I see. Okay. And do you think, so then you would maybe say maybe a dozen wouldn't be overkill?
No, a dozen's not overkill. I think that's fine.
Okay. Great. Yeah, because there's about 4 of them that I want to apply to in my state. Try to stay local, but if not, then I definitely want to look. I haven't looked too much nationwide, so
yeah, consider others that you might even look at. But yeah, the last thing I'll say around this is if you're below on the GPA median, you want to be above on the LSAT median.
Okay.
And the fact that your GPA is kind of reduced from what happened earlier, that's useful context, but ultimately it's insignificant because your LSAT GPA is your LSAT GPA regardless of the reason. So you can, of course, write an addendum. They'll see the story on your transcript, but the real answer is just get a higher LSAT to compensate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and that's it, and hopefully I can do that by, in the next 2 weeks. I think I've made great progress so far, especially in, at LSAT Unplugged. I think it's been very helpful. And yeah.
Awesome, Drew. It was a pleasure. Keep at it. If you need anything else in these final weeks, just reach out. We'll be happy to help.
All right. Thank you very much. You have a good rest of your day.
You too, Drew. Take it easy. Thanks for joining.
Yep. Bye.
All right. So next caller, we've got Johnny coming up here. Hey, Johnny, can you hear me okay?
Hey, Steve, I can hear you.
Awesome. Fantastic. Johnny, thanks for joining. What's going on?
I would start by saying this Unplugged program has really helped me. I've improved 10 points already in like 3 weeks of studying with y'all.
Awesome. Fantastic. I'm glad to hear it.
Yes, sir. I have a question for you about pattern recognition. I've heard you talking about that. Could you explain that a little bit more for me, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just fixing my camera here in the meantime, but I'll keep talking. So the LSAT, when I say the LSAT is a test of pattern recognition, what I mean by that is that there are a limited number of tricks and traps they are testing on the LSAT. And so the more you can familiarize yourself with those tricks and traps, the easier you'll be able to see them when they come up in a new context. So the difference between me and the typical LSAT student is that I've seen so many questions that when I see a new one, I can more easily relate it back to the ones I've seen in the past. So I'm not reasoning through it the first time on test day when it truly matters. So methods of reasoning like correlation, causation, confusing necessary and sufficient conditions, ad hominem personal attacks, then in reading comp, you have common skeletons or structures. But if you can relate something new to something that you've seen previously and you see the underlying logic, then you get through it faster.
Okay, that helps a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. If you could share some more context, that'd be helpful. I mean, what's your current LSAT score? What's your goal LSAT score? And when are you taking the LSAT?
My highest so far has been a 162 this past week. My goal is anything above a 165 I'm happy with, and I take it November 4th at 10:30 a.m. to be exact.
Okay, so you're taking November. You're looking for low to mid 160s as your goal?
Yeah.
And where are you at right now again?
162.
Oh, so you're only looking for a couple points.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so you're pretty close to your goal. I mean, how many practice tests have you taken?
I would say the past month, like 3 or 4.
Okay, so about one a week on average.
Yeah, your program has me taking it every Sunday.
Okay, and will you keep doing one a week? So you got another couple to get under your belt?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what would you say is your biggest, struggle area or pain point right now?
I'm doing better on LR. I'm just trying to increase my speed on read and comp. If I have like plenty of time, if I do untimed RC, I get most of them right. But then like when I do a time section on RC, the last 2 passages I feel rushed, and that's where I start missing.
So you're running out of time on RC as it gets later into this section?
Yes, correct.
How long do you spend reading the passage versus solving the questions?
I try to get like a thorough understanding of the passage before I move on to the questions, so I don't have to refer back to the passage as much.
Good. But how long specifically would you say?
6 to 8 minutes.
Do you have extra time accommodations?
Not really, no.
Okay, so you have 35 minutes a section.
Yeah, 35 minutes a section, yeah.
All right, well, did you hear what I was saying to Drew earlier when he was the previous caller?
No, I hopped on.
It's all good. So, I mean, I'll recap that briefly, then you could go back and watch the recording for more. But basically, what I was suggesting is that you've got an average of 8 minutes and 45 seconds to both read the passage and solve the questions. And so if you're spending 8 minutes just reading it, you've only got 45 seconds to solve all 7 questions associated.
Right.
And so if you were sticking to the 845 buckets for each passage and questions, that means you have roughly, I don't know, 6-7 seconds per question, which obviously you can't adhere to. So as a result, you're running out of time. So what that means is that you have to speed up on the earlier passages and adhere somewhat to the time constraint. Because it sounds like you're treating it like you're untimed when you are actually strictly timed.
Exactly, yeah.
So respect the timing. Do look at the clock. You want to ideally try to develop your own internal rhythm or pacing for this. But you do need to at least recognize that because this is timed, you can't take as long as you would ideally like to.
Yes. Okay.
It's a compromise between the time that you want to devote and the time that you can afford to devote.
Yes.
So try to speed up a bit. I'm not saying you always got to be exactly at 8:45 per passage. You could do, some will take 10 minutes, some will take 11 maybe, and then some have got to take 7 to compensate. So you go faster on the easier passages rather than second guessing yourself or double checking, triple checking. You got to move on.
Yeah. That helps a lot, Steve. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And by the way, what do you do in terms of taking notes or highlighting?
I try to like taking notes, like the main point of the passage, and then if the author has an opinion, what the opinion is, if he agrees, disagrees, or if there is an opinion at all.
So you're noting the opinion. You're noting the opinion.
Yeah.
Are you noting like the main point?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Are you underlining or highlighting or anything like that?
Yeah, if it like something, how do I say this? If it's something I think is important for the passage, I'll highlight or underline.
Do you feel like you're devoting a lot of time to that?
No, not really. Like as soon as I start reading the passage, like I click the highlight button, and if it sticks out to me, I'll just highlight and keep going. If it's something I want to look back to. Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, the reason I ask is that sometimes students spend too long on that sort of thing. That may not be the case here. I think the biggest takeaway is just recognize that because this is timed, you can't spend as long as you would ideally like. You can't be a perfectionist about this. You gotta, in some cases, if it feels right, you go with your gut, you pick it, move on, because you're not going to make it doubly right by double checking. You're only going to get 1 raw score point for any question. But if you double check it, you can't get 2 raw score points for that single question. And there's another question later that actually needs that time, but you'll never get to it if you spend too long initially.
Okay.
So trust yourself. My big takeaway for you is just, trust yourself, go with your gut on those earlier passages so that you have more time for the later one, because you do want to be able to get to all 4 to hit your goal of 165. So with your 1 exam a week, plus maybe do some individual timed RC sections on the off days. That's what I would work on that.
Okay. And then the time accommodation thing you just talked about, how does that exactly work?
Well, the reason I was asking is because I was asking about that because you were talking about how long you spend on the passages. So I wondered if you had the standard 35 minutes, but there are some people who will apply for extra time accommodations to get time and a half or double time for things like ADHD or testing anxiety. If you can provide appropriate documentation from a medical professional, you might get that sort of timing accommodation or extra breaks. That wouldn't be something you could go for this November LSAT. It's too soon. But for folks taking the LSAT in January or February who suffer from ADHD or anxiety or migraines, for example, they might be able to apply to get those kinds of accommodations.
I see. Okay.
And then for someone who has time and a half or double time, then of course, everything I've said regarding timing would be adjusted. So rather than say 8:45 per passage with time and a half, they would have closer to maybe 13 minutes or so.
Okay. Yeah.
What else? Any other struggles you're facing right now, Johnny?
I still struggle a little bit with like the level 3 and 4 necessary and sufficient assumption questions.
Okay. So necessary assumption, sufficient assumption, 2 different types, 2 different approaches. Necessary assumptions far more common. So I would start there and focus on negation, and then just simply recognize the difference between the 2. Do you feel like you can distinguish between them?
I can, yes. I have like the list you provided on the website of like the words, and like I pretty much have them all memorized, so I can like see it. I can get down to like the last 2 answers, and then I usually like my gut says the right answer, and then I pick the other answer as well.
Okay, so that's what goes down to trusting your gut. And we talked earlier about on the stream about noting when you change your answer from right to wrong or from wrong to right, so you can determine like from the data and track this actually. So you're not going by feel. You could see when I switch, am I more inclined to switch from right to wrong or from wrong to right? Then you could determine whether you actually should switch or not in general.
Yeah, my data says I should not switch.
Okay, all right.
Usually
that's a really common one, yeah. And then what about negation? Do you feel good about negation?
I have started using negation lately, and it's been helping. When I do the negation test, it's always right. So
okay, cool. Yes, that's something to work on for those listening. I mean, negation The reason it works is because necessary assumption questions are asking for something that is in fact necessary in order for the argument to work. And if that thing were not the case, the conclusion falls apart given the evidence, the argument no longer works. And so when you negate, you ask yourself, does this need to be the case? If it were not the case, what would happen? That's how you determine if something is truly necessary or not. So you could keep working on those and drill them on the side, Johnny. But I think that for you, given how soon your test is, reading comp is the number one area to focus on. Just work on your pacing there. And I think that'll solve a lot of your problems. You're only looking for 3 points. I want to get you at least 5 to 7 so that we got a buffer and you're hitting 165 on your worst day, hopefully better, assuming everything goes smoothly. But I think it's going to come down to just making sure that you can actually get to that last passage.
Yes, I agree.
Could you fit in, say, like you're doing one timed exam a week? On the other days of the week, could you do one specific reading comp time section each week? Well, I hear some beeping in the background. Is there a fire or just a fire alarm going off?
The fire alarm's going out. It's fine though. Let me shut the door. Yeah, I do. I have like the program from Unplugged that like the personalized, and I'm doing like 1 to 2 time sections per day, and also like different passages, like the hard passages.
Cool. All right. So I'll say this real quick and then wrap up just because all the beep in there. But basically, on the days that you're not doing a full-timed exam, do individual timed RC sections to keep refining your pacing. All right.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
All right, Johnny, it was a pleasure. Reach out if anything else. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Have a good one. Be well. Bye. All right. So yeah, so we got Johnny there helping him out with his November LSAT prep. Like I said, I think pacing is huge because it's not enough to get the questions right. You got to get them right under test day conditions. Considering the pacing, considering the endurance, it's key, right? Too many folks are just drilling questions by type, seeing their accuracies high and feeling good about that, but it's not enough. You got to get them right under the time constraints. And too many students are perfectionists looking to just, the holy alarms, right? The alarms are driving me crazy too, but it happens. You got to replace those batteries sometimes, I guess. But yes, you got to transition into time to work. And so what that means is that we've got to look at, okay, well, can I get the questions right under timed conditions? And if I'm getting them right when I attempt them, but I'm costing myself points elsewhere, I've then got to adjust, right? So that's why I'm saying drill the RC specifically. So if you're still listening, Johnny, keep that in mind here. By the way, big congrats to whoever just signed up. You're officially in the 170 and beyond club. We've got 2.5 months to get there for January, 3.5 months to get there for February. The link is lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. Link in the description on YouTube, in my bio on Instagram. I think we also put it in the chat as well. We're helping folks out. If you join the program today during the stream, you get 4 extra hours of private one-on-one coaching. You get 4 essay revisions to help you with your applications. And you also get retake insurance, meaning if you end up having a retake beyond your target test date, we will redo your study plan for free to help you get there. Now, I think we got another caller here, Andrew, joining. Andrew, you there? You with us?
Yes. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Andrew, how you doing?
Good, actually. I actually just took the October. Not just recently. I took the October and on the 3rd, and I got back my score, and it was actually quite devastating.
Oh, really?
To be honest, yeah. I'm actually quite surprised. Like I was, I was scoring in the like averaging 170s and very bad days when I'm tired, like in the 160s. But for some reason, I got a 157 on a test day again, and I got that the same score 3 times in a row. I've taken it, 3 times, and I listen to what you guys say, you use the YouTube video in August 2025, they probably didn't mess up, so maybe I'm just going back to the drawing board or something. But yeah, I'm just at a loss right now, just I cannot believe that I dropped over 20 points, and even on the worst days another 10 points.
Yeah, that's a lot more than I would expect, to be honest. I'm really sorry to hear that. I mean, it sounds like your practice tests were on point. You were high 160s into the 170s, dropping that much. I mean, one thought I might have, and this has happened occasionally, is you could do a score audit if there were some sort of technical glitch in their scoring. I'm not saying it's likely, but as a sort of Hail Mary, it might be worth just exploring. And the way it works is
Yeah.
basically you pay them some sort of fee to personally review your LSAT score report and see if there was some sort of discrepancy where maybe you took one test form and they scored it using a different test form. It's highly unlikely, but it is possible.
Right.
And I wouldn't normally recommend that, but given just how much your score dropped from your practice tests, that might suggest something was off.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I definitely will do that. In the meantime, I guess I just in case, just for somehow the LSAT didn't mess up. Which I honestly at this point kind of don't believe, even though I'm kind of like, kind of just I guess in shock of what I got. Like maybe I could make like a study plan for January, but at this point, just as a backup, but. Because I did see to get the score to get the audit, it does take a while for them to audit it, or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Like it takes like a couple weeks. So in that time period, I do know that the January LSAT will be due to apply would be like next month, and so I don't know if that time will conflict. So maybe we can make like a study plan or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. It's the prudent course of action, right? When you don't know whether you're going to need to retake, the safest thing to do is just to keep studying so that you don't get rusty, right? And we look at all your practice tests and we see, okay, well, what were the trends there? And then we can project from those, okay, well, if these were your weak areas on the practice, then maybe these were the weak areas on the actual as well. And we work on those areas specifically. We target them.
Right, right.
How many hours a week could you put in between now and January?
I can still do more like 1 to 2 hours, even more if necessary. Because I've been studying for like a long time, and I've noticed that like consistently I can do like an hour a day, which like an hour of actually doing the questions and then like reviewing the questions and understanding the questions. The reason why I like get them wrong. So I would say like probably like 1 to 2 hours.
That's fine. I don't think you need more than that for retake prep because you already have the foundation.
Right.
Were there specific weak areas that you had going into it?
Kind of. I remember like only the weak areas would be questions that flaws that are not like typical of like the flaws that are like ad hominem, like reverse causality or things like that. It's like kind of like things that like flaws that would be that you'd see like maybe once in like 5 tests or something like that, like an uncommon flaw pretty much. Other than that, reading comprehension could be difficult, but other than that, like I minus like maximum -4 like on practice tests still, even on like bad days, and then the average is like like -2 per section, even like -1 to perfect on some other ones too. So I'm not exactly sure how to like what my weak areas other than like maybe a lot of it. I was talking to like the tutors like from LSAT Unplugged, like it's like mental at that point, like oh I forget I misread this because or something like that, or rather than like I don't understand the logic behind it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, careless errors.
Yeah, more like oh I didn't see that word or something like that, more so than, which is it's rare. It rare happens even in general too, but like when those do happen, it's like shooting a jump shot. You're not gonna shoot all 100 all the time.
Yeah, it becomes process. It becomes process in making the habits so automatic that you can do them without even thinking under time conditions on the real thing, even when there's adrenaline, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you ever feel like you experience nerves or anxiety, anything like that?
Sometimes, but when it goes to test day, like I'm like I live for those moments. The pressure situations. Like I love them. So I guess I'm not exactly sure at this point what to like ask.
Yeah, well, I mean, and the other thought is, were there any tech issues or proctoring issues?
I did actually go to a testing center.
Okay.
So there was, I was taken at the testing center, and the it seemed like normal to me. It didn't seem like anything was weird. From like perspective of like a student just going in and observing like what I would assume to be like a normal testing situation. It didn't seem strange or anything like that. The question themselves, they didn't seem like all that difficult in terms of like what I've seen like different before. Like it wasn't that. I do know that the last section, which was the one probably scored according to what I've seen on like Reddit and stuff like that, from like a reputable guy. I'm sure you heard of him. That said like one of the like LSAT was done, but like I did the calculations, and like to get like a 157, it's like -8 per section, which is like almost like it's double per, like not even double, it's like more than double per section that I get wrong. So I found that like incredible. But yeah, maybe I'll try score review, and then like, you know, just like do January or something like that.
Yeah, I would say do the score audit just to make sure that you've covered all your bases, and then prep for January. In the meantime, the fact that you noted that you understand the process, you know the step by step, but sometimes you find yourself making careless errors. It might be worth just working on process there and making the step by step even more routine and refined, so you could do it, you know, with your eyes closed in your sleep, one hand tied behind your back.
Right, definitely.
And then you also mentioned earlier how there were these methods of reasoning or methods of reasoning that show up like once every 5 exams, that sort of thing, the less common argument types.
Yes.
Those are the hardest questions because they show up less frequently, so you don't have as many reps there.
Right. Exactly. And like those ones, like, you know, when I see in practices, I try to like really learn from them and like see like I remember there was one that was like, I don't actually, I don't think I can share information about a specific.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think, yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, reach out to the team. We'll redo your study plan for you, and we could do it with an eye towards January, given everything that you shared here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Steve.
Yeah, of course, Andrew. My pleasure. Yeah. Keep in touch.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, of course. We actually have another commenter here saying the same thing. JB Ski says, I'm in shock, scored 8 points lower than my practice tests, and I thought this was easier than any PT I have taken. So JB and Andrew, you guys should talk. You're kind of in the same boat here. But yeah, I mean, score drops are normal. Like I said, the factors I look at are test day nerves, anxiety, bad proctor, tech issues. One other thing I'll mention is not properly simulating test day conditions. And so if people, they take a practice test under ideal conditions with no distractions, fully slept, ate well, exercised, but they also took breaks, took extra time, took extra breaks, didn't time themselves strictly, and then they're seeing a score drop on the actual where everything is strict, it becomes a little bit apples and oranges. And so one of the ways that you mitigate test day score drops is by making your practice test more realistic so you don't experience that kind of drop. So in other words, if you can replicate test day conditions precisely during every single practice test, you will then have a more accurate picture of where you truly stand, and you won't be relying on inflated metrics for your practice tests. Not saying that's what happened for either of you, JB or Andrew, but that's a factor or a consideration to keep in mind. And then you can also build up your pacing and build up your endurance by training under even harsher, more difficult conditions. So on your practice test. So for example, if test day is 4 sections, you do 5 sections. If test day you have 35-minute sections, you practice with only 30 minutes. So 35 feels easier, feels more liberal or extra or more than you need. It's like exercising with a weighted vest on. You take the vest off, everything seems easier by comparison. So a couple of extra thoughts there around all of that. Question from RSS: how does being bilingual affect the understanding and performance on the LSAT? I'm 45 years old, bilingual, and very unsure if I should even attempt to embark on this journey. So you can certainly embark on this journey. You can certainly become an attorney, take the LSAT, succeed in law school as a non-native English speaker. It may be a little bit harder if English is not your first language. LSAT's hard enough for those who are native speakers, even harder for someone who is not a native speaker. But you can learn the LSAT just the same. Just might take a little bit longer to familiarize yourself with the vocabulary, the difficult, dense wording. Normally, I recommend allowing at least 3 months for your LSAT prep start to finish. If you're a non-native speaker, it might take you a little bit longer, so allow some more time. Sometimes folks are concerned if they're a little bit older than average. Believe me, 45 is not old. I've helped people take the LSAT into law school who are in their 50s, 60s, even 70s, believe it or not. So you're certainly not too old to go to law school. If you've been out of school for a little while, you might feel a little bit rusty academically, but you can still get back into this. Just again, allow a little bit more time to brush off the cobwebs on your academics and your understanding there. But you can conquer this just the same. Again, my big thought is just give yourself a little bit more time to achieve your fullest potential. And of course, if you want my support, you can reach out. You can join the bootcamp, lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp, link below the video on YouTube. And of course, I'll be happy to help you out any way that I can on your journey. Quick shout out to David here, just joined the February bootcamp. Pumped to have you on board. Again, lsatunplugged.bootcamp. I'll be happy to help out as many folks as I can. Link below the video on YouTube, or just type in your browser, lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. I'll be happy to help you out. Now, I know there's a lot of fear out there around these test day score drops, getting ready for the LSAT in general. People say to themselves, what if I don't have time? What if it doesn't work? What if I waste my money? And those fears are real, but they're also totally solvable if you know how to walk through them. And so I want to talk you through a 3-step framework for those who are hesitating, those who are unsure. It's fear, fact, and future. The first step is fear. That means you name the thing that's holding you back. Don't sugarcoat it. You say exactly how it sounds in your head. Then step 2 is the fact. You look at the actual data, not feelings, not stories, but actual facts. We look at real numbers, real schedules, and real results from students who held that same fear. Then step 3 is the future. You picture what happens if you fix it and what happens if you don't. That comparison makes the decision simple. So when you walk through fear, fact, and future, every concern turns into a choice, not a roadblock. And so I'm going to walk you through the 8 biggest fears I hear from LSAT students every single day. The first fear is I'm too busy. The fear is I don't have time. I've got work, school, family. I can't fit in 3 hours of study a day. I'm going to fail before I even start. But the fact is that you don't need 3 hours. You need 45 to 60 minutes a day, or even just 20 minutes or 5 minutes on a tough day. That's how the LSAT Bootcamp is designed. Because when we work with students, we see it over and over. The people who study less time, more consistently, beat the people who study longer, but inconsistently. In other words, a short, focused hour with a coach and a plan gets you more progress than 3 random hours of guessing, because the system does the heavy lifting. You open up your day-by-day plan, it says exactly what to do. You run your 45-minute block. You write 1 rule and 1 signal for your Socratic review. That's it. Now, here's the math. If you study an hour a day, 5 days a week, that's 5 hours a week. Over the course of 8 weeks, that becomes 40 hours, which is what most people waste scrolling forums and watching tips that don't stick. Now, our students at LSAT Unplugged were busy. Full-time jobs, parents, paralegals, med school grads, pivoting careers, and they still get results because their study plan fits their life, not the other way around. One of my students, for example, Alyssa, worked 50-hour weeks as a paralegal. She studied during her lunch break, 45 minutes, timer on, phone on airplane mode. She went from 153 to 166 in only 6 weeks, not because she had more time, but because she used her time right. Now, here's the future. If you start now, you will finally have a system that fits into your real life. By next week, you'll be 5 hours ahead. By next month, you'll be 20 hours ahead. And by test day, you'll walk in calm because you didn't wait for the perfect schedule, you built one. But if you don't start, that same I'm too busy loop will still be there. Life is not going to magically open up time. You'll just lose another test cycle. So when you catch yourself thinking, I'm too busy, I want you to reframe it. Say, I'm too busy not to have a system. Because this bootcamp is not built for people who have full-time or extra time. It's built for those with goals. And so go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp and join. We will build your plan around your life. You're going to get 45-minute daily study blocks, optional nighttime sessions. recordings if you miss it, and a guarantee that removes all your risk. So I want you to start now because busy people win when their systems are better. Now let's talk about one of the most common things I hear. I already took another course. It didn't work. Why would this one be any different? Totally fair question. Now you're thinking, I've done this before. I watched the videos, read the explanations, I studied hard, but my score barely moved. Now the thing is, that fear is valid, but it's missing one thing: why it didn't work. You are built for the test, but most LSAT courses are not actually coaching. They're just content libraries like a Netflix of lessons. They tell you what the LSAT is mechanically, structurally, categorically, but they don't actually tell you what to do today. They have you sit down, open some module, watch a video, and you feel productive, but then nothing changes because no one actually gave you feedback or looked at your actual reasoning process. Nobody caught the moment you jumped into a trap answer. Nobody said, stop, read that again, what's the gap? And that's not your fault. That's just the consequence of poor design. So the truth is, you didn't fail your last course, the course failed you. Now, our LSAT Bootcamp fixes every single piece of what went wrong in those old programs because first, it's live and interactive. You're not guessing alone anymore. You have 3 private one-on-one sessions per week and 4 optional semi-privates. And if you get stuck, you ask. On the spot, a real 170 plus scorer answers you. Second, it's customized. No 2 students have the exact same plan. Your coach looks at your past scores, your schedule, your weak spots, and builds your plan around you. And so if your last course said, watch 12 hours of logical reasoning videos, we say, nope, watch 1 clip, then drill that exact pattern for 10 minutes. Stop when it clicks. And third, it focuses on review. You're not just taking tests, you're learning why you missed each question. That is the Socratic review method. It forces your brain to write a rule and a signal every single time. That is why our students improve 10, 25 points even when every other system failed them. They stopped consuming information and started training. So let me give you an example. One student, Carlos, came to us after spending nearly a year bouncing between 2 big name prep companies. He'd seen every LSAT video twice, and his score was frozen at 158. So we stripped it all down. We rebuilt his plan around live review sessions and short drills. 4 weeks later, he scored a 168. And he finally felt, he says in his own words, like someone was coaching me, not the average student. That is the difference between content and coaching. One is static, the other moves with you. And to be clear, that is not a promise or a guarantee. Your results may vary. I simply share that example to show you what's possible when you change your approach and get real-time feedback. And so here's what happens if you start fresh with the right system. Within 48 hours upon joining, your coach sees exactly where you're bleeding time and accuracy. They build your custom day-by-day plan. You start running short surgical sessions, 45 minutes, not 4 hours. You track real data. How much time you bought early, how many right to wrong changes dropped, how many RC headlines were less than 10 words. And after a week, you already feel the shift. You finally understand why you miss, not just what you miss. And that is the beginning of real progress. Now imagine the opposite outcome. Staying stuck in the loop, saying, I already tried. You sit out this cycle. Another test date passes. Another year of applications, watching classmates go to law school, while you tell yourself, maybe next time. That is not about intelligence, that's inertia. And inertia dies the moment you get a coach watching your process. So if you've already taken a course and you're wondering if this time is going to be different, the answer is yes, because this time you're not doing it alone. We don't just hand you a bunch of videos. We build your plan, we watch you take the test, and we fix what breaks. And if you have to retake, we redo your study plan for free under retake insurance. And so when you say, I already tried a course, I say, perfect. Now you know what doesn't work, and you're not going to let a bad decision burn you twice. So let's go with what does work. Go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp and join, and let's make this the course that finally works for you. Now let's talk about the big decision here around money. Because if you're thinking I can't afford it, you're not alone. Almost every future law student says this at least once. They'll say, it sounds great, but I've already spent so much already. I bought books, courses, subscriptions, and my score still isn't where I want it. If I pay for one more thing and it doesn't work, I'm going to feel stupid and broke. And I get it, but it's not really about the dollar amount. It's about risk. You've been burned before and you're afraid this is another sunk cost, which is totally fair. But let's walk through the facts. The real cost of LSAT prep is not what you spend. It's what you leave on the table. Every single LSAT point is worth thousands of dollars in scholarship money. And that is not a metaphor. Admissions data from dozens of schools shows that a 5-point jump can mean an extra $20,000 to $50,000 in scholarship money. And a 10-point jump could give you a full ride. So when someone says, I can't afford coaching, what they really mean is, I can't afford to not improve. But the bootcamp is not like buying another textbook. It's an investment that literally pays for itself and then some. So let's say our bootcamp raises your score by even 5 points, which is the minimum we expect. That could translate to $30,000 to $100,000 in extra scholarship money. That is a 6x to a 20x return. And that's before you even count the long-term career difference between graduating with debt versus being debt-free. Now, one of our students, Brittany, said this best. She hesitated for weeks before joining. She was working retail and studying at night. So we told her, let's get you into the 160s. She went from 154 to 167, got into Emory Law with $90,000 in scholarships. And by the way, we make this easy to start. You don't have to pay it all up front. We offer flexible financing if you wanted to do installments. And so instead of saying to yourself, I can't afford it, the better question is, how do I afford the results I want? So if you're serious about law school, this is one of the few investments that actually pays you back. So let's play this out. Option 1, you do nothing. You try to save money. You spend the next 2 months watching YouTube videos, rereading explanations, hoping something clicks. Then you retake the LSAT. You pay your LSAT fee again, you miss your scholarship window, and you end up with another $100,000 in student loans. That is the hidden price of saving money. Option 2, you invest in coaching. Within a week, you have a custom day-by-day study plan. Within 2 weeks, your accuracy rises. Within 8 weeks, your score jumps by 10 points or more. Then you submit your application with leverage. And instead of debt, you get scholarship money. That $5,000 you invested turns into $50,000 saved. And that's just simple math. So when you hear that voice saying, I can't afford it, answer it with facts. I cannot afford to leave $50,000 on the table. That's what I mean when I talk about leverage. The LSAT is leverage. You're not paying for test prep. You're buying freedom from debt, flexibility in your future, and control over your career. We've seen this story 100 times. And every single time, camera cut out, just turning it back on. Not sure why that keeps happening. Very frustrating, but we'll fix it. So we've seen this story 100 times. And every single time, the student says the same thing afterward. I wish I started sooner. So don't wait. If you need help buying, if you need help joining, just ask us. And if you've got to start with something smaller, we could work it out. The important thing is start, because the price of waiting is always higher than the price of starting. You can go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp and reserve your spot, and we'll turn I can't afford it into I can't believe how much I saved. Now, there's a big fear around, what if I don't improve? What if I do all this and my score doesn't go up? What if I spend money, time, hope, and I'm the one person it doesn't work for? That fear is real. It's not laziness, it's protection. You're guarding yourself from disappointment. But here's what I want you to hear. We don't ask you to jump without a net. If you follow the plan and your LSAT score doesn't improve, you're covered. Following the plan means you show up, you attend your scheduled one-on-ones and use the Monday through Thursday semi-private sessions live. You follow your study plan, log your data, and you sit for an official LSAT within the agreed window, so there's an outcome to measure. Now, why can we offer this? Because, I'm gonna look at the camera again. Sorry about that, just fixing the camera. All right, we good? Looks like it's coming back online. Sorry about that, folks. All right, we're good, we're back, okay. After coaching thousands of students, the pattern is boringly predictable. Short, consistent reps, accuracy rises. Accuracy with light timing, your pacing stabilizes. If you do 2-section labs in the last 5 protocol, your late section collapse disappears. When those inputs show up, your score moves. The only variable is participation. We can't take it for you, but we can give you the support. And we make it all easier with coaching, a day-by-day plan, and semi-private labs. And if life happens, you're still covered. Just do that minimum effective day, 20 minutes a day. And if your test day goes sideways or you choose a later date, that's what retake insurance is for. If you need to retake beyond your target test date, we redo your entire study plan for free. Same coach, same schedule, new schedule, and fresh labs. You keep moving forward. Now, let me give you 2 quick proof points. Noah hovered in the low 160s for weeks. He logged 2 lines a day and used 1 bonus hour labeled plateau breaker. We rebuilt his logical reasoning plan, added timestamps at question 10 and question 20, and his next 2 practice tests landed at 167 and 169. Same effort, but better inputs. Our student Priya froze on reading comp. We switched her to 10-word headlines and 1-word roles and gave her a 90-second pre-section ritual. 2 weeks later, her reading comp accuracy jumped 8 to 10 raw score points. That alone moved her score band. Again, not a promise or a guarantee, but these aren't outliers either. They're the outcomes of a repeatable system. So let's walk through both futures. Future A, you join. Within 24 hours, you've got a coach, a calendar, and a living study plan. You run your first 20-minute micro win tonight. 2 weeks in, your accuracy and your rhythm improve. 6 to 8 weeks in, your score jumps. And if it doesn't, we've got you covered with our guarantee. We audit things together, and if you need another test window, we rebuild your plan under retake insurance. So you're never stuck, your downside is removed, and your upside compounds. Future B, you wait because of fear. You just keep watching more free videos, take another practice test to see what happens. You second guess your timing and review, and weeks go by. Your test date arrives, but your score is flat. And you pay to retake anyway, but you've got no support. One path is protected, the other is just wishful thinking. And if your hesitation is, what if I don't improve? The rational answer is, choose the option where you win either way. You improve, that's great. If you don't, we keep supporting you till you do. And if your timing shifts, we rebuild your plan for free, no extra cost. That is a structure designed to turn fear into action. So if you want a system, if you want support, if you want a guarantee, go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp and join. Lock in your bonus stack, 4 extra coaching hours one-on-one, 4 essay revisions, and retake insurance with a full plan rebuild. We will build your plan for you today, run your first 20-minute block tonight, and keep supporting you until your score rises, guaranteed. Now, what if you're afraid of test anxiety? You feel like you know the material, but the second the timer starts, you panic, your heart races, your brain fogs, and you make dumb mistakes you never make at home. What if anxiety ruins you again on test day? And if that's you, it's okay, you're human. Anxiety is energy that doesn't have a job to do. So our job is to give it a job. Composure is a trainable skill. You don't hope for calm, you rehearse it the same way athletes rehearse a free throw. And so inside the bootcamp, we train composure with a simple stack. First, 90-second pre-section ritual. We do this live until it's automatic. 2 rounds of 4-4-6 breathing. Inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 6. You've got your anchor, premise, gap, conclusion. You check your watch once, then drop out of fight or flight into execution mode. Second, you're not staring at the timer throughout. You're only checking the timer at preset stamps. Logical reasoning after question 10, then after question 20. In reading comp, you check before the final passage. This kills that tick-tick-tick spiral that fuels anxiety. Next, you've got your first 10 cushion in LR. You make calm, decisive choices for questions 1 through 10. You skip unclear items in less than 15 seconds because you want to buy time for the hard stuff that comes later. That's how you build confidence. You've got your last 5 protocol and logical reasoning, where you label the stem fast, you fight only known patterns, and you mark and move on for those fuzzy, unsure ones. For reading comp, you're mapping. After each paragraph, you write a short headline and a 1-word role, background, claim, counter, example, or conclusion. You give your brain a map so it stops wandering into a panic. You do 2-section labs, 2 sections back-to-back, logical reasoning and reading comp, with your ritual at the start of each. You'll feel the adrenaline spike, and you'll practice bringing it down with a coach watching your process. Then you have your Socratic review. After practice, you write down 1 rule and 1 signal per high leverage miss. Your anxiety is going to fade when your brain trusts your process. And finally, you have your semi-privates. Sorry, folks, we got some technical difficulties for a second. I'm just going to see if I can do something in here to fix the issues with the camera. So give me 1 second to resolve that. All right, so I'm not sure if that worked, but we'll just keep rolling with it if we got to. Thanks for sticking with me on this. I see we have a caller here. Latoya, I know you want to join, but looks like you might need to connect your mic and camera before I can add you here. So if you can resolve that, we can welcome you in. Otherwise, I'll stick around and just keep going in the meantime until you're able to join. By the way, folks, if you have questions, keep dropping them in the chat and I'll get to as many as I can. All right, Latoya, you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. Yep, exactly.
Okay,
So tell me what's going on for you, your current score, your goal score, and when you're taking the LSAT.
I'm taking it in February. My goal score is 160. I haven't been taking any of the practice tests. I wanted to get some advice on how to jump back into studying. I joined the program back in April. I was clicking on all cylinders, everything. So, issues. My grandmother got sick, then passed away. To studying, and it was just kind of rough. So I ended up taking about a month off just to kind of grieve and do all that process or whatever. Got therapy. Now I'm just trying to get back into the swing of things, and I'm wanting advice on like the best way to do that. Like it's been hard to find the same intensity that I had back when I started the program. So should I start from the beginning? Should I just do a couple of LR, couple of LR sections, or like what would be your advice on like just getting back into the swing of things?
Yeah, of course. Well, first off, I'm sorry for your loss, and I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
persistence in coming back to this and sticking with it
Mhm.
despite that, getting back into it. I mean, the best way to get back into it is just to get back into it, right? You could start small and scale it up, right? So you could do just
Mhm.
a couple of questions, even just 5 minutes a day. You start with 5 minutes, do a couple logical reasonings, maybe do a single
Mhm.
reading count passage, and then just add on more and more over time.
Okay. Yeah, I think that might have been my issue. I was just like trying to deep dive into it, and it was really rough. I mean, I enjoyed doing the practice questions and but it was hard to like just keep that same focus, I guess. So maybe that's the right way to approach it, is just start small, I guess.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, when are you taking the LSAT?
February.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
mean, you've got
I
3.5
really.
months. You're not in a rush.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so if you want to
Yeah.
just build it up little by little, slow and steady, that's
Mhm.
totally fine. There's plenty of time for you to scale it up, and maybe you just take the next 2 weeks to do a slow on ramp, and
Got
then
it.
get yourself up to the point where, I mean, could you see yourself scaling up to like an hour or two a day within the next few weeks?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm back to work. I'm working full time, but I have I work a 4 by 10 schedule. So Tuesdays, Wednesdays are like the perfect day to like really be able to put in like 2, 3, 4 hours even. Um, so I mean, on my work days, I work, like I said, 10-hour days. So it's harder to get time in to do that after a 10-hour shift. But I could probably pull off a good hour. I was gonna use those days to just attend the live courses. And then the Tuesday, Wednesdays, use those to actually do the deep dives into the course material and the practice tests.
Good. That sounds like a perfectly fine plan. I mean, at this point, when just getting back into it, doing anything is going to be valuable.
Yeah.
And then once you have your rhythm and routine down,
Yeah.
and you know what's going to be doable for you on a consistent basis, we can then adjust your study plan at that point as well.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll do that. I'll reach out to my advisor for that. Thank you so much for the advice.
Yeah, of course. What else? Anything else I could support you on?
That was pretty much it. I'll probably be back again. I'm sure I'll have other questions once I get back into the swing of things, but that was just my initial questions.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. If anything comes up, just let us know. And if you want us to redo your study plan, we're happy to do that too.
Okay. Yeah, I think I might, and I'm going to reach out to Christine today to do that.
Awesome. Perfect. Keep at it, LaToya.
Thank you so much.
Of course. It was a pleasure. Have a good one. All right, folks. So we're still going strong here. Hopefully the camera keeps working for us here. I'll be happy to continue troubleshooting it if I need to. I'll try to make sure I can be aware of if it going out there. So let's see, where were we? And we'll continue to have more callers on here. By the way, folks, if you want more support, keep dropping in the chat and I'll get to as many of your questions as I can. The callers are all students in the program, but I'm also happy to address questions from the chat to be equal opportunity and help out as many folks as I possibly can. And we're still going strong here. We're almost 4 hours in. Big thanks to everyone who's been watching since the beginning here. I'll keep going for as long as I can to help you all out. See if someone else just joined for the January bootcamp. Welcome to the family. One more seat down. Again, like I said, if you join today during the live stream, you will log in your additional bonuses. You get 4 hours of private coaching for free. In addition to everything else, you get 4 essay revisions for free as well. And you get retake insurance, meaning we will redo your study plan for you for free if you need to retake beyond your initially targeted test date. See, we have someone just joined from Canada, international representation. Awesome. I love seeing these come in because it means people are done watching passively and they're ready to get ready to get serious. And that's really the difference maker. And that's exciting to me because I know how fast things change once you have the structure and the accountability. And so if you're on the fence, I mean, notice what it means to join a program like this. It means that you're taking action. You want to be accountable. You want the support. And you're not waiting for the perfect timing. You're creating the perfect timing. That's one of my favorite parts of these live streams is you see people deciding in real time to stop guessing and to start executing. And by the way, if you've already joined, welcome to the bootcamp family. We're going to build your plan this week. For those of you just joining in now, a bunch of you have already joined the bootcamp during this live stream, and that's how you know the energy is real. You don't see that kind of momentum very often, and it's exciting because it's easy to sit back and say, I'll think about it. But it's harder and smarter to say, I'm doing this. And seeing this many signups during the live tells me people are realizing that January isn't that far away. You've got roughly 2.5 months or 11 weeks till the January test with the holidays in between, both Thanksgiving, Christmas, and then New Year's as well. You've got 3.5 months till the February test. Not a lot of time either, but either one, you can still apply this cycle. If you don't make it by February, though, then you're pushing it back until next cycle. And so that's why we built this boot camp, to give you the structure rather than the stress. And these joiners aren't waiting till after the holidays. They're going to walk into test day relaxed because they already did the hard part early. And that's what happens when you combine both community and urgency. People take action together. You get the support, the accountability, the structure, because it's hard to do it alone. It's much easier to say, I'll push it back. And we don't want that to happen. Every name that comes through right now reminds me that transformation happens the moment you commit, not the moment you start studying. And so if you're wondering, should I? This is the exact moment to lean in. You don't have to be ready to join. You join to get ready. And that's what everyone else here is doing today. I'm loving that energy. And look at this. Another one just came in right now while I was talking. That's what taking action looks like. Now, I have a comment here from Lucy saying, I scored 6 points below my average PT score, and honestly, I'm in shock. So Lucy commenting from YouTube here. I mean, that's like what we saw earlier, right? JB said the same thing. He said his score dropped 8 points from his practice test, and he thought this was easier than any PT he's taken before. And so Lucy, I'll say the same thing I said to JB earlier, right? I mean, test day score drops. You have nerves, anxiety, bad proctor, tech issues, or failure to properly simulate test day conditions. And so these are all avoidable. The truth is that with proper simulation, with proper preparation, you can avoid a test day score drop. Of course, I can't make a promise or a guarantee that your score doesn't drop. And it might be that you want to do a score audit potentially in case LSAC screwed up. But we want to help you out to mitigate the likelihood of that sort of thing happening. And that's what the bootcamp is designed for, right? We give you intensive support, private coaching 3 times a week from now till your test, 4 semi-private small group sessions, comprehensive on-demand library, on-demand course, personal daily study plan. If you join today, you also get retake insurance, 4 extra private coaching hours, and 4 essay revisions as well. I see Lucy's following up saying, what if I do the audit and it says I did even worse? Well, I mean, if you're 6 points below your average, then you might as well just retake anyway, right? I mean, we know that you're capable of more. We know that you're capable of more than you have done so far. And you could take it in January or February and still apply to law school this cycle. It's not too late. So when you look at your PT average, you take the average of your most recent 5, and that is where you truly stand. If you don't want to over-index on your best PT because that's an outlier. You also don't want to over-index on your worst PT because that's also an outlier. The average of your most recent 5 is the best indication of where you're at right now. So if you were averaging 170 going in and you scored a 163 on test day, it's worth retaking. And if the audit would be even lower than 163, even more reason to retake. Either way, retaking is your best course of action unless your audit shows you to be higher than your PT average going in. But better to apply later with a higher score than earlier with a lower score. And so unless your audit shows you to be higher than what you got, I would say go for the retake. Again, 11 weeks of studying might seem like a lot, but it's worth it because getting a higher LSAT score, getting more scholarship money could change the entire trajectory of your legal career. So it's well worth investing yourself fully in the process to get yourself there. And so if you're looking for help, if you're looking for support, the next best step you could take right now is to go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp and join. This week, you start your pre-test rituals, you practice timestamps in live and recorded sessions, and you run the 2-section labs with coaching. You also get the 4 bonus hours of private one-on-one, the 4 essay revisions, and the retake insurance with the full plan rebuild. And all of that is covered by our higher score guarantee. You don't need less anxiety to start. You need a system that takes your anxiety and turns it into action. And we build that with you starting today. Now, some people are worrying about reading comp. They're saying, I can do LR, but reading comp, I drown, I read constantly, I miss the main point, I can't track the author's argument, and by the last passage, I'm cooked. Maybe I'm just not a good reader. But I'm sure that you're not a bad reader. but you're using the wrong job description for reading. Reading comp is not a memory test. It is a test of structure. Reading comp gets easy when you read like a lawyer. You map the argument first, then you answer. And we install a simple, repeatable protocol that raises your accuracy fast. Headlines and roles. After each paragraph, you stop and you write down a short headline in plain English, a one-word role for background, claim, counter, example, or conclusion, because this gives your brain a map so that you can stop wandering. Then you have author first questions, main point, attitude, and tone, because these questions force global comprehension. Detailed questions get easier once the map exists. Then we have signal words. Those are your GPS, like however, although, yet, importantly, for example, in contrast, critics argue, and we propose. These words tell you the turns in the argument, so you want to follow them. Then you have your thesis test. At the end of the passage, you say a one-sentence thesis out loud. If you can't, your headline or your roles were too vague. So you want to tighten them and try again before touching the questions. Then you use your timestamps. You want to get to the final passage with at least 10 or 11 minutes left. If by that point you're not at the last passage, you skip forward and return if time remains. This saves you from spiraling at the last section. Now, you see we have our next caller joining, Tom. I know Tom had some questions on reading comp, so I'm excited to dig in here. Just get my headphones in so I can hear him. Tom, welcome. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. How are you, Steve?
Awesome. Fantastic. Great to see you. I know you had some reading comp questions, so shoot, tell me your current score, your goal score. I know that you were aiming for February now. Is that right?
Yes, I am.
Cool. So what's going on?
Okay. Well, inconsistency is the best way to put it. You know, sometimes you go 7 for 7, 8 for 8. Sometimes you go 0 for 7, 0 for 8, and that's quite concerning.
All right. So you're missing a lot. You're missing a lot in reading comp.
Inconsistency, I think, is the best.
Okay. So sometimes you're missing them all. Sometimes.
Right. And sometimes it's the question. Sometimes it's the passage itself. You know, detecting the author's opinion can be a real bear cat at times, especially with the mirrors passage in 140. What else? Significant details that can be just easily glossed over. That can be the crux of several questions. General advice on tightening it up, especially on passages that are the difficulty of the mirrors passage 140.
Yeah, mirrors is brutal for those who aren't familiar. And so, I mean, basically, I would say we want you to start off by just going over tough ones, right? Can you drill tough passages specifically?
Oh, me. Well, when you add the time component, it adds another dimension to it.
Certainly.
Specifically, drilling tough passages, again, complete hit or miss, depends on whatever details that might or might not have sunk in. Depends on nailing down the author's opinion in the most nuanced and accurate way possible. That kind of thing. It's
my thought is that like hard passages are hard, but if you can do the hard ones, the easier ones are going to be a breeze. So you got to just level up your average baseline of understanding. And the hardest passages contain the most tricks and traps. You know, the mirrors passage, riddle business of attraction, Chinese talk story. Those are all.
Then there was one about fruit flies that was like fruit fly polarity that was just a real bear cat. I'm a bit at a loss as to because of the consistency issue. What, for example, in one passage, go 7 for 8. I think that was in that was moral positivism or something like that. So that one, not a terrible amount of concern there, but then with mirrors, just completely botched the author's opinion, which is kind of buried in that third paragraph. And it's like playing whack-a-mole, which passage is going to whack you over the head today, or what exactly is your issue, because it doesn't always show itself all the time. And then as soon as you realize that it does expose a weakness in your game, then it starts to slide and then slide and then slide. It's a lot. I compare it a lot to a quarterback who throws a couple straight interceptions. If you start, or as Sam Darnold would say, seeing ghosts here. You start to try to kind of change your approach on the fly, or you start to get confused as to what your approach even is. And that can be very difficult when you just get done with one passage, then you head to another one. And it's like, well, then it's not just a matter of approach, it's a matter of confidence in the approach as well. So I hope I'm making sense here.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, a couple of thoughts. One is that, I mean, we can either hit it from the easy or hit it from the hard. So the hitting from the hard would be, we focus on analyzing the toughest passages, breaking down all of the ones that we named and more beyond that. Because if you can apply the strategies consistently, even for the hardest passages, then you'll certainly be able to do it for the easier ones. The problem with this approach is that the hardest ones can be discouraging and you're going to get a lot of questions wrong. That can kill morale. On the flip side, we can focus on nailing the easy ones.
Right.
The problem here is that you're getting fewer questions wrong, so there's less to review. And you're spending more time doing stuff you already know how to do.
Right. Or after you do a hard one, then the easy ones appear hard.
Maybe. Hopefully not.
Well, hopefully, no, it's not necessarily the case. It's more like it also creates a stamina issue, right? So you do 4 passages, you get done with a hard one, then you head to an easy one, and then your brain is just strung out. It creates a stamina issue about how much your brain can take after. And I understand the mirrors one is actually the 4th one in the passage, but I think there was one that was really difficult. I believe it was in 152. It was right before the plate tectonics one. I can't recall exactly what it was, but that one I remember being pretty tricky. And then you head to plate tectonics, which is also hard. And then your brain gets strung out there too, right? So it's a process of scrambling the egg.
Well, the passages, you're rarely going to have the hardest passage first, and you'll rarely have the easiest one last. And so my general thought is just do them in the order given, all else being equal, and build your momentum as you go. That's going to be, of course, in the context of a timed section. What I was saying before is like to just drill by pulling out all the hard ones.
What do you think about doing, so do paragraph summaries as I go, and try to get a rough sketch of the author's opinion as well as author's purpose. And then there was one more. Main point can be a tricky one. I guess the best way I can identify main point is by just making little marks in the passage. It's like, okay, well, it's contained here, or it's contained here and there. Paragraph 1 and paragraph 3. You can't exactly try to pin it down with all that much specificity, but try that, but then get to the questions, and they can be a bit of a bear cat. Is there any way how you can, as far as approach is concerned, how I could improve?
Well, we start with identifying the main point, right? So that's the foundation. So I generally recommend for reading comp, you do general and global, then local, then inferential. So you build your understanding as you go. You knock out all the big picture questions first, like main idea, primary purpose, passage organization, title, tone, author's opinion. They're all really getting at the same thing from different angles. And so you want to find the key line or the thesis statement of the passage where they express their opinion or summarize their main idea. And you hold on to that for dear life as you do all the general questions.
Yeah.
You have your pre-phrase, and then you have LSAT's articulation of that idea.
Okay.
You could drill this, by the way. But then after that, you do all your local questions that require you to go to a specific section of the passage, like what is the role of paragraph 2? Or this highlighted phrase means what in context? You knock those out second.
Okay.
And finally, you save your detailed questions for last. Those require a bit more reading between the lines, the more inferential questions like what would the author be most likely to agree with? But you set your foundation, you build your foundation first.
Yeah.
And then during review, you circle back to whatever lines would support a given choice.
Right. Thank God for that Control F function. They didn't have that when I took it many years ago.
Well, they will Control F specifically. They had it temporarily. They stopped it. And now there is their own native search function, which you can use instead.
Okay.
It's something. It's a little bit glitchy. I wouldn't count on it, but it can be helpful sometimes.
It's nice when you least expect it.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever? How would you say with a student scoring? I guess it would be fair to characterize it. I'm scoring in the low 160s. How would you characterize a student scoring in the low 160s, untimed, low 170s, but then performance takes a nosedive. And what's the most analogous circumstance to something like that as far as progress and development is concerned?
For a student scoring the low 160s?
In the low 160s, but then progress nosedives at about 4 months before the test.
Could be burnout.
Okay.
Do you feel like burnout's a possibility?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, how much have you been studying?
About 3 hours a day. On weekends, 6.
Oh, so 3 hours a day on weekdays, but then weekends you're doing 6 hours a day.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing this scheduled for?
A few months. Well,
That's
I
a
guess
lot.
so. It's been a few months. Started in May, but it started in May with separate course, which had its ups and downs, and started with LSAT Unplugged. I think I started with you in mid-September, maybe.
All right, so you've been doing this for 5-6 months so far. You only started with us last month.
Yep.
And you've got another 3.5 months till your test in February. And this schedule feels like a lot to me, honestly. I mean, are you taking any days off here and there?
Oh, I take at least a day off.
So maybe a day or two a week off, but weekends you could be doing 6 hours a day
or more.
Or more. Okay, what would be your max on a weekend?
10 hours.
10.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's no reason for that. I don't think it's necessary. I don't want you to burn out, man. I mean, your test is not tomorrow. And even for someone who's I could understand more someone who's taking it in November, 2 weeks away, adopting that schedule. But this is not something that you cram for. I don't think that you need to rush it. You've got time.
If I might explain, is that the review process is quite time consuming. The schedule is with LSAT Unplugged. I very much appreciate the personalized schedule. Very, very helpful. But when you template the review process with, say, do 2 sections today, I was like, well, reviewing 2 sections can be quite time consuming.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to review every single question.
Okay.
And if the schedule is, we personalize it as best we can, but if it's taking you 10 hours, then the workload is too much and we can reduce that.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah. I just don't want you to burn out. It's a test. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
And it could be that you need to review fewer questions or just do fewer questions so that you have adequate time to review the ones that you are completing. But I would never ever say more than 6 hours in a day.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I just don't think there's a reason to do that. I mean, 6 hours of focused studying is really the max that any typical brain can easily absorb.
Right.
And I'm counting myself in that as well. I couldn't do more than 6 hours of studying in a day, and there's no reason for it.
Oh yeah, it's so Bearcat, but yeah, you like using that word, but I very much appreciate your insights into this. Burnout is a bit of it, but there's also I think for lack of a better way of saying it, a lack of confidence in the approach. Right? Is that when you get hit across the head or slapped in the face or something with a really tough passage, and then you get 4 of them that are easy after that, or it's like, okay, what exactly was the issue? Or you get a tough one and then your performance goes down considerably thereafter. It's like, well, what exactly is going on here? And it's tough to pin down because there's no specific question. I mean, author's opinion does stick out to me, and the same is true with logical reasoning, with like sufficient assumption too. But some of the harder some of the harder, more dense stuff in logical reasoning. But there's no connecting thread between the questions that I get wrong. So I was like, okay, what exactly is the issue here? And that's a challenge for me, is identifying how it is that you get better from the spot.
Yeah, well, I mean, those are the ones you want to work on. They could just be you're having trouble with hard questions or hard passages because they're hard. And we can call them Bearcat passages if you want, right? Like those Bearcats, you just put a category of Bearcats, and those are the ones that you look at, and those are the ones that you focus on, and those are the ones that really need the time. And rather than focusing on a passage where you got 6 out of 7 and focusing on that one remaining question, maybe your time is better spent on the Bearcat passages where you got 0 for 7, and those are the ones you want to look at. But again, like, you've got 3.5 months to get there. So I would recommend that you cap any given day at 6 hours max.
Okay.
And then you spread out your studying more over the course of the week. It sounds like we got to adjust your plan to maybe give you a little bit of a lighter workload, so you're not feeling an obligation to do so much. And just email the team and they'll make adjustments. It's an evolution. It's a process, but we'll get you there.
I would appreciate that very much, because I'm about 2 weeks behind and I'm beating myself up about it.
No, it's okay. I mean, the plans are always more important for the level of specificity regarding what to do than the exact day-by-day breakdown. And then you can always adjust by just reducing the quantity of questions that you complete to fit your time frame.
All right, then. This is 15 minutes, so I won't take up any more of your time, but I very much appreciate the insight. I have a clear picture in my head about how this should proceed here.
Awesome, Don. It was a pleasure. Anything else comes up, reach out, let me know.
Will do. Thank you very much.
For sure. Have a good one, man. Take it easy.
See ya.
Next up, we have next caller, Miracle. Hey, Miracle, how's it going?
Hi, I'm good. How about you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. Nice to see you. How's everything been going?
Everything's been going really well. I had my last call with my coach yesterday, so yeah, things are going well.
Cool. For context, if you could just share some background, your current score, your goal score, and when you're taking the test.
The last practice test that I took, honestly, was like 140, and I was shooting more. Well, 170 sounds nice, right? But with the schools that I'm looking at, the median is about 150, 155-ish. So yeah, still not where I want to be. But, I've been talking to my coach about the things that I know that are hindering me, which we said a lot of it has to do with the fact that my speed, like the timing, isn't there. So I'm getting majority of what I'm answering right, but I have so many points left on the table because, I run out of time before I answer all the questions. So that's, I think, like my biggest thing right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the biggest thing is making that transition from accuracy into speed.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many practice tests have you taken so far?
I think I've done 4. No, 3. I've done 3.
3 exams so far. That's it. Okay. And so we want to get you to at least 10 exams before test day. Could you see yourself doing 1 or 2 a week?
I could definitely do that. Yeah, I've been doing them on a weekly basis, but I definitely could add another to that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, as long as you wouldn't have to do them on consecutive days, that would be ideal.
Mm-hmm.
The best way to do more time to work is just to do more time to work and to get it in there, because it's not enough to get the questions right. You got to get them right in the context of a timed section and a timed exam, considering your pacing, time management, and full length exams to build your endurance.
Yeah, true. I 100% agree.
Now, do you find more timing issues on logical reasoning or reading comp, or is it just across the board?
At first it was across the board, but my reading comp has actually gotten a lot better. So really right now it's LR.
Okay, so it's really more logical reasoning where the timing issues are that you're facing, or you're not finishing the section? Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
I'm not finishing the section. Like, say if it's, I don't know, 27 questions, I might end up being like around like 18 or 19 questions that I get through. So yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're getting through a good percentage of it, but not all the way. And so it might be that you just need to go a little bit faster on the easier questions to give you more of a time bank for the tougher ones later. How's your accuracy on the first 10?
Yeah. On the first 10, I noticed, I think majority of those are right. There might be like one in there that for some reason like threw me off or something. But on the first 10, generally those are fine. It's really when you get towards the end that I'm like spending way too much time, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's only natural because the later ones are harder. My thought is that we got to find a way to carve out more time for you to attack the tougher ones by helping you get through the easier ones faster. And so my thought for you is just going to be trust your gut on the easy ones. They are as simple and straightforward as they seem, the first 10 especially. So go with your gut on those and get through them as quickly as possible so that you have the time to devote to the tougher ones.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll definitely keep that in mind the next time. Okay. Yeah, I think it's definitely something to keep in mind in terms of speeding up on the easier ones. And I think like my coach was talking about, I sometimes second guess myself. And he's like, you know, as we break down like my thought process as we're going through the questions, he's like, you know the answer. Like, he's like, you got it. Like, you're on the right path. He was just like, you got to stop questioning yourself. So yeah.
Exactly. Go with your gut. That's my thought for you here. Just go with your gut. Trust your instincts. The first 10 are as easy as they seem. Not a whole lot of tricks there, but the tougher ones are what really need the attention. So devote your time there and just transition out of the drilling, transition out of the foundational work, and just get more reps under timed conditions. So maybe that is upping it from 1 exam a week to 2 exams a week. And then when you can't do a full exam, use some individual timed sections.
Okay. Yeah, definitely do that more. I've been doing the just the time section alone versus the timed test in between. So like I would do a time section during the week and then I would do the practice test in full on the weekend. But yeah, I'll definitely add more to it so that way I'm drilling that a little bit more because
Cool. All right. Yeah. So keep at it there. I think that's the biggest. We're getting some feedback here.
Okay, are we getting there?
I think so. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's you, but was there anything else we wanted to make sure we covered?
Let's see. I think it was just that. I think that's just my biggest issue, if I had to say. It's definitely the timing and trusting my gut. I think I was telling my coach before that I had some anxiety when it came to the time, so I was spending more time panicking than focusing. And one tip that he gave me was to put a sticky note over my timer so that way I can actually focus. And so yeah, so that helped. But
All right, Miracle, I think we're starting to cut out here. Might be a connection issue.
oh, okay. But thank you. I definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Anything else comes up, just reach out. Let me know. I'll be happy to help you out. Awesome. I think Miracle had to sign off. I think it might have been a connection issue of some kind, but that's okay. Things happen. Miracle, if you need anything, if you are able to sign back on, just reach out. Let me know. Otherwise, you can always email the team and we'll be happy to help you out. So let's see. Before our next caller, I want to talk through a little bit more about, let's see, logical reasoning. So let's say that you're in a situation where your logical reasoning is going pretty well till the end, but then you run out of time. That's like the issue that Miracle was facing, right? So we fixed the last 5 by buying you more time early and protecting your energy midway through the section. So for the first 10 questions, to give yourself that cushion, you want to knock them out in roughly 10 minutes, give you that cushion, build up a time bank that you can apply to the tougher questions later in the section. If you run into anything where you're feeling stuck, you're not sure, you're hitting a gap or a wall, you flag it, you skip it, you come back later. You want to be capital efficient because you need that time for a tougher question later in this section. That's going to be way harder and actually need that time. That's the best place to allocate that investment of your time. Now, every single question, you've got your question stem, right? You want to label that in 3 seconds if you can. You want to ask yourself, what is the job? What is the task the question is asking you to perform? Is it strengthen, weaken, necessary assumption, flaw, inference? You want to label it as quickly as you can. Now, not all questions are of equal difficulty either, regardless of question type. You've got certain types that are your strengths, like maybe it could be necessary assumption questions, or it could be causal arguments. Maybe there are some yellow light patterns like that are workable but tough, where you're not sure about them, but you could hammer away at them with a bit more time. If the stimulus seems pretty straightforward, even if you don't love the question type. But then you have the hardest ones. Those are your red light questions that are more time sucks, like super abstract philosophy questions or dense principle questions. Those you want to flag, skip, and move on. Maybe 3 or 4 of those within a given section. Could be natural science, could be philosophy, aestheticism, morality. You flag and skip them, come back to them later only if you have any remaining leftover time. Now, for every single question, you evaluate the argument. You ask yourself, is it premise? Is it gap? Is it conclusion? Those are the 3 things you look for. If an answer doesn't touch on the gap, it's gone. You knock it out. Now, as we've been discussing here, changing answers can be a bit tricky, could be a bit of a red flag. You switch your answer only if you can note the exact reason why you're switching it, like there's a scope shift, a quantifier mismatch, or there's some alternative cause. If you don't have a reason to switch other than just a gut check, you don't actually change it. Now, there's, of course, Socratic review. You pick 3 high leverage items. For each one, write down the rule that you'll use next time. You write a signal that would tip you off earlier, and then you have your Socratic review documentation of all of this using a Google Sheet, a Google Doc, a physical notebook. I don't really care what, but you want to be able to track your progress. I'm going to give you a couple of stories from former students. We had Jordan, who would lose 3 to 4 questions out of the last 5 in every single practice test. We gave him the logical reasoning time cushion, the timestamps, and his last 5 question protocol. 2 weeks later, his logical reasoning raw score went up 6 points with the same knowledge, just better resource allocation. We also had our student Nina, who would fight every hard question on principle she could not let go. But we got her to start triaging her questions, flagging and skipping. We stopped her from wrestling with those red light questions and devote that time to green light questions instead. Her section went from -8 to -3 in just 12 days. Of course, that is not a promise or a guarantee you'll experience similar. Your results may vary. I only share this to show you what's possible when you're willing to change your approach. And like I said, with the bootcamp, we give you a score improvement guarantee. Follow the plan, improve at least 10 points. If you don't, you can either get a full refund or free support until you hit your goal. And we're offering you retake insurance. If you need to retake beyond your target test date, we redo your entire plan for free. Now you have 2 paths before you. Future A, we support you. You fund your finish. Within 48 hours, we set up a plan of attack for you. By the end of week 1, you can reach question 10 with 30 to 60 seconds, 4 days out of 7. You'll be able to label question stems in less than 3 seconds. Future B, you keep hoping on your own. The last 5 will just work out. You burn your minutes early. You keep looking at the timer. You keep wrestling random hard questions. By minute 32, you're rushing and you're changing your answers from right to wrong. Same knowledge, same collapse, same score. The first future is process. The second is wishful thinking. If those last 5 questions are crushing you, the fix is not more willpower. It's a time bank, timestamps, labeling the question stem, triage, and a 1-line script you've rehearsed. And so if you'd like my support, go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp and join. This week, we'll give you the plan of attack. And by joining now during the stream, you will lock in the bonus stack worth thousands of dollars, 4 extra coaching hours for free, 4 essay revisions for free, and full retake insurance with a full plan rebuild, all covered by our higher score guarantee. Now, a lot of students will want to join, but worry they've got work, they commute, they got class, family, life, and you've only got 6-7 hours a week. Is that enough time, or is it too little to actually matter? But the bootcamp is built for limited time. We give you short, high-yield study sessions and a living day-by-day plan that tells you exactly what to do. So here's the math. 6-7 hours a week works out to 5 60-minute blocks, 5 days a week, plus a little extra time on the weekends, or 3 60-minute blocks and 2 20-minute minimums per day. At most, could be a lot less. Over 8 weeks, that becomes more than 50 focused hours of studying with private coaching, review, and a plan that compounds. Let's talk about what happens during those hours. You got a daily block, 15-20 minutes of targeted review on one weakness, 15-20 minutes with a timed mini set or single RC passage, and 10-15 minutes with Socratic review. You write down one rule and one signal per high leverage miss. That is it. Skill, application, and retention. Then on crazy days, you have your minimum effective day of just 5 to 20 minutes. That could be 5 minutes working on logical reasoning structure, labeling premise, gap, and conclusion on one stimulus. You have a 5 to 10 minute RC headline and a one-word rule for each paragraph. And you have 60 seconds to log the rule and the signal. Then you have your weekly 2-section lab where you do one logical reasoning and one reading comp back to back. You practice your pre-section ritual, your timestamps, and your last 5 protocol under light fatigue. If you can't join live, you can always watch the recording later. Then you have your live semi-private sessions 4 nights a week, all optional, all recorded. If you can't join live, you watch the replay with playback speed increase and you follow the prompts. Then you have your 3 private one-on-ones per week you can schedule at your convenience, morning, noon, or night, any day of the week. Plus, when you join now, during the live stream, you get 4 extra bonus coaching hours you can use as plateau breakers when you need more surgical help. This is why busy students do well. They remove the guesswork. They repeat the same small wins. They don't waste time relearning what a video already taught them. And remember, we have that higher score guarantee. Follow the plan, improve at least 10 points. If you don't, you can either get a full refund or get free continued support, and you get your retake insurance. If you've got to retake beyond your target test date, we will redo your entire plan for free. Now again, future A, you use your 6 to 7 hours with a system. You schedule 5 short blocks this week. Tonight, you do your 20-minute micro win, 10 minutes logical reasoning structure, 7 minutes RC mapping, 3 minutes Socratic review. By day 3, you've logged 3 rules and 3 signals. By day 7, you've done a 2-section lab, written 7 headlines in less than 10 words for reading comp, and you've got your 30 to 60 second cushion by the 10th question of logical reasoning. In weeks 2 and 3, those numbers compound. Your accuracy stabilizes, your pacing smooths out, and the last 5 stop owning you. Scores follow skills, and your skills are now daily. Then you have your alternative option, future B. You keep waiting for more time. You aim for perfect 3-hour blocks that never actually happen. You keep watching long videos. You feel productive, but you're not training. You have no written rules, no tracked signals, no timestamps, and weeks pass. The same inputs go in, the same low score comes out. You're saving money, but you're losing leverage and likely scholarships as well. So if you truly only have 6 to 7 hours, you are exactly who we built this for. You've got short study sessions, a living plan, and coaching that adapts to your schedule. And if a week goes sideways, you've got that minimum effective day keeping your identity alive. You can still be someone who trains daily, even for just 5 minutes. And so you don't need more time. You just need a better system. And so if you want support with that system, go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp and join. You can lock in the thousands in bonuses by joining today, 4 extra coaching hours, 4 essay revisions, and retake insurance with a full plan rebuild. Now, if you're taking the LSAT in January or February, this is when things get real. You've probably been studying for weeks, maybe months, and your score just won't move. Not because you're lazy, but because you've hit the plateau almost everybody hits right before a breakthrough. That's exactly why I built this LSAT Bootcamp. It is a short, intensive coaching program designed to raise your score by 10 to 25 points before test day, backed by our higher score guarantee. Here's how it works. You meet with your coach 3 times a week, one-on-one. These are short surgical sessions that fix exactly what's holding you back. You also get 4 semi-private sessions Monday through Thursday in the evenings, all optional, all recorded. This is where you drill, you review, and you ask questions live in a small group setting. You follow a custom living day-by-day plan built from your real data, not some cookie-cutter template. And when you make mistakes, you use our Socratic review method, so every mistake turns into a permanent lesson. The results are real students seeing real jumps, like Zach, who went from 151 to 176, 25 points in just 1 month, Judy, who went up 10 points in just 4 weeks while working full-time. This is not magic. It's just coaching, clarity, and accountability. And if you're thinking, what if I don't improve? You're covered. If you follow the plan and your score doesn't improve at least 10 points, you get to choose either a full refund or free continued support until you hit your goal. That is our higher score guarantee. And so if you're serious about making your LSAT jump before the January or February LSATs, go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp, lock in your spot and your bonuses, the 4 extra coaching hours, the 4 essay revisions, and retake insurance, where we build your plan for free if you need another test. Now, if you're watching this and your score has been stuck, maybe 155, 159, 162, and it just won't move, that's not a sign you're doing something wrong. It's just a sign that you're doing it alone. And that's exactly why we built this LSAT Bootcamp. This is not some additional course full of videos you'll never finish. It's not an app where you drill questions. It's a full coaching system that gives you clarity, structure, and accountability, so you actually move up 10 to 25 points before your next test. And so if you'd like my support to get you there, go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. Link is below the video on YouTube. Link in my bio on Instagram. I'll be happy to help you out and talk through as many questions as I can. For those wondering, if you're just joining, what it looks like, you get 3 private one-on-one sessions every single week with a top scoring coach who knows your patterns and fixes them fast. You get 4 live, semi-private small group sessions 4 nights a week, all optional, all recorded, where you can practice, you can ask questions, and you can see how other serious students think. You get a living day-by-day plan that tells you exactly what to do with just 45 to 60 minutes a day. This is not a random schedule or endless test taking. And you also get the Socratic review method to turn every single mistake into a rule that you never forget. Every week, as you move forward, you're going to feel progress instead of doubt. You'll stop saying, I hope my score goes up, and you'll start saying, I know why it's going up. And here's the part that removes all the risk. If you follow the plan and your score doesn't improve, you get a full refund, or we support you for free until you do hit your goal. Plus, if you join today during the live, we're including a bonus stack worth thousands of dollars, 4 extra coaching hours, 4 essay revisions for your applications, and retake insurance, where we rebuild your plan for free if you need another test date. And so if you're serious about hitting your goal score by January or February, go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp, grab your seat, lock in your bonuses, and we'll make your breakthrough official. Now, I got a question here from John asking, is there a way to still book? I don't see any openings. So if you're having trouble joining, just email the team, help@lsatunplugged.com, or hit reply to any of my emails that you've received from me or any of my texts, and my team and I will be happy to help you out. We do still have slots available. And if you join during the live, you will get those bonuses like we talked about. We'll be happy to help you out. We've got Hamid saying there's no slot for October and November. If you're having trouble booking, just email the team. We'll be happy to help you out. The team is standing by, ready to support you to get you into the bootcamp, and we can get you started today. If you were to join the program now, you could have your onboarding call with the student success team this afternoon, and you could have your first coaching session as soon as tonight or tomorrow. We've got a great team of coaches who can help you out. They all got top scores on their own official LSATs, and we'll be happy to help you out. I see Lux said she's taking it in both January and February 2026. Awesome. I love that idea because it gives you another opportunity to retake another at-bat. And I actually recommend that everybody retake the LSAT at least once, because there is no downside for retaking, right? Law schools do not average multiple LSAT scores. They only take the highest score on record, meaning there is no downside to a retake. If you take the LSAT and you don't hit your goal, just take it again another month later. And if you hit your goal on January, but you think through luck alone you could do a few points better, that's great. You retake it a few months later, you score another month later in February, you score a few points higher. Awesome. If not, no big deal. Law schools will only count your highest score on record. They do not average multiple LSAT scores. And so it's well worth retaking. Just through luck alone, you could do a few points better. Well worth it. Another question from Hamid. I want to be enrolled in one of your classes, but I can't decide which program to choose. Need your team's help on it. I've already sent them an emails in this regards. And so the team will get back to you as quickly as possible. I'm sure they've gotten a lot of emails today, given that we're doing the live streaming, given the score release today. And so they will get back to you as soon as possible. It all depends on when you're taking the LSAT, right? And so if you're taking the LSAT in January, I would go for the January LSAT bootcamp. If you're taking the LSAT in February, I would go for the February LSAT bootcamp. And if you're not sure which one you're going to take, if you're maybe taking both LSATs, I go for February. If you're taking January but considering February, start with a January bootcamp. We can always extend it for you for February. And on the checkout page, you'll see the February LSAT as well. I see that we're having an issue with the camera again. Sorry about that. I'll see if I can fix this real quick. All right, so hopefully we're better now with the camera. The technical issues will happen, so apologies for that. It's just a consequence of doing things live. Sometimes you never know what will fail. Have to look into that camera issue for the next one, but I think we're okay. Got a question here from RSS. I watched the video about law schools and new rules around student loans. Would you anticipate law schools lowering their prices or expanding scholarship opportunities to make it affordable? Okay, so for those who aren't aware, there are some changes coming up starting next cycle regarding student loans due to the Trump administration changing how much students can take out in loans for law school. And basically, there's going to be a cap on how much you can borrow. And as a result, students will not be as easily able to borrow money for law school. As a result, schools may have no choice but to lower their tuition in order to compensate for that. And so there are some schools, there was one recently I saw in the headlines in California that was giving every student an automatic scholarship to hit the cap. In other words, they weren't formally reducing their tuition, but they were effectively changing it by giving everybody a scholarship to compensate for that. So schools may give more scholarship money as a result of the student loan changes. You can't count on it though. The best way to get scholarship money is to apply to law school with an LSAT score above the medians. Because if you apply with higher numbers, then schools are more incentivized to give you money because you help them raise their status in this US News Law School rankings. That is the number one thing you can do actively, proactively to change your situation. Schools may change things as a policy, as a result of the policy changes with the government, but that's not something you can impact. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. I mean, ultimately that is what it is, right? But what can you control right now to better your situation? That's going to be applying to law school with a higher LSAT and a higher GPA. And your GPA is probably pretty fixed at this point in time. You're probably already finished with college or going to finish soon, but your LSAT is the biggest needle mover you can impact. And how do you impact that? By applying with a higher LSAT to get yourself a better scholarship outcome. Your GPA is probably pretty fixed. You can improve your essays and you can improve your LSAT score. Now, in the bootcamp, you get support with both, right? So the bootcamp, we're focused primarily on the LSAT because that is the biggest number one factor in the law school admissions process. And your essays, if you join the program today, as one of the bonuses, you get 4 essay revisions you can use for any of your documents: personal statement, diversity statement, optional essays, addenda, resume. We help with all of that. You get 4 different essays you can revise. And that bonus is good if you join the program today. As long as you join before the stream ends, you will get that additional bonus to support you for both your LSAT and your essays. Again, the bonus is you get 4 bonus hours of private one-on-one coaching. You get 4 essay revisions, and you get retake insurance, meaning if you need to retake the LSAT beyond your initially targeted test date, we will rebuild your study plan for you for free. We have a question here from G asking, I've seen a lot of data saying there is a much higher number of students taking the LSAT. Recession indicators, how do you think this will affect admissions? So yes, that is true, G. LSAT score, law school applicants and LSAT takers are up significantly this cycle. We're seeing things up about 30% year over year, meaning 30% more people taking the LSAT and applying compared to this time last year. As you said, yes, it is a recession indicator. Basically, when the economy is bad, more people will go to law school to balance things out because it's counter-cyclical. Basically, if it's harder to get a job or to get a good job, you think to yourself, well, I'll just go to law school, wait things out a couple of years, and hopefully things are improved afterwards. And so how will this affect admissions? It makes things more competitive. It's not good news for you, basically, because when there are more people competing for the same number of seats, law schools are able to get more selective. Just a brutal reality. And so what can you do to become a more attractive applicant? You apply with better numbers, better GPA, better LSAT, better essays. All the same things I was saying to the previous commenter, right? And so basically, if we can get you a stronger application through getting you better numbers, through getting you better essays, then we can increase your odds of admission to compensate for the significant increase in the number of people applying. Because law schools are not going to increase their class sizes because that reduces their selectivity and hurts them in the rankings. It also reduces their medians, right? But when there are more applicants for the same number of seats, law schools love it because they can be more selective. They can attract a better caliber of applicant and raise their average quality of applicant. They can filter for better LSAT, better GPA, better essays. And your GPA is probably pretty fixed at this point, but your LSAT you can still change. Your personal statement you can still change. Your resume you can still change. But application is soft factors. LSAT is a hard factor. It's an objective number that law schools report your LSAT and your GPA to the American Bar Association, which in turn is where U.S. News pulls that data from for inclusion in the ever important U.S. News Law School rankings. And so the number one thing you can do, regardless of your situation, just get a higher LSAT score. So whether you're taking it in November, January, February, or beyond, that's where I would focus. If you are a freshman in college, if you're still in high school and you're watching this already, love that. But I would say focus on college, focus on getting the highest possible undergraduate GPA. When you are a junior or maybe a senior in college or beyond, that's when you start focusing on your LSAT. Now, I see we have another caller joining us. John, I'm just going to pop in my headphones so I can actually hear you, and then we will dive in. What's up, John? How are you? You're coming through fine. Fantastic. Great to see you. How are things?
Things are going. Trying to get into a routine. It's been about a week. I met with my tutor once so far, attended a few classes. And so I think I'm just trying to get into the swing of things. And, so that's sort of where I'm at.
Cool. What's your current score, your goal score when you're taking the LSAT?
So the high score I've gotten officially was 143. My goal is to hopefully get to like at least 160. And the exam that I'm looking at is February. But I haven't signed up for an exam yet. I want to make sure like that my scores are up to par before I sign up. But I think that's the earliest test that I would probably sign up for. Unless things go super well and I'm crushing it and I can sign up for an earlier exam. But that's the goal for right now.
Cool. Okay, so 143 to 160. By February, you've got 3.5 months. Yeah. And if you are able to take it in February, would you apply to law school this cycle?
Yeah. So yeah, I just to give you a little bit of background. I applied last cycle. I applied to like 20 schools with the 143 score. Did not get into any of them. And this time around, I'm only applying to like a few schools, and all of them are part-time programs in Chicago. I work full-time, and so very different approach than last time. I casted a wide net last time around, and this time I'm really focused on just a few schools. And so the goal would be to apply this cycle, but again, it really depends on my score because
Cool.
I think everything else is pretty set. I'm out of school, so those undergrad grades are what they are. My essays I can improve on a little bit, but the LSAT score is the biggest determinant. All
right, so we got to get your LSAT up so you can apply this cycle. What would you say is the biggest challenge you're facing right now?
Developing a consistency day in and day out, trying to figure out my schedule with work and when to study, whether it be in the morning or after work. I find after work is a little bit tough because I'm like pretty tired towards the end of the day. Early morning, I think early morning so the times I work from home part of the week. I'm in the office a few days a week. I find like afternoon around this time is when I'm working from home a really good time because my wife is at work, I'm able to have some quiet time. I'm not in the office. So oddly enough, like during the week when I'm working from home, afternoon is actually a good time. Like this time throughout the week. And then on weekends, I try to do it early in the morning. Sunday is my rest day. But yeah, so that I think figuring out my schedule has been the most challenging part so far.
Gotcha. All right. Well, it sounds like you figured out a lot, actually. You know what works and you know what doesn't work. So it's a matter of just doing that consistently every
Yes.
single week for the next 15 weeks till February.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So when you add all that up, how many hours a week would you say you could put in?
I could do like, I think, what's the odd thing is I can do more hours when I work from home than like when I don't work from home. So like I could do like at least 2 hours when I work from home. Because I have more control over like, my schedule when I take my dog out. When I work from home, I can like plan when I do my work. So on those days, I work from home 3 days a week. So I could get like probably at least 2 hours on those days. The other days is when it's most challenging, when I'm in the office or weekends. Weekends are pretty flexible as well, but I can consistently get like between 4 to 5 days. I can get at least 6 hours in for sure.
That's plenty. I mean, I wouldn't recommend more than that even. I think you're in a good place to put in the time. Now, the next question is, how do we use that time, right? So to get you from 143 to 160, there's still a lot of foundational work to be done. What would you say are the biggest struggle areas or pain points you're facing sitting where you are right now?
Yeah, so reading comp, so I think logical reasoning, because I feel like there's a lot of opportunities to gain points there. Reading comprehension, the biggest challenge I have with that is reading through the passages. And by, I think run out of time with reading comp, particularly like the two passages. That takes me a while to get through those. But I feel higher actually in reading comp than it is in logical reasoning. So while I'm not answering as many questions as logical reasoning, but for reading comp, I'm getting more right. But in both instances, I haven't gone through and finished a whole either one from start to finish.
So you haven't been able to complete the section fully?
No.
Okay, so you're getting bogged down or stuck anywhere?
I think I think with just it's taken me longer to figure things out. I think like I said before, with reading comp, it takes me a while to get through the passages and read through, and and then I just run out of time for both sections, but particularly reading comp. I may be able to complete like 1 or 2 sections, but that's generally it.
1 or 2 passages. Okay, so we've got to help you speed up. Now, how long have you been working on reading comp for?
So I've taken this exam 3 times. I took a long break after things didn't work out last year. It's been months since I've like studied or done any LSAT law school stuff. So I took like this whole summer off from studying. But I've been on and off studying for the exam for a couple of years.
A couple of years, okay. I want to help you knock this out once and for all. It's too long. But we got to take it in February and apply already. So logical reasoning, I want you to focus on the 3 highest yield areas: necessary assumption, inference, and flaw. Those are the most common types of logical reasoning questions. So you will get more bang for your buck focusing there than on the less common types. People get overwhelmed because people get overwhelmed. Yeah, of course. I'll repeat that. So for logical reasoning, I'd start there. I want you to focus on the 3 most common types of questions: necessary assumption, inference, and flaw. I would start there because those are the most common types, meaning they are the highest leverage areas to focus on. You're going to get a lot more bang for your buck working there than on the less common types that hardly ever show up.
Yeah.
So drill those, review the fundamentals on those, lock those up. Then secondly, reading comp in general, get your pacing down, make sure you're not getting bogged down or stuck. Make sure that you familiarize yourself with the most common patterns or skeletons or structures in reading comp. So I start with those two areas. Logical reasoning first and foremost, because it's 2/3 of the test, then the reading comp structures.
So I have 4 hours of tutoring left. How would you recommend me using it? Because I used the first one like a week or so ago, but I haven't scheduled the other ones. I'm trying to think about the best way to utilize those 4 other hours. You know, I think I may end up adding more hours, but I also don't want to just, I want to be strategic about using them. So what would be your recommendation given my timeline and where I'm at right now?
Yeah, great question. So I would use them earlier rather than later so that you can set yourself up for success, building a strong foundation. In other words, using those sessions earlier will allow you to study more efficiently and effectively going forward. So don't save them all till the end, because then what are you doing in the meantime? We want to help you build that foundation now, understand the concepts and the question types so that you can study more effectively solo, taking practice tests and reviewing.
Would you recommend using them consecutively week by week? Because that was one of the things I was worried about, like maybe taking like a couple weeks between using them and not use them every week, because then I still have like, several months left before I take the exam.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, if you can add more, I'd recommend it just so you have more consistent support, because you are still looking for roughly a 20-point increase. So I'd say maybe you use 1 a week for the next 4 weeks. If you want to use 1 a week for the next 3 weeks and save 1 in your back pocket for later, you could do that too.
Okay. And then lastly, how do I schedule the tutor sessions?
Just book them on your coach's calendar. If you need the team to send it over again, they can resend it to you.
Okay. Okay, so I'll reach out via email to the team regarding my coach's calendar, and get that scheduled.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, reach out to them. They'll send you the calendar link again. You could book those sessions. If you can add more, great. If not, at least you use some sessions earlier now to give you clarity on the highest leverage areas like I talked about. The necessary assumption, inference, and flaw in logical reasoning. Start there. Secondly, your reading comp approach.
And for you mentioned the reading comp structures. Any more insight in terms of that, or just like what does that mean?
Yeah, sure. So students get overly focused on the topic in reading comp. You have natural science, social science, humanities, and law, but those topic breakdowns are not actually what you need to focus on in reading comp, because the content never matters. The structure matters. And so LSAC uses a limited set of structures for reading comp passages, regardless of surface level topic. So for example, you'll have old followed by new. So like basically scientists had this old understanding. Now they have a new revised, updated understanding. Or you have viewpoint A is presented, viewpoint B is presented, then you have a combination of the two. And then there's a couple others like that as well. And so if you understand the common formats with which they present viewpoints, when you see a new passage, you can more easily bucket it into one of those structures.
Yeah. And another question that just came up for me is, in terms of practice, I'm not quite sure. Would you recommend I do drills? Because what I've been doing so far, I've been watching videos, and then I've been trying like different sections. How would you recommend I practice throughout the week, as far as maybe doing like a practice exam every week, or just focusing on drills, as far as where I'm at right now?
For where you're at right now, I would recommend more foundational work. So that means watching course lesson videos, joining the semi-private small group sessions, and maybe drilling some questions by type.
Okay.
So that's where I'd look at those 3 types: necessary, assumption, inference, flaw. Watch the lesson videos on those topics, join classes on those topics, drill those questions by type. You could take a practice test here or there, but I wouldn't use up the recent ones yet, because there's still more foundational work to be done.
Okay.
The benefit of doing a practice test maybe 1 a week is just to start introducing some timing and pacing work, and as well as endurance. But I would save more of those practice tests for later, because you're still you still got 20 points before your goal. And
Yeah.
still, I want you to establish a strong foundation first.
Yeah.
That way you'll get more
Yeah.
value out of the practice tests.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think my approach with taking this long route is to really, do it right and not rush through the process. That's why I haven't, in the past, I've signed up for an exam before, I've gotten consistent scores and it hasn't worked out. And so that my approach is very different this time around for that reason.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, everyone's got to start somewhere. I know you've been at this for a while, but you've still got 3.5 months to hit your goal. And there's some clear areas to focus on to begin with. There's a lot of low hanging fruit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think it's a good place to start. If I needed to switch my tutor, I'm assuming I just reach out to the team again and to get that process going.
Yeah, easy, very easy process. Just reach out, let them know you want to switch, and they'll be happy to make the change for literally any reason.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think my first session went well. We went through a bunch of questions, but I think I can do a better job of maybe slowing her down at times.
You still there? You're cutting out, John. Looks like your video froze. But yeah, I mean, what I would say here, are you back?
It was moving kind of fast, but
no, I think the connection's a little bit shaky, so I'm not able to hear you fully. But what I'll say here is that, I mean, we've got a great team of coaches, but they all have different styles, right? It looks like you might be back there. But yeah, I mean, if you need to switch, if she's going too fast for you, you're number one, you can let her know. Feel free. Yeah. But if you want to just try out somebody else, it's a close working relationship. We want to make sure it's a good fit. Different coaches have different styles. And so you can always just reach out to the team and we'll make a change for you.
Sounds good. All right. Well, I appreciate your time and meeting with me directly. So thank you.
Awesome. My pleasure, Don. Anything else comes up, reach out, let me know. Happy to help.
Will do. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Awesome. Cool. So we're still going strong, about 5 hours in now. I want you to take 30 seconds and picture the morning that your LSAT score drops. You refresh the page and there it is, the number that you've been chasing. That single moment, that breath of relief, it changes everything. The schools you apply to, the scholarships you negotiate, and the confidence you carry. Now, I want to ask you, is the way that you're studying today actually leading to that moment, or is it just keeping you busy? That is exactly why I built this LSAT bootcamp. It is a short, intensive coaching experience designed to take you from plateauing to a breakthrough before the January and February LSATs. It includes 3 private sessions every week, 4 optional semi-private sessions Monday through Thursday. You get a living day-by-day plan that adapts to your data and real coaches tracking your progress so you never study blind again. Every week, you're going to feel your confusion shrinking, your confidence growing, and your score stabilizing. And if it doesn't, you're protected by our higher score guarantee. If you follow the plan and you don't improve at least 10 points, you can choose. You get a full refund or free support until you do. And if you join today, during the live stream before it ends, you also get 4 extra private coaching hours, 4 essay revisions, and retake insurance. So if you need another test date, we will rebuild your plan for you for free. So take that future moment, the one where your score finally matches your potential, and I want you to make it real. Go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp, and we'll start building your breakthrough today. So now I want to jump into any other questions coming through here in the chat. I want to get to as many of them as I can. And by the way, if you haven't already, drop for me in the chat when you're taking the LSAT. You could put a J for January, F for February, A for April, or if you're taking it in just 2 weeks, put an N for November, and I can address your questions and adjust the conversation accordingly. I want to get to as many of you as I can before we get there, before we wrap up for the evening here. We've been going about 5 hours, but I will go longer. We have another caller or 2 coming in today, I think. But let's see here. I want to talk about the math a bit as well, because if your LSAT score jumps 10 points, that's usually $30,000 to $70,000 more in scholarships. And so when you think about coaching, it's an investment with a 10x return. And in the LSAT Bootcamp, you're getting 3 private coaching sessions every week, 4 live nightly sessions, and a living daily study plan that adapts to your data, designed to get you that 10 to 25 point breakthrough before your January or February LSAT test date. And like I said, higher score guarantee. And when you join today, you get an additional bonus stack, extra coaching hours, extra essay edits, and retake insurance, so we can rebuild your plan for free if you need another test. And so the logic here is simple. You can spend months guessing or a couple months focused on a program that pays for law school itself. Again, lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp. I will get to as many of those questions as I can. We want to help you out. We want to support you. And so let's see. If you've already joined, by the way, welcome to the Bootcamp family. We're going to build your plan for you today, and you can get started with your coaching this weekend. And if you're on the fence, there's a reason this program fills up before each LSAT. It's because it's time to get moving, right? Scores came back today. Folks are taking their next steps. You've got November in only 2 weeks. Not a lot of time, so we're not focused on promising overnight success or results. We're focused on January, February, where we can get you much more leverage, because 2.5 months, 3.5 months, that's plenty of time to make significant improvement, even if you're starting from scratch. And if you have been studying for a while, all the better. You already have a strong foundation. And I'll talk about goal scores, right? So the T14 LSAT medians are all 170 to 174. The GPA medians are 3.8 to 3.9. That means if your GPA is below a 3.8, you want to balance it out with an LSAT above a 174. If your GPA is already in the 3.8, 3.9 range, 172 might be enough. I'm not saying I would recommend retaking a 171, but again, no real downside, because law schools do not average multiple scores. They only take the highest. Now, if you're aiming for T50, high 160s could be enough. If you're aiming for a local school, maybe 150s could be enough. But I don't want you to aim for law school medians. I want you to aim above the median, because schools are always looking to raise their medians. And this year, as we had that comment earlier, right, it's more competitive this cycle, more people applying, LSAT scores rising. They're up 30% year over year. And so this cycle will be more competitive, just facts, but you can take control of the situation. It's not a reason to be afraid of anything, because the simple solution is you just compensate by getting higher numbers, higher GPA, higher LSAT, better essays. And your GPA is probably already pretty fixed by this point in time. You probably already completed undergrad, or you're close to completing it, but your LSAT score is the biggest factor you can impact. A few points more on your LSAT could lead to thousands of dollars more in scholarship money, getting into better law schools. And a score in the 150s, I'll be frank, it might not get you into a school worth attending with financials that really make sense. You don't want to pay sticker for a school ranked 100. There's no reason to do it, because the employment outcomes may not warrant that. But if you can apply to a local law school ranked 100 with a score above the medians significantly, and you can get a full ride, take on zero debt, that's well worth doing. I would highly recommend that course of action. It's oftentimes better to go to a lower ranked school with more scholarship money than a higher ranked school with less scholarship money. And of course, a T14 might be worth going to if you're going to go into big law. Maybe you would pay sticker or close to it. Not saying you should, but some people will make that choice rationally. But if you can apply above 170 with the LSAT above 174, then you very well could get significant scholarships even at T14 schools. Some T14 schools do not offer full rides or significant scholarships, but some do. And it's well worth getting that scholarship, applying with numbers above the medians, especially when there are 30% more people applying this cycle over last cycle. And we're only in late October right now. If you take the LSAT in January, apply at the end of January when scores come back, that's not too late for this cycle. Even the February LSAT also is not too late for this cycle. It's okay to apply in January or February. It's not too late. April, on the other hand, is a bit too late for this cycle. I wouldn't recommend it for most people. June also, probably too late. But if you're planning far ahead, if you're a smart starter, starting now to take it in the spring or summer and apply next year, and you're going to be early, I love that approach. I wish more people did it. You take it in April, you've got June as a backup, and you can apply the second applications open next fall. And so if you're looking for support, whenever you're taking the LSAT, we can customize the boot camp to fit your situation. I'm focused on people taking it in January and February because that's where the most urgency is beyond November. But we also customize programs for those taking it in April, June, August, September, and beyond, even planning a year ahead. We have folks who are joining now, not for this boot camp, of course, but for other custom options that we can create for you. And if you want support customizing that, you can always email us, help@lsatunplugged.com. You can reply to any of the emails I've ever sent out. You can DM me on social, and the team and I will be happy to help you out. I'm also offering free LSAT tutoring lessons to anyone out there who's considering their next steps. You can book that free call with me at unpluggedprep.com/start. I want to help out as many folks as I can. I'll be doing that for as long as I can, of course. I'll be a bit tired after today's live stream is over, but I'll still be meeting with folks today, this week, and I want to reach out and help out as many folks as I can before we sign off for the evening, for the afternoon. Look at this, another one just came in while I was talking. Love that. That's what taking action looks like. Another boot camp joiner for February. Love to see it. And every name that comes through right now reminds me that transformation happens the moment that you commit, not the moment you start studying. So if you keep hearing these people joining and you're wondering, should I? That is your exact moment to lean in. You don't need to be ready to join. You join to get ready. And that's what everyone else here is doing right now. In other words, people ask, what should I do before joining your program? I'm like, nothing. We will show you exactly what to do. We don't want you building bad habits. The best way to start is by actually getting started. And everybody has to start somewhere, right? So everybody's a beginner at some point. We customize the program to make it beginner friendly for you, to meet you wherever you're at, whether you're brand new to the LSAT, never seen a question before, or you're a refugee from another prep course looking for more personalized support. And so a quick reality check before we wrap up for today. If you're taking the LSAT in January or February, you've got something most test takers don't. You have a window, a short, powerful window where your decisions right now determine your score, your scholarships, and your entire admissions trajectory. I've seen it 1,000 times. The students who act during this window, the ones who stop tinkering with study plans from Reddit, and they start training with real structure, those are the ones who jump 10, 15, even 25 points. And that single jump can literally mean tens of thousands of dollars in scholarships, or the difference between your dream school and a safety. That's what this LSAT bootcamp was built for. You get 3 private coaching sessions a week, 4 semi-private sessions each night, Monday through Thursday, and a living daily study plan that adapts to your progress every single day. You get focus, you get momentum, and you get accountability. And the key is you can't lose. If you follow the plan and your score does not improve at least 10 points, you get a full refund or free continued support until you hit your goal. That is our higher score guarantee. And if you join today, you lock in your bonuses, 4 private hours of one-on-one coaching, 4 essay revisions, and retake insurance. So if you need another test date, we rebuild your plan for free. So don't let this window close while you're still thinking about it, because the LSAT is not going to wait. But your breakthrough is ready the moment that you are. And so I invite you, go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp, and we'll finish this admission cycle strong together. The students who act in this window, who commit, they get structure, they get coaching, those are the ones who walk into test day calm, confident, and ready. And that's what this bootcamp was built for. You get 3 private coaching sessions a week, 4 semi-private small group sessions, and your day-by-day plan adapts to you. And by the way, if you follow your plan and you don't improve, you get a full refund or free continued support until you do. And by the way, if you join now during this live, you get the bonuses, the extra coaching, the essay revisions, and retake insurance. So I want to invite you, don't wait for perfect timing. This is the moment. I invite you to go to lsatunplugged.com/bootcamp, and I'll see you inside. And before we wrap up, let me tell you about one of my students, Sarah. She started off at a 152. She was working full-time, she was exhausted, and she was ready to give up. So we built her a custom plan, met 3 times a week, and within 8 weeks, she scored a 174. That single jump earned her over $100,000 in scholarships. Of course, that is not a promise or a guarantee you'll experience similar. Your results may vary, but That is what can happen when you stop guessing and you start following a system. There we go. Another student locking in before the bonuses close. Awesome. Quick shout out to David, just joined the February track. Pumped to have you on board. And so what would a study plan typically look like? We use the LASER approach to LSAT prep. LASER is an acronym standing for Learning, Accuracy, Sections, Exams, and Review. LASER is learning, starting off, building the proper foundation, learning the different sections and the different question types. That could be watching course lesson videos. In other programs, it's reading a textbook, but it's basically getting familiarity with the lay of the land, the 15 different types of logical reasoning questions, conclusion, strengthen, weaken, flaw, necessary assumption, sufficient assumption, and so on. You've also got reading comp to work on. Then there's A for accuracy, the second phase of LASER. That's drilling questions by type to better understand the proper perspective from which to approach each one. You have S for sections, doing individual timed sections to work on your pacing, your time management. Then you have E for exams and endurance. And finally, R for review, doing full-length timed practice tests. And R for review is the Socratic review method, where we basically look at how to approach when you're getting a question wrong, why you're getting it wrong. So E's for exams and endurance, but R for review, too often neglected. We look at the stimulus, the question stem, and the choices. If it was in the stimulus, what tripped you up there? Was it a lack of an indicator word for conclusion or evidence? Was it a subconclusion buried in the middle? Was it LSAC's lack of key indicator words? Was it annoying words like except, unless, until, and without? Then you've got the question stem. LSAC using difficult wording to refer to common question types in unfamiliar ways. Or you have the tempting wrong answer and the unappealing right answer. If it was a tempting wrong answer, what made it tempting? What made it wrong? If it was an unappealing right answer, what made it unappealing? And what ultimately makes it correct? Because you have traps of encouragement towards the wrong answer and traps of discouragement away from the right answer. And until you can get to the root cause of what you're getting wrong and why, you may end up just making the same mistake again. And that's what we want to help you avoid. And so we use the LASER approach to design study plans for every single one of our students, but that's just the general approach. We adapt this LASER approach to your specific situation, considering your availability, the time that you can put in on a daily and weekly basis, and considering your specific weak areas along with your current score, your goal score, and of course, when you're taking the LSAT. Someone in our bootcamp currently taking it in 2 weeks is going to have a very different plan from somebody taking it in 2.5 months in January, or somebody taking it in 3.5 months leading up to February. And so we will customize your bootcamp study plan to fit your time frame, your goals, your weak areas, your schedule. And so if you would like our help getting you to your goal in the next few months, check out LSATunplugged.com/bootcamp. Link below this video on YouTube, link in my bio on Instagram. You can see it right there, up there on the screen as well. I'll be happy to help you out and get you ready for your plan. I meet with every student personally in the program. And if you join today, you get the bonuses: 4 private hours of one-on-one coaching in addition to everything else, 4 essay revisions in addition to everything else, as well as the retake insurance. If you end up taking it beyond your target test date, we will rebuild your plan for you to hit that up. And so if anyone's finishing checking out now, I'll stay on for a few more minutes before we wrap up. And I'll be happy to help folks out. I have a question here from G asking, you recently sent an email talking about the admissions process and how difficult the other side is and gave some takeaways. I want to ask how specific one should be in our goals. So difficulty of the admissions, how specific to be. So for example, if we want to be a judge or influence policy, is it worth saying that, or is that too strong? Should we focus on one moment that made us want to go to law school or talk about the whole experience? So I would say specifics are key. They make things come alive more. And so all else being equal, I would recommend focusing on the particular key moments that made you want to go versus general. So specific always beats general. The more clear you could be, the more specific you can be, the more your essay and your story will come alive, the more compelling it will be. Highly recommend anecdotes, stories, examples. They make things more memorable and they are more easy to connect with than generalities. So stories, we're primed for stories. Our brains connect with stories. I would always share stories when you can. And so folks, that's pretty much it for today. If you have another question or two, I will stay on to answer. If you're finishing checking out, I will give you another minute or so. If you found this helpful, if you want support going forward, LSATunplugged.com/bootcamp to join for January or February. I'm also offering free LSAT tutoring lessons to everyone out there watching this. Unpluggedprep.com/start to help you build your personal study plan whenever you're taking the LSAT. Thank you all for joining. It was a pleasure. In the meantime, I wish you all the best and take care. Have a good one all.